Chapter 707. There were also some messy medicinal pills inside. Xiaoqun could not be bothered to look through them one by one. However, a secret manual caught his attention. Xiaoqun took it out and saw the words, "Withered wood comes to spring," clearly written on the cover. Xiaoqun's eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, it was the heaven-defying martial technique, withered wood comes to spring. When withered wood old man used this martial technique, his cultivation increased by 20% and he instantly repelled Shui Lingling. The scene was still fresh in Xiaoqun's mind. He quickly flipped through the manual to see if he could cultivate it. Xiaoqun discovered that there were no special requirements. He did not have to cultivate wood-attributed quintessence. However, the side effects were rather terrifying. If one could not obtain a 5,000-year-old spirit herb to replenish qi and blood in time, it would overdraft the cultivator's life force. Furthermore, after using it, one would be weakened for a long time. Although the side effects of raising my cultivation by 20% are terrifying, it is still acceptable as a life-saving measure. After memorizing the contents of the secret manual, Xiaoqun stood where he was and started comprehending it. Only when Hu Hai and the other three arrived did Xiaoqun stop comprehending and start chatting with them. The four all had excited expressions on their faces. They had probably gained a lot. When Wang Qing saw that Xiaoqun had arrived long ago, he purposely smiled and asked, "Junior brother Xiaoqun, I see that you have been waiting for a long time already. You should not be satisfied with your harvest on this trip, right?" Xiaoqun did not want to speak too much with this person. He only replied politely, "It's all right." Wang Qing treated it as an excuse. He laughed loudly and said, "On this trip, I obtained a total of 10 50-year-old Earth Essence fruits, 3 100-year-old Earth Essence fruits, and 1 200-year-old Earth Essence fruit by luck." 200-year-old Earth Essence fruit? A strange look flashed in the eyes of the other three. They were clearly astonished. Hu Hai said, "A 200-year-old Earth Essence fruit is extremely rare. It can save you half a year of cultivation time. This is indeed a bountiful harvest. Congratulations, junior brother Wang." Hu Hai wanted to find another kind of mutated fruit, so he did not go to the depths of Python Swamp. Hence, he did not obtain any 200-year-old Earth Essence fruits. Jun Si and Chen Xiao only wandered around the periphery. They did not have such good luck, so they could only reveal envious expressions. Wang Qing felt somewhat pleased with himself. He told Xiaoqun about how hard he worked and how he managed to obtain the 200-year-old Earth Essence fruit by chance. After that, he raised his head and looked at Xiaoqun. Then he asked, "Junior brother Xiao, how was your harvest? Tell us about it. If it is really not enough, I can give you an Earth Essence fruit." Xiaoqun felt helpless in his heart. Some people would never shut up in front of them if they didn't ruthlessly slap their faces. Back then, Xiaoqun tried to stop Xiaoqun from entering the savage battlefield. Now Xiaoqun was flaunting this trivial matter. Xiaoqun really did not know what Xiaoqun was thinking. Xiaoqun replied calmly, "Not many, just 10 200-year-old Earth Essence fruits. As for the 100-year-old ones and below, there should be about 60 or 70. Wang Qing's expression turned serious. He immediately said unhappily, "Junior brother Xiao, what kind of attitude is this? I wanted to give you an Earth Essence fruit out of goodwill. To think that you are boasting to me, purposely trying to disgust me." Wang Qing waved his left hand, and 5 200-year-old Earth Essence fruits appeared. Then he waved his right hand, and another 5 200-year-old Earth Essence fruits appeared. Xiaoqun looked at Wang Qing and said calmly, "Open your eyes and see what this is. Do I need you to give me an Earth Essence fruit?" The 200-year-old Earth Essence fruits contained overwhelming spiritual energy. They had a pleasant fragrance, especially when there were 10 of them together. They made one feel relaxed and happy, making one's gaze linger on them. Wang Qing showed a horrified expression, not daring to believe this scene. His finger trembled as he said, "How can this be? These are 200-year-old Earth Essence fruits. Given your strength, how could you obtain so many?" Hu Hai and the other two were shocked as well, their eyes filled with astonishment. They could not figure it out either. 200-year-old Earth Essence fruits were worth cities. Obtaining one was already very lucky. Even if one went to the depths of Python Swamp, it would be impossible to find so many 200-year-old Earth Essence fruits. This was because that place was too big. An individual's strength was too insignificant there. Searching and fighting took time. More importantly, there were hundreds or thousands of cultivators like them searching for Earth Essence fruits. The competition was intense. How could Xiaoqun find so many 200-year-old Earth Essence fruits alone? This was too incredible. However, no matter what, the truth was right before their eyes. What they saw was not an illusion. Even though Xiao Chen had the lowest cultivation, his harvest was higher than the four of them combined. This made them feel disappointed. Hu Hai smiled bitterly and said, "These are indeed 200-year-old earth essence fruits. Junior brother Xiao Chen, congratulations." Jun Si and Qin Xiao recovered their wits and congratulated Xiao Chen as well. Only Wang Cheng blushed in embarrassment. Xiao Chen obtained 10 200-year-old earth essence fruits, but he did not show any complacent expression. Then when Wang Cheng thought about himself, he bragged about obtaining a 200-year-old earth essence fruit. What was even more embarrassing was that Wang Cheng actually said that he would split the earth essence fruits with Wang Cheng. This was like slapping his own face. Seeing that Wang Cheng had shut up completely, Xiao Chen put away the earth essence fruits and ignored Wang Cheng, who had a strange expression on his face. Xiao. A petite purple figure descended from the air. Shui Lingling, who had come out of Death Swamp, had also returned to the group. At this moment, there were not many cultivators left in Python Swamp. All the earth essence fruits that could be found had already been collected. There was no point in remaining here. Shui Lingling must have gained something in the depths of Death Swamp. A smile appeared on her soft, pretty face. Hu Hai asked somewhat impatiently, "First senior sister, where are we going next?" Shui Lingling raised her head and looked into the distance. Then she said sullenly, "To the Dragon Burial Mound. Of the forbidden lands that were made public this time, the most valuable is the True Dragon Cave there." Xiao Chen looked in the direction of Death Swamp and asked, "We are not going in there?" Shui Lingling shook her head and said, "There are no natural treasures in Death Swamp. It is mainly for tempering one's martial techniques. Furthermore, it is very dangerous." Hu Hai and the others had clearly heard of Death Swamp before. They did not show any regret in their eyes, nor did they feel that it was a loss. Xiao Chen really wanted to give it a try, to find a departed spirit of Emperor Wu who practiced the saber and spar with him, improving his saber techniques. However, if he followed the group, he would have to follow the orders of the group. It would not be good to act independently. If there is an opportunity in the future, I must come to Death Swamp. It was much safer to travel with a group. However, one would lose their freedom. They would be restricted to a certain extent, unable to bring out their full potential. After taking one last look in the direction of Death Swamp, Xiao Chen silently followed the group, heading forward. Shui Lingling did not want to waste any more time. As she moved forward, she released her strong aura. The fear that came from the bottom of his heart made the poisonous python, which sensed this aura, immediately flee far away. From time to time, bubbles and surging silt could be seen around the team. Those were the venomous pythons below. They were swimming around desperately, afraid that Shui Lingling would kill them. Without any obstructions, the group moved forward at full speed. They managed to catch up to several groups that had set off earlier. When they were about to cross the Python Swamp, Shui Lingling's footsteps suddenly came to a halt. She looked at the other team that she unexpectedly encountered, and her beautiful brows knitted together with a displeased expression. Along the way, Xiao Chen had been comprehending the mysteries of giving spring to withered wood. He had not extended his spiritual sense out, so he had not seen this group in advance. When Xiao Chen raised his head and saw the leader of the group, his expression could not help but turn grave. Unexpectedly, he ran into the extreme insects people here. When Bai Wuxia saw Shui Lingling's group, he felt it was strange as well. Then he noticed Xiao Chen behind him, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "First senior brother, is that the white-robed brat who challenged you?" An extreme insect true inheritor behind Bai Wuxia asked. Bai Wuxia seemed to be smiling as he replied, "That's him. He told me to wait for him at the Extreme Insects Challenge platform." The person who spoke first mocked, "He overestimates himself. I thought he had something extraordinary about him. It turns out that he is just a medial-grade martial monarch. He is indeed crazy. To think that he is worthy of being first senior brother's opponent. He overestimates himself. I do not even need 10 moves to defeat this fellow," another person said with disdain as he looked at Xiao Chen. With Bai Wuxia and Shui Lingling here, it was impossible for the two groups to fight to the death. Xiao Chen withdrew the murderous intent in his eyes. He only remembered the appearance of the person who mocked him. Xiao Chen remained silent, not saying a word. He had never liked to use words to gain an advantage. He did not want to do useless things. When that person saw that Xiao Chen did not say anything, his expression turned even more chaotic. He took a step forward and shouted, "White-robed brat, are you that cowardly? If you cannot even receive 10 moves from me, what qualifications do you have to challenge our first senior brother? Do you dare to come out today and receive 10 moves from me? Let our extreme insects senior brothers see how capable you are." Bai Wuxia smiled faintly and did not stop this person. He said indifferently, Shui Lingling, what do you think? If he does not come out, then any random person in your Haoyan sect can challenge me Bai Wuxia in the future. Shui Lingling was placed in a difficult position. That person was a true inheritor of the extreme Yin sect. He was stronger than Qin Shao and the others, just slightly weaker than Hu Hai. Xiao Qin was merely an inner disciple of the Haoyan sect. Although he was very talented, he had not fully matured yet. In a battle, weapons were blind. It would be too unfortunate if Xiao Qin fell here. However, the other party was bullying him. If Xiao Qin did not agree, the reputation of the Haoyan sect would be tarnished. I agree. A voice that was neither servile nor overbearing resounded in the quiet place. His white robes fluttered and a cool breeze blew. Xiao Qin leaped over the group and walked out calmly. Bai Wuxia's eyelids twitched. He immediately rejoiced in his heart. If he wanted to kill Xiao Qin, Shui Lingling would definitely stop him. However, if it were someone else fighting Xiao Qin and killing him, Shui Lingling would have nothing to say. Shintu, don't show any mercy. Kill him directly. After this, I will give you a 200-year-old earth essence fruit. Bai Wuxia sent a voice projection to Shintu, saying sinisterly. Shintu rejoiced in his heart. He quickly replied, First senior brother, don't worry. I will not let you down. I will definitely take his life within 10 moves. As Wang Qing watched the two about to fight, a look of wild joy flashed in his eyes. Back then, when Xiao Qin sent him flying with a palm strike, it had left a knot in his heart. Chapter 708. In the future, as Wang Qing watched Xiao Qin grow stronger, he would feel even more dissatisfied with him. This was especially so after he was humiliated by Xiao Qin earlier, which made his resentment even more intense. It would be best if he died at the other party's hands, ending all troubles. Wang Qing cursed viciously. Shui Lingling asked worriedly, Xiao Qin, have you thought it through? Xiao Qin did not turn his head. He said indifferently, Many thanks for first senior sister's concern. I know my limits. Shintu held a long sword in his hand and strode forward. He laughed and said, You do have some courage. However, you are ultimately just a joke. Today I will let you know that some words that you speak carelessly can lead to death. The others scattered, leaving a spacious area for Xiao Qin and Shintu to fight. The vast vital qi in Xiao Qin's body burned, and his blood surged like a gushing river. Xiao Qin's physical body, which was close to a sage body, started circulating quietly. Xiao Qin was like a flood dragon in hibernation, possessing boundless might, waiting for the moment to erupt. Shintu looked at his opponent with a relaxed expression. He had already comprehended 50% of the heaven-rank martial technique that he grasped. Furthermore, his cultivation was one cultivation grade higher than his opponent's. The extreme Yin sect had abundant resources and many great teachers. Shintu had climbed to where he was today step by step. His strength was not exaggerated at all. With such a huge advantage, Shintu did not believe that there was a reason for him to lose. I'll play with him first. Then I'll use my heaven-ranked martial technique on the 10th move and destroy him, crushing all his hopes. Not wanting to defeat Xiao Qin immediately, Shintu decided to play with his opponent slowly. Perhaps his first senior brother could give him more benefits. After observing Xiao Qin's aura, Shintu could not see anything extraordinary about it. He lost his patience and used his movement technique to charge over. Shintu's figure slowly grew larger in Xiao Qin's eyes as he approached. Xiao Qin remained silent, not moving at all. He only continuously burned his vital qi, forming a fiery clump of energy in his dantian. That was the essence of energy formed after burning his vital qi. The clump of energy trembled continuously, trying to struggle free. Xiao Qin guarded his mind, not letting it struggle free. All he did was burn his vital qi and accumulate power. The blood in his body surged, becoming more and more intense. His qi and blood were exuberant to the extreme, and his body was like a high-temperature furnace that could explode at any moment. 100 meters, 70 meters, 50 meters? The distance between Shintu and Xiao Qin shrank rapidly. The tip of Shintu's sword rose and a gust of wind blew. It gently lifted the hair in front of Xiao Qin's forehead, revealing his delicate and handsome facial features. After Shintu imprinted Xiao Qin's face deeply in his mind, he smiled cruelly. With a turn of his sword, he arrived 20 meters in front of Xiao Qin. That's enough, Xiao Qin called out softly in his heart. His calm eyes suddenly erupted with a frightening light. The trace of monarch bloodline hidden in his blood was instantly activated. That trace of the ancient sovereign's aura burst forth. It was like a vast mountain or a vast ocean, vast and boundless, heavy and distant. Shintu, who had not felt any pressure all this while, suddenly felt a heavy mountain pressing down on his shoulders. His expression changed slightly, and his movements immediately slowed, burning the heavens. Xiaoqin seized this opportunity and shouted. The energy that he had been suppressing for a long time turned into azure smoke at the Tianmen acupoint on his head and rushed into the sky, burning away large patches of white clouds. The ancient sovereign's aura that suddenly appeared lasted less than a second before Shin Tu broke free. However, this 1 second was enough to change the situation. The azure dragon claw tore through the sky and clenched into a fist. Then it descended from the sky like a meteor. Shin Tu turned pale with fright. He quickly held his sword across his chest and circulated his quintessence to defend. However, in his haste, he did not even gather 50% of his quintessence. As for Xiaoqian's 1,800,000 kilograms of force, after accumulating it, he erupted with 120% of its might. When comparing the two at this moment, Xiaoqian held the absolute advantage in strength. Bang! A loud explosion resounded, and the sword in Shin Tu's hand broke with a kasi sound. The dragon fist struck his protective quintessence. The force seeped in and broke Shin Tu's ribs, severely injuring his internal organs. Shin Tu flew back and vomited a large mouthful of blood. The light of his protective quintessence faded. A murderous intent flashed in Shin Tu's eyes as a blue dragon image shot out from under his feet, carrying Xiaoqian into the air. A vast ocean appeared behind him, and 999 pillars of water shot into the sky. Dragon subduing slash. Blue dragon goes to sea. Xiaoqian did not show any expression on his face. The dragon-shaped saber light covered in auspicious clouds swept out with a surging dragon might. Under the attack of the heaven-burning fist, Shin Tu's aura plummeted. He was severely injured. He could not block this heaven-ranked martial technique that followed closely behind. All this happened in an instant. There was not even a chance for anyone to save Shin Tu's day. Bai Wushua's expression changed drastically as he roared, "Stop!" Bai Wushua's voice was like thunder, inspiring fear in everyone. Clearly he was already angered to the extreme. However, Xiaoqian ignored him. The blue dragon goes to sea continued to chop down ferociously. Blood spurted out and Shin Tu's head separated from his body. The eyes of the head flying in the air widened. Even in death, it did not dare to believe what had happened. The others were all dumbfounded as well. They had not expected such a scene. There were some things that could lead to death if one spoke carelessly. This was what Shin Tu had said earlier. Now someone had indeed died. However, the one who died was Shin Tu himself and not Xiaoqian. The person that Shin Tu had thought was just a joke had killed him in 2 moves. No matter how you humiliate me, scold me, say 1,000 words or a sharp tongue. With the saber in hand, if I am unhappy, I will just kill you. Why would I bother speaking any nonsense with you? The faces of the extreme Yin sect disciples turned pale. They could not believe that Shin Tu had been killed just like that. When Bai Wushua saw the flying head, he was slightly stunned. Then rage burned in his chest. He said coldly, "How dare you kill my extreme Yin sect's true inheritors? You must be tired of living." Great icy cold hand. In his rage, Bai Wushua brought out the strength of a half-sage without holding anything back. A huge palm made of icy quintessence instantly formed in the air and appeared in front of Xiaoqian. This palm carried a force that could shatter mountains and tear the ground apart as it smashed towards Xiaoqian. Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram. Xiaoqian's face sank and 2 beams of light, one purple and one white, flew out of his eyes. They continuously circled around in the air, forming a beautiful Taiji diagram. Yin-Yang, the 4 divisions, the innate 8 trigrams and many other mysterious phenomena appeared. The Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram glowed with a golden light, radiating a boundless radiance. The horrifying icy cold hand smashed into the Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram. A loud explosion resounded, shaking space in the ground. Kasia. Kasia. Cracks appeared in the golden Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram. Then it shattered and turned back into 2 beams of fiery light that returned to Xiaoqian's eyes. Xiaoqian's sea of consciousness surged and he felt somewhat dizzy. However, he managed to block Bai Wushua's full power strike without suffering any injuries. Xiao. When Bai Wushua saw Xiaoqian block his palm strike, a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. Just as he was about to continue, he saw an arrow flying over like a meteor. The arrow tore through the air, leaving behind a long, flaming tail. Bai Wushua felt a dangerous aura, and his figure flashed, dodging this extremely fast arrow. Bang! The arrow exploded in the air, and a fiery shock wave surged out in all directions. The other extreme Yin sect disciples who could not dodge in time were all blasted into the air. Shui Lingling drew back the bowstring. She drew the purple bow until it looked like a full moon as she pointed it at Bai Wuxia. Bai Wuxia, what are you trying to do? Sabers and swords have no eyes. Since this is a competition, death is inevitable. If Xiao Chen loses, Shin Tu will not spare Xiao Chen's life. Bai Wuxia stood in the air with a cold expression. He looked at the bow in Shui Lingling's hand with some fear. Bai Wuxia had lost a true inheritor with a bright future for no reason. When he saw Xiao Chen land on the ground, he hated that he could not kill him on the spot. However, with Shui Lingling here, that was impossible. Bai Wuxia waved his sleeves heavily and gave Xiao Chen a deep look. Then he led the remaining extreme Yin sect disciples away with large strides. Shui Lingling heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Bai Wuxia did not force his way through. Otherwise, both sides would end up injured and no one would have a good ending. Junior brother Xiao, are you all right? Shui Lingling asked Xiao Chen as she placed the ancient purple bow on her back. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, I'm fine. I'm not severely injured. Hu Hai asked out of curiosity, may I ask what martial technique that Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram was? How come I have never heard of it before? That Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram perfectly merged the two attributes of Yin and Yang, bringing out its might. It allowed Xiao Chen, a medial-grade martial monarch, to block Bai Wuxia's full-powered strike unscathed. It was hard not to be curious. Xiao Chen nodded and said, yes, I created that myself. When the others heard this, doubt flashed in their eyes. They did not think that Xiao Chen could create such a profound martial technique. They just took it as an excuse. However, cultivators always had their own secrets. Hu Hai was purely curious and did not intend to pursue the matter. Wang Qing looked at the ground at Shin Tu, who had been chopped in half at the waist. Then he looked at Xiao Chen again. A hard-to-detect fear appeared in the depths of his eyes. Xiao Chen had not expected this fellow to be so decisive, killing a true inheritor of the extreme Yin sect just like that. I stopped him from coming to the savage battlefield. If he holds a grudge and rises up, I will not have a good time in the future. Wang Qing sized up Xiao Chen and lowered his head. A strange light flickered in his eyes, appearing extremely complicated. Bai Wuxia's appearance was only a small interlude to the advancing group. It did not have much of an impact on them. Under Shui Lingling's lead, the group continued heading for the dragon burial mound. They passed through deserts, desolate forests, and all sorts of dangers. The group experienced the vastness of the savage battlefield for themselves. When they heard Shui Lingling say that the place they had been to was just the tip of the iceberg, they felt a headache coming on. However, they also gained a lot. The rare spirit herbs and medicinal fruits that were hard to find in the outside world could be found everywhere here. Sometimes, if they were lucky, they might even find a spirit herb worth 1,000,000 spirit stones in a small crack that no one noticed. 3 days later, a desolate plain appeared before the group. 5 peaks stood in the middle of the plain. The peaks formed a ring around an azure palace. Compared to the other 5 peaks, the one in front of the group was clearly taller. It was like someone had chopped it in half. Chapter 709. The azure-colored palace in the middle of the 5 peaks was a kilometer tall. Dust covered the palace. From a distance, it looked ancient and somewhat dilapidated. When looking at the azure-colored palace, Xiao Chen felt a strange throbbing in his heart. He found it very familiar, like he had been here 10,000 years ago. This strange feeling made Xiao Chen ask hoarsely, what is that place? Hu Hai and the others gave Xiao Chen strange looks. Then Shui Lingling said, don't you know? That is the Blue Dragon Palace. 10,000 years ago, after the destruction of the Dragon's Gate, their main palace appeared here. Xiao Chen said in shock, the Qinwu domain really has 4 holy lands? Aside from the White Emperor City, the Phoenix's Passion Palace, and the profound Martial Gate, there is another holy land. Shui Lingling nodded and said, that is natural. The Dragon's Gate was once the leader of the Holy Lands. 10,000 years ago, the last master of the Dragon's Gate, the Qing Emperor, was the strongest sovereign martial emperor since the ancient era. He was the strongest palace master of the Bushin Palace, ruling over the entire Kunlun realm. If he was that strong, then how did the Dragon's Gate get destroyed? Xiao Chen muttered, his gaze never leaving that palace. Shui Lingling did not know much either. She answered vaguely, it has something to do with your Sky Dome realm's Qinwu dynasty. As for the specifics, no one knows. Later generations only know that the Qinwu dynasty and the Blue Dragon Palace were destroyed at almost the same time. Xiao Chen felt a yearning for that palace. He asked, are we going in? When the others heard this, they all smiled bitterly. Hu Hai explained, who does not want to enter the palace left behind by the sovereign martial emperor, the Qing Emperor? However, no one can enter. The Thunder King, who was known as the strongest offensive power 5,000 years ago, tried to barge in but failed. In the end he even got injured. Xiaochen was startled. He asked Ao Jiao, "Is what he said true?" Ao Jiao nodded her head and said, "Each of the 5 mountains represents a type of attribute. They form a 5 elements absolute ceiling array and lock up the time and space of this world." Back then, the Thunder King chopped off half of the mountain, but he was also attacked by the 5 elements absolute ceiling formation for 100 years. Xiaochen asked doubtfully, "What do you mean by attacking for 100 years?" Ao Jiao had a deep memory of that. She pondered for a moment before saying, "It's like compressing 100 years into an instant. It's just one sword, but it's enough to hurt you for 100 years. One sword for 100 years, one sword for 100 years. After Xiaochen heard this, he could not help but sink into deep thought. There was actually such a martial technique. It was truly unimaginable. "Let's go. There are no flying demonic beasts here. We can fly there directly." Shui Lingling waved her hand, and the profound sun bird on her shoulder chirped happily. Then it revealed its true form. The group gently pushed off the ground and landed on the profound sun bird's wide back. The group could see the other cultivators soaring into the air as well, either riding on flying spirit beasts or warships. They all headed in the same direction. Savage battlefield, dragon burial mound. There were many spirit beasts in the world with the word dragon in their names. For example, flood dragons, coiling dragons, earth dragons, flood dragons and fire dragons. There were many kinds of them and they were all very strong. However, these were not true dragons. Even in the immortal epoch, true dragons were legendary holy beasts. They possessed startling magic energy and vast magic abilities. Several strong immortal cultivators were no match for them. Since the birth of the martial epoch, no one had ever seen a true dragon. All they had seen were some remains. Even the dragon might contained in the remains was unbearable for regular martial monarchs. As the name suggested, the dragon burial mound was a place where dragons were buried. Furthermore, they were all true dragons. The dragon burial mound had already existed in the savage battlefield before the Emperor's War. Many people even believed that the dragon burial mound had existed for a long time in the immortal epoch. No one knew for sure when the dragon burial mound had existed. They only knew that a significant number of true dragons were buried here. Every true dragon grave had a huge treasure trove, spirit trees that grew with the true dragon's immortal chi, and rare fruits that grew with the dragon's blood. After 10,000 years of being contaminated by dragon chi, the special ores that appeared were all priceless treasures, tempting treasures. After a new true dragon cave was exposed, the other forbidden lands of the savage battlefield and even the immortal sect remnant became less tempting. Shui Lingling's main goal in coming to the savage battlefield this time was the true dragon cave. Black spots of light appeared in the sky 50 kilometers in front. Xiaochen focused his spiritual sense into a line and looked into the distance. He discovered that it was a black storm sweeping through the sky. Sand and rocks flew everywhere. The mountains and trees in the way of the storm were all torn to shreds. Several strong demonic beasts could not resist the storm at all. In an instant, they were sucked into the storm and turned into pools of blood. "What is that?" The cultivators flying in the air looked into the distance and discovered the strange scene in front as well. However, their mental energy was not as strong as Xiaochen's. They could only see some blurry scenes and felt that something was wrong. However, they could not clearly see what was happening. Due to the distance, Hu Hai could not see clearly. However, the faint smell of blood in the air made him frown. He said, "It seems like it is in the direction of the dragon burial mound. I wonder what it is." Shui Lingling's bright eyes observed for a while. Then she said calmly, "It is a true dragon storm. It looks like someone opened the door to the true dragon cave. Since there is a true dragon storm, it should not be an empty cave." Boom, boom, boom. The speed of the true dragon storm was unparalleled. In less than the time it took to brew a pot of tea, everyone could clearly see the scene in front. They were immediately shocked. That black storm connected the sky and the ground, stretching for a kilometer. Before it, even the tall mountains seemed as insignificant as ants. The cultivators were even more insignificant. "Run!" The other cultivators were startled. Without saying anything, they fled to the sides. No one dared to face this storm head-on. A storm that could even flatten a mountain peak. How strong exactly was it? No one dared to imagine it. Probably only martial sages could survive if they entered. Shui Lingling gently leaped up and hid under the profound sunbird's wings. She said, "Don't run around. All of you hide under the profound sunbird's wings. This is an opportunity for us to reach the true dragon cave before others." The storm was just 10 kilometers away. As the strong wind blew, clothes flapped noisily, making them feel like they would fly. The group did not dare to be careless. They leaped under the profound sunbird's wings with some difficulty and grabbed the green feathers on its wings with their right hands. Xiaoqin, Wang Qing and Jun Si hid behind the left wing. The other three hid under the right wing. A strong wind howled and a huge force blew. The profound sunbird's huge body trembled slightly. The wind was like a knife, making it hard for the group to keep their eyes open. They stuck close to the side of the profound sunbird's wings. No one dared to be careless. If they got pulled out by the wind, they would most likely die. Shui Lingling stared at the storm in front. Just as the storm was about to arrive, she quickly gave the profound sunbird a command. The profound sunbird's wide wings slowly closed. Its entire body was like a sharp sword piercing through the storm. However, just as the profound sunbird's wings were about to close completely, Wang Qing ferociously sent a palm strike at Xiaoqin. When the storm arrived, it was already hard to block in the first place. There was the danger of getting pulled out at any moment. Wang Qing's palm strike added fuel to the fire, immediately sending Xiaoqin flying. The suction force from the storm didn't even have time to let out a cry of surprise before he was sucked out and thrown high into the air along with the strong wind. Everything happened very quickly. The others did not notice it at all. Wang Qing smiled cruelly. Then he said anxiously, "Junior sister June, junior brother Xiaoqin flew out." Jun Si's expression froze. Indeed, she discovered that Xiaoqin had disappeared. She panicked and immediately shouted to inform Shui Lingling. "Don't move. I got it." The profound sunbird's wings were already completely closed. Shui Lingling gave the command before turning into a beam of purple light and flying towards Xiaoqin. The true dragon storm contained dragon force. The force it drew out was terrifyingly strong. Within the storm, Xiaoqin was like a piece of wood. He quickly floated up and down, bobbing up and down like a dead object. The veritable essence energy in Xiaoqin's body and all his abilities were useless before such might. He had no chance to use them at all. The wind was like a knife, covering Xiaoqin's body in cuts and bruises. He tumbled up and down, feeling dizzy and lightheaded. Xiaoqin suffered both physical and mental torture. He felt like he would die at any moment. The wind made Xiaoqin's vision blurry. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, he vaguely heard a purple figure calling out his name. This figure risked its life in the true dragon storm, advancing ferociously, trying to get closer to Xiaoqin, trying to pull him out of the whirlpool of the storm. He himself seemed to have made some effort to get close to it, but every time at the last moment, it was too late. However, every time the storm surged, it would pull Xiaoqin back. All his efforts would be for naught, unable to succeed. Xiaoqin did not know what happened after that. He simply fainted and lost consciousness. Xiaoqin had a splitting headache and his mouth was dry. He tried to open his eyes, but it was incredibly difficult. His eyelids felt like heavy mountains, unable to open. When Xiaoqin tried to move his arms, he felt intense pain. His lips twitched. After putting in a lot of effort, Xiaoqin finally opened his eyes. The dark sky appeared in his vision. He had not left the savage battlefield yet. Xiaoqin struggled to get up. Then he sat up and checked his injuries. Wounds of varying depths covered his body, stained with blood. Every time he moved, he would feel extreme pain. Fortunately, these were just external wounds. The more serious ones were his internal injuries. While Xiaoqin was unconscious, the dragon force contained in the storm surged through his internal organs and meridians. Xiaoqin's heart, liver, gallbladder, spleen, and lungs all suffered varying degrees of damage. If he were an ordinary person, his internal organs would have been crushed to smithereens long ago. Xiaoqin silently circulated the purple thunder divine incantation, and the circulation of his veritable essence energy did not experience much obstruction. However, his meridians were somewhat injured, so he did not dare to unleash his veritable essence energy without restraint. A faint bloody smell lingered in the air. Xiaoqin turned his head and looked around. The corpses of several demonic beasts littered the surroundings. This should be Ao Jiao's doing, Xiaoqin thought to himself. Then he sent his spiritual sense into the immortal spirit ring. He discovered Ao Jiao lying quietly beside the netherworld flower. Her breathing was even as she fell asleep. Chapter 710. Xiaoqin withdrew his spiritual sense and recovered some of his strength. Then he stood up and started to size up his surroundings. When Xiaoqin looked around, he saw desolate plains with demonic beasts roaming in the distance. The dark space seemed somewhat dangerous. Not far behind him was a towering peak that pierced the clouds. Standing not far away, Xiaoqin looked extremely insignificant. Strange, I seem to have been here before. Xiao frowned slightly and entered deep thought. Then his eyes lit up. He suddenly recalled that this was the Blue Dragon Palace that he had once seen from afar. However, at that time he had been very far away. The 5 peaks had looked very close to each other. However, when he got closer, he discovered that the peaks were a kilometer apart. Unexpectedly, I got blown here. Xiao took a few steps and his vision widened. When he saw the Azure Palace surrounded by the 5 peaks, he revealed a bitter smile. Suddenly, Xiao recalled Wang Cheng's name, and his expression turned sullen again. The storm containing dragon energy was startlingly mighty. If not for Xiao strong physical body, having refined his blood, skin and meridians, he would not have been able to survive the storm. The instant he was blown away, his body would have been torn to shreds, not even leaving a corpse behind. Although Xiao knew that Wang Qing did not like him and that there was a rift between them, he had never expected Wang Qing to be so despicable as to plot against him while they were in the same team. However, this is fine as well. The strength of the team is not balanced and there are many restrictions. With the help of the map, it might not be a bad thing for me to enter the savage battlefield alone. Xiao thought to himself as he took out the brocade box containing the map of the savage battlefield. There were some detailed 3-dimensional images in the map, allowing Xiao to familiarize himself with the various passages of the Forbidden Lands. Several small paths that no one knew of could allow him to reach the Forbidden Lands smoothly. Furthermore, there were red dots on the map for every Forbidden Land. Based on the depth of one's gaze, Xiao could determine which Forbidden Lands he could enter and which Forbidden Lands he could not. The most important thing now was to recover from his injuries. Otherwise, everything would have been for naught. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from behind. Xiao turned around and saw a 10-meter-tall scarlet blood demonic ape charging at him. The scarlet blood demonic ape could tell that Xiao was severely injured and found it difficult to move. This peak rank 7 demonic beast scarlet blood demonic ape did not hold back as it charged. Xiao took a few steps back. Now that his internal organs were damaged, he could not move rashly. Otherwise, he would be even more injured and it would be even harder to recuperate. However, it was only a pinnacle tier 7 demonic beast, so there was no need for him to make things difficult for it. With a wave of his hand, a sculpture appeared on his palm. Life Bestowal Spell. The mountain-like body of the golden savage bull suddenly appeared. Its golden hooves bent vertically before bouncing off and landing a heavy kick on the scarlet blood demonic ape. Xiao vital qi exploded out with 1,000 tons of force. The kick sent him tumbling back, causing him to cry out in pain. He looked at the golden savage ox that suddenly appeared in horror. Up Xiao up with qi. He up with up the qi and up. And up, chin. I can still use it 5 or 6 more times. However, that should be enough for me to recover completely. After checking the damage to the life bestowal spell, Xiao muttered to himself. Then he sat down cross-legged and started to treat his internal injuries. Now that Xiao physical body was close to a rank 1 sage body, his recovery and defense were not something a regular martial monarch could compare to. It could be said that even the 7 giants' accomplishments in the physical body were far inferior to Xiao. If they were in Xiao shoes, they would not be able to recover as fast as Xiao after suffering such severe injuries. Time passed. 3 days later, Xiao severe internal injuries were mostly healed, no longer affecting his combat prowess. No one would believe that Xiao had recovered from the true dragon storm in 3 days. However, in reality, if not for the demonic beasts harassing Xiao from time to time, forcing him to use the life bestowal spell to chase them away, the time would have been much shorter. Xiao stretched his body and quintessence flowed freely in his body. When he felt the surging energy, a smile appeared on Xiao face. A demonic beast flew past Xiao. Originally, it was targeting Xiao. However, the instant Xiao stood up, the aura that he unintentionally released startled the demonic beast, prompting it to flee in a hurry. Xiao smiled faintly. How could he let the demonic beast flee? He executed a blue dragon tail whip and chased after it. His figure flashed and his fists moved like the wind. Bang, bang, bang. The quintessence on Xiao fists exploded, giving off loud rumbles. In just a few punches he killed the demonic beast. Finally, Xiao had relied on his own strength to kill a demonic beast. The haze that had clouded his heart for the past few days was swept away. Xiao looked at the empty area between the peaks 2 kilometers in front and entered deep thought. Back then, even the Thunder King could not enter this place. He was blocked outside. However, when Xiao looked at it from the outside, he did not find anything strange about it. Xiao looked deeply at the dusty azure palace surrounded by the peaks. He could feel a mysterious connection between himself and this palace. Xiaochen gently pushed off the ground, and a rock appeared in his hand. Then he took a deep breath and tossed it with all his might. With the support of force, the rock flew through the air. As it got closer to the two peaks, Xiaochen opened his eyes wide and looked carefully. Something strange happened. As the rock got closer, the surface of the rock slowly weathered, giving off rustling sounds. Then it slowly vanished into the air. There was clearly nothing there. However, the rock looked like it had experienced 100 years of natural weathering. Xiaochen's expression turned grave. After thinking for a while, he grabbed a demonic beast and tossed it over. Xiao. There seemed to be a formless barrier in the empty space between the peaks. The moment the demonic beast touched it, a sharp sword light pierced its chest. The same action repeated itself in Xiaochen's eyes. It was clearly only an instant. However, Xiaochen saw the sword light pierce various parts of the demonic beast. When the sword light faded, the demonic beast's body exploded, turning into a clump of scarlet light and disappearing. One sword for 100 years. One sword for 100 years. Such a strange scene was an eye-opener for Xiaochen. The shock in his heart was indescribable. The weathering of the rock earlier did not show the horrifying concept of the five-element absolute sealing formation sealing time and space. However, the way the demonic beast died made Xiaochen understand how horrifying this formation was. No one could break this sword. Unless one could control time and space, condensing 100 years into an instant, there was no other way. At the very least, Xiaochen felt that there was no way to break this formation. In the future, when Xiaochen's cultivation rose and his horizons widened, he might have a different view. However, at this moment Xiaochen could only think of so much. He could not see too far ahead. Xiaochen glanced at the peak that the Thunder King chopped off. He felt rueful. This formation was so horrifying that it could even control time and space. However, the Thunder King still managed to chop off half of the peak with one sword strike and escape. It looks like there is no way to enter this place. As Xiaochen looked at the dust-covered azure palace, he yearned for it. However, he still sighed helplessly. After hearing what Shui Lingling said, Xiaochen was sure that the Qing Emperor was related to the Xiao clan's ancestor. 10,000 years ago, there must have been a huge battle between the Dragon's Gate's Holy Land and the Qianwu dynasty. According to what Shui Lingling said, the Qing Emperor was the Bushin Palace's palace master at that time. That was to say, the Qianwu dynasty did not just fight the Dragon's Gate. Instead, it fought the entire Qianwu domain of the Kunlun realm. It was hard to imagine that the Sky Dome realm's Qianwu dynasty had such horrifying strength. Xiaochen really wanted to see what was in this sealed Blue Dragon Palace. For the powerful sovereign martial emperor, the Qing Emperor, to lay a five-element absolute sealing formation that could control time and space, even someone as strong as the Thunder King could not enter. There was no point in thinking too much. After giving the sealed Blue Dragon Palace one last look, Xiaochen prepared to leave this place and find an absolutely safe place to consume the Earth Essence fruit to raise his cultivation. You've been looking at it for so long. Do you really want to go in? Ao Jiao asked slowly from the immortal spirit ring, having woken up at some point. Xiaochen nodded and did not hide anything. This Blue Dragon Palace gives me a very familiar feeling. Feels like I have seen it many years ago. Ao Jiao said, I have a way to let you in. However, if you enter the five-element absolute sealing formation, the doors to the Blue Dragon Palace will probably not open. Back then, the Thunder King's full power strike could not even shake it at all. According to him, this Blue Dragon Palace itself is a strong secret treasure. It is no weaker than the immortal equipment of the immortal epoch. Xiaochen did not pay attention to the latter part. He only paid attention to the first part. Feeling joyful, he said, Little Ao Jiao, do you really have a way? Seeing Xiaochen question her, expressing his clear distrust of her, Ao Jiao grumbled, It's up to you whether you believe it or not. In any case, your wings have hardened. There is a chance. Ao Jiao's attitude showed that she was very confident. After interacting with her for so long, Xiaochen understood her temper very well. He quickly apologized, I was wrong. Little Ao Jiao, tell me how to enter. The five-element absolute sealing formation was a formation that could even block Emperor Wu. If Xiaochen, an insignificant medial-grade martial monarch, could enter, it would shake the entire Kunlun realm. Ao Jiao flew out of the immortal spirit ring and revealed her true form. Then, she led Xiaochen forward until they arrived before the half of the mountain. Come, let's fly up. Ao Jiao took the lead and leaped up. Her exquisite figure, coupled with her cold, girlish appearance, made Ao Jiao look as alluring as before. Seeing that Ao Jiao had leaped onto the platform without any danger, Xiaochen's figure flashed. In a few breaths he landed beside Ao Jiao. When Xiaoqin stood there and looked to the front, he could see the Blue Dragon Palace even more clearly. The mysterious throbbing in Xiaoqian's heart intensified. He wished he could immediately jump down and push open the azure doors at the bottom of the palace. "Hey, what are you doing? Don't go." Suddenly Ao Jiao spoke up and grabbed Xiaoqin. Only then did Xiaoqin realize that he had unknowingly taken a half step into the air. This startled Xiaoqin and he quickly pulled his foot back. He felt a lingering fear. If he had triggered the formation, he would not be able to survive even if he had 9 lives. Xiaoqin said, "Many thanks." Ao Jiao said seriously, "Pay attention and focus. Although the Thunder King destroyed some of the formations, the lines and the Tao are not damaged." Chapter 7:11. Suppressing the throbbing in the depths of his heart, Xiaoqin said calmly, "I understand. You can tell me how to enter now, right?" Ao Jiao did not say anything. She closed her clear eyes, revealing only her long eyelashes. Then she slowly formed hand seals with her hands, and a faint white light spread out from her body. The white light was like starlight, drifting and covering the entire space. As the white light spread out, interweaving lines appeared before Xiaoqian's eyes. The lines were black and white, interweaving and flowing. Aside from the Blue Dragon Palace, they cut the space in this place into pieces. Xiaoqin was astonished. He could feel the most primitive truth and reason in the world from these 2 lines. It was like everything was born from them. Ao Jiao opened her eyes and said, "White represents space and black represents the world. As long as you do not touch these 2 lines, you will be able to pass through safely." Xiaoqian's eyes lit up. He discovered that if he could find the pattern in which the 2 lines combined, he could pass through them without touching them. "How incredible! How did you do it?" Xiaoqin praised sincerely. To be able to reveal space and time and find the weak points, it was truly incredible. Ao Jiao smiled and said, "The Thunder King was only 1 step away from Sovereign Martial Emperor. Although he could not control space and time, he had touched the threshold. He suffered a great loss in this formation. After that, he spent a lot of time researching this formation. I'm just using it. Remember, you only have 1 chance. If you fail, the sword chi will immediately tear you apart." Xiaoqin took a deep breath and started to observe carefully. The black and white lines crisscrossed before him like they were on a go board. The dull lines became vivid in Xiaoqian's eyes. He also slowly understood the mysteries of space and time, gaining some comprehension in his heart. Xiao. Suddenly Xiaoqin moved. He did not hesitate to fly forward. Without any hesitation he flew straight ahead. The lines brushed past him. The white lines represented space and the black lines represented the world. As long as he touched any one of them, he would activate the 5-element absolute sealing formation. Xiaoqin landed firmly and arrived before the Blue Dragon Palace. Then he heaved a sigh of relief. If he remembered correctly, there were no lines around the palace. Oh! The white light from Ao Jiao vanished. The visible lines of time and space turned into nothingness once more. Aside from the occasional junk in the air, there was nothing else. The palace doors were tightly shut, and the steps were covered in a thick layer of dust. It had not been cleaned for a long time. This place looked like a desolate temple in the wilderness. Xiaoqin looked at the doors and said, "There is no need to test the doors." Even with the strongest single-target attack of the Thunder King, he could not move them. Of Xiaoqin of the steps, Xiaoqin left footprints on the steps. Kasie. Xiaoqin opened the doors of. The bronze doors were covered in dust. The instant the doors opened, the dust fell like snowflakes, landing on Xiaoqin. Behind him, Ao Jiao's pretty face was filled with shock. Her bright eyes widened as she stammered, You, why did you push it open?" The doors were slightly ajar, not fully open. Xiaoqin peered through the crack and discovered that there were still lights flickering. It was not completely dark inside. As for Ao Jiao's question, Xiaoqin could not figure it out. When he saw these doors, Xiaoqin felt like he had returned to his own home. Xiaoqin very naturally pushed the doors open. He had never thought about not being able to enter. Could it be that he was not allowed to enter his own home? Xiaoqin pushed hard and the 2 bronze doors opened. The scenery of the first floor of the Blue Dragon Palace appeared before his eyes. There was an oil lamp on each of the 4 walls. It was unknown what the wick was made of. Unexpectedly, after burning for 10,000 years, they still did not extinguish. When the doors opened, wind blew in, causing the flames to flicker continuously. The flickering flames made this ancient palace look even more mysterious. The walls were dark yellow and there were some murals carved on them. As he was far away, Xiaoqin could not make out what the murals were. On the wall facing him there was a painting. On the painting there was a stalwart man in green clothes, but there was nothing else on the painting. The azure-robed man had a saber hanging at his waist, and his right hand was on the saber hilt. However, his appearance was not clear. There was a wooden table below the painting with a brocade box on it. Xiaoqun did not know what it contained. Everything in the palace gave off a mysterious aura, deterring anyone from making a rash move. When Xiaoqun looked down, he saw an extremely complicated formation carved in golden blood on the floor. A faint emperor's mic came from it, making one's breathing hasty. Xiaoqun quickly activated that trace of monarch bloodline. Only then did he feel better. As he continued looking, he saw a bright, transparent crystal embedded in the center of the formation. Everything here seemed familiar. The various scenes made Xiaoqun feel dazzled. Finally, his gaze fixed on the painting. He could not help but walk forward, wanting to take a closer look. Who exactly is the person in the painting? Don't go in yet. Just as Xiaoqun raised his foot and was about to enter, Ao Jiao stopped him. Xiaoqun became more clear-headed. This was the Blue Dragon Palace that even the Thunder King could block. How could he enter so casually? Ao Jiao pulled Xiaoqun back. Then she closed the two bronze doors with a pa sound again. Feeling strange, Xiaoqun asked, "What are you trying to do?" Ao Jiao looked somewhat depressed. She clenched her teeth and said, "I don't believe that this door can be opened so easily." Back then, the Thunder King's strength character formula did not fail. With one saber strike he could even kill a rank 10 demonic beast. She pulled Xiaoqun back a few steps before leaping up. Her jade-like hands glowed with a bright light, and a strong quintessence gathered in her palm. Then she pressed her palm against the bronze doors. There was a loud sound, but the bronze doors did not budge at all. The huge force was like a stone sinking into the sea, not causing any ripples. Bang, bang, bang. Ao Jiao pressed her palm a few more times. However, the bronze doors did not budge at all. Only then did she withdraw her palm in satisfaction. A crafty look flashed in her eyes as she smiled and said, "Hee hee. That's more like it. Trashy master, go and try again." Xiaoqun gaped slightly, feeling somewhat speechless. What if I really cannot open it? So this is why Ao Jiao stopped him. However, Xiaoqun believed that this door would still open for him. There would not be any accidents. Stepping forward, Xiaoqun gently touched the bronze doors with his palm. There did not seem to be any changes. However, the core formation of the Blue Dragon Palace, which was connected to the underground, gave off a bright light as it quickly confirmed something. Xiaoqun gently pushed, and the doors of the great hall opened with a creak, easily opening again without any obstruction. After walking in with large strides, Xiaoqun turned his head to look at Ao Jiao, who had a strange expression on her face. He smiled and said, "Come in. I'll bring you to the scenery that the Thunder King did not bring you to see back then." Ao Jiao's lips curled up as she muttered, "Who cares?" Even though she said that, she still walked in quickly. Her bright and adorable eyes curiously looked around at everything around her. Clearly, Ao Jiao was very interested in this place. She did not care as much as she said. Xiaoqun smiled faintly and walked past the formation drawn in the Golden Emperor's blood. Then he arrived before the painting and focused on it. The long robes of the azure-robed man depicted 18 circling blue dragons. Each blue dragon looked very lifelike, like they were alive. Xiaoqun could even see them swimming on the robes. The blue dragon robes gave off a faint glow. When Xiaoqun looked carefully, he seemed to see a boundless mysterious phenomenon spanning 5,000 kilometers in his mind. This blue dragon robes was definitely a supreme secret treasure, surpassing superior grade secret treasures and peak grade secret treasures. As for what grade it was, Xiaoqun was not sure. However, what attracted Xiaoqun's attention was the posture of the azure-robed man holding the saber. As a bladesman, Xiaoqun immediately noticed that there was something strange about this simple posture of holding the saber. Hence, Xiaoqun quickly simulated the direction of the azure-robed man's saber in his mind. Where would the saber in the scabbard come from? How should Xiaoqun block? Whoosh! Just after Xiaoqun finished calculating, he felt a saber light flying at him. The person in the painting actually came to life. Furthermore, he attacked from an angle that Xiaoqun had not expected. The saber light flashed and Xiaoqun's eyes widened in shock. Before he could cry out, he felt his head being chopped off and tossed high into the air. Bang, bang, bang. Xiaoqun took 3 steps back, his face filled with horror as he touched his neck. There was no wound or blood. Xiaoqun's head was still there, he was not dead. Xiaoqun looked forward. The person in the painting was as graceful as an immortal, not moving at all. Could I be seeing things? However, that feeling was very real. Xiaoqun could not figure it out. In that instant earlier he really thought that he had died. That horror was indescribable with words. In the instant before he died he even thought of many things. Everything was still vivid in his mind. Ao Jiao, who was studying the formations on the ground, looked up and asked doubtfully, "What's wrong? Are you all right?" Xiaochen answered awkwardly. Naturally, he could not say that he was frightened by a painting. After thinking for a while, he quickly stepped forward and removed the painting without hesitation. Then he rolled it up and placed it in the universe ring. There was definitely a universe within this painting, containing boundless mysteries. The person in the painting was very powerful and definitely had a great background. "Hey, why are you putting away a painting of a dead person like it is a treasure?" Ao Jiao could not help mocking Xiaochen when she saw what he was doing. Martial emperors had a lifespan of 1,000 years. Sovereign martial emperors could live for more than 5,000 years. Xiaochen did not think that this person was definitely dead. He felt a strange sense of closeness to this person. He replied, "Who said that he is dead? Perhaps this senior is undergoing experiential training in the starry heavens or the demonic world." "That is the Dragon's Gate's Qing Emperor. He has been dead for more than 10,000 years. If it is not a painting of a dead person, what is it?" This person was the Qing Emperor. Xiaochen was slightly stunned. He was somewhat speechless. He wanted to take out the painting and take a closer look. However, he was afraid of that strange scene. Ao Jiao smiled and said, "Hee hee." Although the Qing Emperor was the strongest sovereign martial emperor since the ancient era, sweeping through the Kunlun realm and shaking the 18 demonic worlds with his might, he has been dead for 10,000 years. There is no need for him to scare you to this extent. Come and take a look at this. This is the truly scary thing. Ao Jiao called out to Xiaochen. Then they went to the center of the hall, to the side of the formation carved in Golden Emperor's blood. Chapter 7:12. When Xiaochen walked over to take a look, he felt incredibly shocked as well. The moment he entered, he discovered the extraordinariness of this formation. That golden blood was definitely Emperor Wu's blood. Otherwise it would not have such might. The physical bodies of emperors already surpassed that of ordinary bodies. Their blood, bones, and every part of their bodies were supreme treasures. This was especially so for their blood, which already contained spiritual origin energy. As long as the emperor's blood did not run dry, they could revive from a single drop of blood, unkillable. Unexpectedly, this formation was drawn entirely with emperor's blood. One could easily imagine how mighty the formation was and how shocking the items it sealed were. Ao Jiao looked for a while before saying, "This is not an ordinary emperor's blood. It is the golden deity blood of the outer realm deity race's Emperor Wu. The spiritual energy it contains is even stronger. With this formation, the might of the seal will double." The outer realm deity race was one of the 5 great races of the Kunlun realm. The so-called deity race was only in their original world. No one in the Kunlun realm saw them as gods. This group of outer realm deity race came from another world. In that world they held a high position. They were born to be superior people, possessing boundless magic abilities and boundless strength, possessing supreme strength. Their world suffered a calamity that they could not resolve. For the sake of survival, they migrated their entire race, using formations to traverse the boundless starry heavens, breaking through the barrier of the crystal wall, and arriving in the ancient Kunlun realm. The outer realm deity race was very strong, especially in the aspect of mental energy. They far surpassed the cultivators of the Kunlun realm. Unfortunately, they ran into the most glorious age of cultivators in the Kunlun realm, an age where emperors were as common as clouds and sages were everywhere. This group of deity race people, who originally held high positions, wanted to reunite the Kunlun realm and restore the deity race to its former glory. However, they were taught a ruthless lesson. Nearly all the peak experts were killed and their race nearly went extinct. Fortunately, the various races of the Kunlun realm fought each other, giving them a chance to catch their breath and survive. After the Emperor War, the various races of the Kunlun realm suffered significant losses. The deity race, who felt that they were not qualified to participate in the Emperor War, managed to preserve the elites of their race. Things changed with the passage of time. 50,000 years after the Emperor War, many of the races that once bullied the deity race vanished in the boundless river of history. As for the outer realm god race, they developed bit by bit, cultivating and recuperating, concealing their strengths and biding their time. Now they were one of the 5 major races of the Kunlun realm. Furthermore, they were very strong, showing signs of surpassing the other races. Xiao Chen's understanding of the outer realm god race was limited to this. It was all official information. As for some of the deity race's experts, the characteristics of their martial techniques and their structure were not clear at all. Ao Jiao rubbed her head, revealing a reminiscing expression. Let me think, 10,000 years ago the celestial race was powerful and the human race was weak. The Bushan Palace's spirit veins near Kunlun Mountain are often harassed by the God clan and have suffered heavy losses. The situation only improved after the Qing Emperor took over the Bushan Palace. So it's not strange that he killed a few great emperors of the God clan. The golden formation had a diameter of 100 meters, and the golden blood on it gave off a faint radiance. Even after 10,000 years the blood had not solidified. In the center of the formation eye, the transparent crystal was perfectly embedded with the ground without any gaps. Ao Jiao entered deep thought. She could not understand it no matter how she thought about it. She said, however, why did they go through so much trouble to seal a piece of white jade crystal? Furthermore, there is a 5-element absolute sealing formation outside. The doors of the Blue Dragon Palace are another formation. There are formations within formations and formations within formations. Furthermore, even Emperor Wu did not dare to barge into each of these formations. Xiaoqun looked at the resplendent, transparent white jade crystal in the center of the formation and said, if you want to know, just take it out and take a look. Ao Jiao looked at the golden formation in front and said, you'd best not have such thoughts. Given your physical body that barely counts as a rank 1 sage body, the golden blood will burn you into slag in less than a minute. Xiaoqun laughed disapprovingly. He had just said it casually and did not mean anything else. Just the might contained in the blood required Xiaoqun to circulate his sovereign bloodline at full power to resist. How could he barge into it? Xiaoqun was not as conflicted as Ao Jiao. He did not care what was being sealed. Since it was unrelated to him, there was no need to think too much about it, no matter how strange it was. Xiaoqun thought about the brocade box on the wooden table behind him. He turned around to see if there was anything good in it. Boom. At this moment, the dimly lit hall suddenly became bright, and the temperature continued to rise. Xiaoqun, who had already touched the brocade box, was startled by this scene. He quickly turned his head back to look. He saw every line of the golden formation giving off a faint glow. A boundless might suddenly soared. An irresistible force came over and sent Xiaoqun flying back. Then he crashed into the wall and vomited a mouthful of blood in a sorry state. In that instant, the Emperor's might contained in the golden blood was completely activated. Xiaoqun only had a trace of sovereign bloodline. It was not enough to face this. The jade-white crystal in the center of the formation shot out a golden pillar of light. This was the source of the light in the hall. At the same time, unknown to Xiaoqun and Ao Jiao, the ground 10 kilometers away from the Blue Dragon Palace trembled continuously. All sorts of demonic beasts fled in panic. On the surface, the Azure Dragon Palace appeared calm. However, the sealed item was currently resisting intensely. The light slowly scattered. When everything calmed down, Xiaoqun and Ao Jiao saw a flame that looked like a golden spiritual spring swimming around in the transparent jade-white crystal. A wisp of flame that looked like a golden spirit fountain quickly swam one round inside the crystal before sinking into the interior of the crystal. This is the heavenly flame. Xiaoqun was no stranger to this item. There were legends of the heavenly flame in the Sky Dome realm. He had also seen Chu Chaoyun's heavenly flame, which was only a tenth of its original size. The flames of the world were split into yin and yang. Only the heavenly flame stood outside yin and yang, transcending the world. It was the king of all flames. Its might was so great that it could even burn down the entire Qianwu continent, destroying a small realm. However, it was clear that Chu Chaoyun had not completely refined and absorbed a tenth of the heavenly flame back then. At best, he could bring out 20% of its strength. A strange look flashed in Ao Jiao's eyes. She said, I heard that the original Qianwu Emperor split the complete heavenly flame into 10 portions. Unexpectedly, there is a portion sealed here as well. Furthermore, it is in the hands of the Qing Emperor. Xiaoqun's eyes also filled with shock. The Qing Emperor had fought a great war with the Qianwu dynasty. It was understandable that he had snatched away the other party's heavenly flame. However, it was just a tenth of the heavenly flame. Using such a large formation to seal it felt like making a big fuss over a minor issue. When Ao Jiao heard Xiaoqun's doubts, she explained, it should not be that simple. This strand of heavenly flame contains the origin flame of the heavenly flame. If one cannot obtain the origin flame, even if one gathers 9 portions of the heavenly flame, they will not be able to bring out the might of the complete heavenly flame. Looking at the resplendent, transparent, white jade-like crystal, Xiaoqun entered deep thought. He said, there should be a formation in this white jade-like crystal. Even if someone snatches away the crystal, they will have to put in a lot of effort to obtain the heavenly flame. Ao Jiao clapped her hands and stopped thinking about this. Then she turned her head and looked at Xiao Qin. She smiled and said, "All right, I figured out the problem. Let's see what is in this brocade box." After coming to the Blue Dragon Palace, if we do not obtain anything, it would be too much of a loss. After Ao Jiao spoke, she rushed ahead of Xiao Qin and opened the brocade box, catching Xiao Qin somewhat unprepared. Gently opening the brocade box, Ao Jiao saw what was inside. She exclaimed in shock, "It is a jade strip." Martial techniques stored in jade strips are normally secret techniques of the Holy Lands that are not taught to outsiders. Xiao Qin received the jade strip and fiddled with it. He discovered that he could not use his spiritual sense to enter it. He looked at Ao Jiao and asked, "How do I use this jade strip?" Ao Jiao had followed the Thunder King everywhere. Her horizons were much broader than Xiao Qian's. Naturally, she knew this like the back of her hand. She replied casually, "Drip your blood on it and you will be able to sense it. However, after dripping your blood, you will have to make a blood oath to not teach this martial technique to outsiders." Xiao Qin did as she said. Soon, some information appeared in his mind. He quickly closed his eyes and tried to sense it carefully. Soon, the light from the jade strip faded and turned into powder. Xiao Qin only opened his eyes after a long time. Ao Jiao asked in anticipation, "How is it? What martial technique is it? Heaven-ranked or a sage-ranked martial technique that surpasses heaven-ranked?" Xiao Qin shook his head, indicating that it was neither. Ao Jiao's mouth gaped slightly as she exclaimed in shock, "Could it be a legendary divine-ranked martial technique or an immortal secret technique?" Xiao Qin smiled faintly and said, "It is not that exaggerated. It is just a dragon tone art, a sound wave martial technique. It is able to infuse sound waves with dragon might and can be used to attack directly. It can also destroy the opponent's aura and intimidate them." Ao Jiao's eyes turned into crescent moons as she smiled. She said joyfully, "It is actually the dragon tone art. It has been lost for 10,000 years already. This is like picking up a treasure." Xiao Qin did not feel that there was anything special about this martial technique. He asked, "Why do you say so?" Ao Jiao explained, "This dragon tone art was comprehended by the Qing Emperor himself. Only the true inheritors of the Dragon's Gate are qualified to learn it. It is specifically used to counter the mental energy martial techniques of the deity race. The deity race cultivators use their mental energy martial techniques to move about unhindered. They are rather difficult to deal with. In the future, when you meet a deity race expert, there will be nothing to fear." Xiao Qin thought for a while. In the future, he would not just cultivate in the Tianwu domain. He would definitely go to the outer realm like the disciples of the three holy masters. At that time, this dragon tone art would be of great use. Even if it was not used to deal with the deity race, it would have an unexpected effect on breaking the aura of an expert. The two continued searching, hoping to find more good things. However, they found nothing. Xiao Qin glanced at the entrance to the second floor and hesitated for a while. Then he said, "Come, let's go to the second floor." Dong. Just as the two were about to enter the second floor, a black energy seal fell down and completely blocked the entrance. This startled Xiao Qin and Ao Jiao. They stood at the entrance and turned their heads to look. To their surprise, they discovered a black-robed wandering spirit on the first floor at some point in time. The black-robed wandering spirit slowly lowered his right hand that was pointing at the two. Clearly he was the one who had obtained the seal earlier. The black-robed wandering spirit was an old man. His body was a shadow of light, giving off an ethereal feeling. Xiao Qin and Ao Jiao were both startled at the same time. Earlier, the two had searched the first floor of the Blue Dragon Palace but had not found anything suspicious. Ao Jiao looked at the old man and immediately thought of something. She pointed at him and said, "You are the item spirit. You are the item spirit of this Blue Dragon Palace." Chapter 713. A faint smile appeared on the black-robed spirit's aged face. He said, "You guessed right. However, this is not a place you can enter." After saying that, the black-robed spirit stretched out his finger, and a dazzling light appeared on his fingertip. Before Ao Jiao could react, her body turned into light and entered the immortal spirit ring. Xiao Qian's expression changed. He quickly summoned the lunar shadow saber and stared coldly at the black-robed spirit. "There is no need to be nervous. I just let her have a good sleep. When she wakes up, she might even thank me properly." The black-robed spirit smiled amicably as he asked Xiao Qin calmly. Xiao Qin sent his spiritual sense into the immortal spirit ring. Indeed, it was as the other party said. Ao Jiao lay peacefully beside the netherworld flower, asleep. "I have already waited for you for 10,000 years." The Blue Dragon Palace's item spirit looked at Xiao Chen with excitement in his eyes. Xiao Chen's heart did not fluctuate much. When he first saw the Blue Dragon Palace, he already had such a feeling. Long ago, when Xiao Xiong discovered that Xiao Chen possessed the Blue Dragon martial spirit and chased him out of the clan, Xiao Chen had already guessed that Xiao Chen's origins were extraordinary. However, was this black-robed spirit trustworthy? Xiao Chen gently leaped out of the corridor and looked at the other party. He asked calmly, "Who are you? Why have you waited for me for 10,000 years?" The Blue Dragon Palace's item spirit had an unfathomable expression in his deep eyes. He smiled faintly and said, "Who am I? Why don't you ask who you are?" Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. A strange look flashed in his eyes as he stared at the black-robed spirit, trying to find some clues in the other party's eyes. Who was he? He was the Xiao clan's Xiao Chen. He was the white-robed bladesman Xiao Chen. However, this was what others thought of him. Only Xiao Chen knew that he was not. He came from another world. Although he was also called Xiao Chen, he was not the true Xiao Chen. However, the old man's eyes were deep and boundless, and no clues could be seen. It was impossible to guess what he was thinking, and there was no way to find out what he was thinking. When the black-clothed old man saw Xiao Chen's expression, he smiled in a friendly manner and said, "There is no need to be so wary. I will not harm you. In fact, if you did not go to the second level, I would not even appear in front of you." "I can't go up?" The artifact spirit of the Blue Dragon Palace smiled helplessly and said, "Of course. The entire Blue Dragon Palace is yours. I won't stop you if you pass the 5-element absolute ceiling formation. But you're too weak. The second floor's test will take your life on the spot. I can't even figure out how you managed to pass through the 5 elements absolute ceiling array outside." Xiao Chen pondered for a moment and told him how he used the trick to pass through the 5 elements absolute ceiling formation. So that's how it is. That youth from 5,000 years ago was indeed startling. To think that he could think of such a method to break the formation. It looks like I have to make up for this weakness in the future. The black-clothed old man revealed an expression of understanding. Then he turned to Xiao Chen and asked, "How is that youth now? He should be the strongest sovereign martial emperor of this era. The title of Thunder King will probably belong to him." Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "No, he died many years ago." The black-clothed old man revealed an expression of shock. He said, "How can that be? He has great luck." Emperor Wu, who was already a minor heavenly martial emperor 5,000 years ago, has already risen to prominence. How could he fall for no reason? The sovereign martial emperors of the Tianwu domain would not allow him to die. This person could have grown to the level of the Qing emperor. When the black-clothed old man heard this news, some panic appeared on his old face. He muttered non-stop, not daring to believe it. An absolute genius like the Thunder King, who survived many tribulations to become Emperor Wu, already possesses supreme luck. Even the martial emperors of the other races would not dare to make a move on him. Could it be that they did it? That must be the case. One Qing emperor is already troublesome enough for them. They will not allow another to appear. The black-clothed old man muttered to himself. Xiao Chen was confused. He could not understand what was going on. He did not understand why the death of the Thunder King affected this person so much. After a long time, the black-clothed old man calmed down. He looked at Xiao Chen and seemed to have made up his mind about something. He said, "Your martial spirit is already scattered. Originally, I was planning to let you reunite it in the future. It looks like I do not have that much time." The old man walked around Xiao Chen and arrived behind him. He said, "Turn around. Let me ask you, have you practiced the dragon subduing slash to the second slash? In the end, you have not been able to improve, unable to find the feeling of truly drawing your saber?" Xiao Chen asked in shock, "How did you know?" The black-clothed old man smiled faintly and said, "My martial spirit is already scattered. How can I learn the essence of Soaring Dragon? Quickly become Emperor Wu and pass the 5-element absolute ceiling formation. At that time this old man will serve you." Ding. He pointed a finger at Xiao Chen's forehead. In an instant, a strong wind blew. Xiao Chen's body floated up uncontrollably. Azure light radiated from his body, and a berserk energy surged out. All 360 acupoints in Xiao Chen's body exploded. Dragon chi flowed through his body, scattering everywhere. The berserk energy battered every inch of Xiao Chen's skin and internal organs. It was extremely painful. Xiao Chen clenched his teeth and his expression twisted. He was in extreme pain. The blue dragon martial spirit hidden in his acupoints was completely drawn out. The blue dragon tattoo on his left and right arms slowly dimmed. Under the control of the black-clothed old man's item spirit, more than 300 strands of dragon chi flowed into Xiao Chen's dantian. Boom! When all the strands of dragon chi clashed together, they formed and produced an intense explosion in Xiao Chen's body. He immediately vomited a mouthful of blood. When the light scattered, Xiao Chen sank his consciousness into his dantian. He discovered that the blue dragon martial spirit, which Song Ke had scattered, had actually reformed in his dantian. Golden patterns appeared on the surface of the originally ordinary dantian, making it look even more solid, dense, and mysterious. The veritable essence energy liquid around the dantian formed 100 white clouds floating around the dantian. After the Blue Dragon Palace's item spirit finished doing all this, his body became even fainter. He placed his finger on Xiao Chen's forehead and pushed. Xiao Chen's body flew back like a cannonball. Then he landed on the mountain that the Thunder Emperor chopped off with a loud bang. Pa! The two bronze doors closed and the black-clothed old man's voice came from inside. 10,000 years is not long, but it is not short either. Advance to Martial Emperor quickly for the Dragon's Gate and for yourself. As Xiao Chen looked at the tightly shut bronze doors, his mind filled with doubts. He could not connect all these things together. Why was the Heavenly Flame's origin flame sealed in the palace? Why did the Thunder King's death make the old man so anxious? Why did he say that he had waited 10,000 years for me? The extraordinary secret treasure, the Blue Dragon Palace, the fallen Holy Land, the Dragon's Gate, and the unrivaled Qing Emperor. What did all this have to do with him? Everything was a mess. He could not make sense of it or make sense of it. Never mind. I'll just treat it as if I never came here. It will just add to my worries. Xiao Chen shook his head and sighed. If possible, he just wanted to be a pure bladesman, pursuing the great Tao of cultivation and standing at the peak of the world. However, all the clues and everything pointed to the fact that he did not come to this world by chance. His fate might have been decided from the start. No matter what, increasing his strength was the most important thing. Whether it was simply wanting to survive or to unravel all the mysteries, strength was always the most important. Xiao Chen collected his thoughts and stopped looking at the dust-covered Blue Dragon Palace. He condensed his martial spirit again, and the blue dragon tattoo on his arm vanished. The most important thing now was to see what kind of changes this would bring to his strength. Song Ke had once shattered Xiao Chen's martial spirit, severely injuring him and leaving him on the verge of death. He had been in a sorry state in the underground river, narrowly escaping death. This was something that Xiao Chen would never forget. Since then, Xiao Chen had always thought that his martial spirit would never recover. Unexpectedly, it reunited today. This made Xiao Chen, who had not had a martial spirit for a long time, suddenly feel somewhat unaccustomed. So he circulated his quintessence slightly. Half of the white cloud outside his dantian immediately vanished, turning into surging quintessence that surged through his meridians like a gushing sea, unobstructed. Xiao Chen flicked his finger, and a strand of dense purple saber chi whistled through the air. After a long time, it vanished from Xiao Chen's sight. Hey, it seems like I can use my quintessence more smoothly than before, Xiao Chen said, feeling somewhat surprised. Then he tested it a few more times and discovered that it was indeed so. The speed at which his quintessence flowed was even faster, about 20% faster. With a thought, his quintessence gathered at his fingertip and shot out. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and checked his cultivation. He was overjoyed. It seemed like all the dragon chi in his body flowed back and turned into his cultivation. Now Xiao Chen was a middle-stage medial-grade martial monarch. He had already reached late-stage medial-grade martial monarch, not far from the peak. Xiao Chen brandished his fist and circulated pure vital qi. He punched the air and a surging vital qi exploded in his fist. A deafening clap of thunder seemed to ring out from the flat ground. The wind howled and ripples appeared in the air, extending for 3,000 meters. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. He muttered to himself, "In the past, after I opened my dragon acupoints, my vital qi would increase by 30%. Now that the martial spirit in my acupoints is no longer there, I no longer have such explosive power. However, my strength has increased from 1,800,000 kilograms to 1 million kilograms. Now that I no longer have the 30% explosive power, my ordinary strength has increased by 20%. Overall, I have gained a little." The only thing that disappointed Xiao Chen was that the dragon acupoints in his feet were no longer there. He would not be able to continue using the technique of quickly changing his position within a short distance. The dragon acupoints in the soles of his feet had helped Xiao Chen many times in his battles. They could be used to attack or retreat. They were very practical. Let's not talk about this for now. I should raise my cultivation first. After I refine my cultivation twice and advance to late-stage medial grade martial monarch, I should be able to defeat an opponent like Shimin Bao easily. With a flip of his hand, 50-year-old earth essence fruits appeared in his palm. Then Xiaoqun sat down cross-legged and ate 3 in one go. 50-year-old earth essence fruits would only tickle Xiaoqun. Only by consuming a few at the same time could he achieve his goal of raising his cultivation quickly. After refining the medicinal energy of the earth essence fruits, Xiaoqun was not in a rush to consume them. Instead, he spent some time refining the quintessence that the medicinal energy had turned into. Chapter 7:14. Xiaoqun had refined the quintessence that he had obtained using the inferior grade spirit gathering pearls earlier. He would not give up on his hard work here. After Xiaoqun consumed all the earth essence fruits under 100 years of age, he was only a step away from peak late-stage martial monarch. Xiaoqun took out one of his remaining 3 medial grade spirit gathering pearls. Using the surging quintessence in the medial grade spirit gathering pearl, he easily broke through this small bottleneck. A medial grade spirit gathering pearl was worth 1 million superior grade spirit stones. Even if ordinary people had spirit stones, they would not be able to buy one. It could be used to break through the bottleneck from medial grade martial monarch to superior grade martial monarch. It was a waste for Xiaoqun to use it to break through this small bottleneck. However, time was tight. The true dragon cave had already opened, and most of the people had probably arrived already. If Xiaoqun did not want the treasures in there to be snatched away, he had to strengthen himself quickly. When Xiaoqun's cultivation reached peak late-stage medial grade martial monarch, he took out a superior grade quintessence gathering pill. However, he did not rush to consume it. When Xiaoqun thought about the pain of consuming the quintessence gathering pill the last time, he could not help but tremble. After taking a deep breath, Xiaoqun decisively placed the quintessence gathering pill in his mouth. After chewing a few times, he swallowed it all. Soon the expected pain arrived. After experiencing it once, Xiaoqun experienced it once. Xiaoqun clenched his teeth and did his best to endure as large beads of sweat rolled off his forehead. Time slowly went by. With every second that Xiaoqun endured, the pain intensified. Wave after wave of pain assaulted him. Even though he had experienced it once, Xiaoqun's willpower was put to a great test. If he was not careful, all his previous efforts would go to waste. All his efforts would be for naught. When the pain vanished, Xiaoqun did not feel relief. Instead, he felt numb. He lost all sensation. After a long time, Xiaoqun's lips curled up in a bitter smile. He said, "Such pain, only someone like me would challenge it again and again." With the aid of the quintessence gathering pill, Xiaoqun's cultivation returned to early-stage medial grade martial monarch. However, the 100 white clouds around his dantian had all turned purple. Xiaoqun stood up and withdrew his aura, not letting any of it leak out. His pitch-black eyes were like black gems, filled with luster and spiritual energy. With a thought, Xiaoqun flicked his 10 fingers, and strands of purple saber chi circled around him, dancing around him. Saber chi flew everywhere, lightning flickered and crackled incessantly. It was like a storm of sabers mixed with lightning. Xiaoqun's long hair fluttered in the air. Amidst the storm of blades, he looked like a peerless killing god, showing off his sharpness. Slash! Xiaoqun shouted, and the sabers in front of him shot forward like 10,000 arrows. Cassia! Cassia! They exploded in the air. If there was an enemy in front of him with a slightly weaker cultivation base, he would immediately be riddled with holes. Xiaoqun nodded in satisfaction. After his quintessence became denser, he could clearly feel his strength increasing. For this moment, all the pain was worth it. Xiaoqun sat back down on the top half of the mountain. Then he stretched out his hand, and rows of earth essence fruits appeared in front of him. Even the youngest one was 100 years old. 10 200-year-old earth essence fruits and 1 300-year-old earth essence fruit. Such a horrifying harvest would cause others' eyes to go red with envy. Xiaoqun thought back to when Hu Hai and the others saw 10 200-year-old earth essence fruits. If they knew that Xiaoqun had another peak-grade earth essence fruit, their jaws would probably fall off in shock. As Xiaoqun looked at the earth essence fruits before him, he smiled faintly and said, "The savage battlefield is indeed a land of fortuitous encounters. If it were under normal circumstances, how could my cultivation grow so quickly?" Suddenly, Xiaoqun thought about the ferocious people he had seen since then, and Juanxi by Wuxia Shui Lingling and the passionate young master. The excitement in Xiaoqun's heart could not help but fade. Compared to these people, what did Xiaoqun's current accomplishments count for? How could he be complacent with just a slight improvement? Xiaoqun's gaze was resolute as he said, It is not enough, far from enough. After this savage battlefield ends, I need to be able to protect myself against the 7 giants. The extreme insect's true inheritors mocked Xiao Chen. Before Bai Wuxia left, he had a cold and sinister look in his eyes. If Xiao Chen stopped there, he would die for sure. And Juanshi's casual whip sent the 300-meter-long venomous python tumbling in the air. Murong Lingfeng's folding fan did not hesitate to kill a half-sage loose cultivator when he saw one. The 7 giants treated half-sages as nothing, casually killing them. However, Xiao Chen was still a medial-grade martial monarch. The mysterious son of the 3 holy masters had already killed his way out of the Kunlun realm. In the vast Kunlun realm, he was the leader of the human race's younger generation, traveling everywhere. His fame spread far and wide, shaking up the Kunlun realm. Xiao Chen sighed and said, "This world is very big. For the sake of seeing all the sceneries, I have to work hard and never give up." There were more than 30 100-year-old Earth Essence fruits, 10 200-year-old Earth Essence fruits, and 1 300-year-old peak-grade Earth Essence fruit. This was an immeasurably vast fortune. Xiao Chen spent 3 days and 3 nights before he completely consumed it. After that, he spent another 2 days before he completely stabilized the medicinal liquid he refined. His cultivation rose to peak late-stage medial-grade martial monarch once more. Now he was only 1 step away from superior-grade martial monarch. Xiao Chen had already refined his quintessence twice. Long ago he no longer feared regular superior-grade martial monarchs. Now that he had advanced to peak medial-grade martial monarch, the advantage of superior-grade martial monarchs in quintessence was gone. Xiao Chen would even be able to hold his own against a half-sage in terms of pure quintessence. He would no longer have to face Bai Wuxia's great icy cold palm, which was not a killing move. Xiao Chen would no longer have to use the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. Purple clouds drifted around Xiao Chen's dantian, which was covered in golden patterns. The purple clouds crowded together and looked like a moon surrounding the mysterious dantian. Xiao Chen's vast quintessence was at least 3 or 4 times stronger than Xiao Chen's before he entered the Blue Dragon Palace. In the past, if Xiao Chen executed a heaven-ranked martial technique, he could execute it 5 times in a row at most. After that, his quintessence would not be able to keep up. Now Xiao Chen felt that if he executed the Blue Dragon Goes to Sea, he would have no problem executing it 10 times in a row. Furthermore, he would have more than enough quintessence. The many purple clouds around Xiao Chen's dantian flickered with electricity. They were all the purest and densest lightning-attributed quintessence. At this moment, Xiao Chen's eyes were purple. Occasionally, electricity flickered in the depths of his eyes. He probably would not be able to recover from this mysterious phenomenon anytime soon. Xiao Chen casually opened his hand, and a clump of lightning-attributed quintessence appeared in his palm. Then he tossed it out. The lightning-attributed quintessence landed on the ground and exploded, creating a bottomless pit. Just as the dust rose into the air, the remnant static exploded and turned it into powder. When the wind blew, it disappeared without a trace, leaving behind a 100-meter-wide pit in the ground. Furthermore, this was just a casual strike from Xiao Chen. His true strength was far greater than this. If he refined his quintessence and turned it into saber chi, it would be even more terrifying. Speaking of lightning-attributed quintessence, Xiao Chen could not help but compare it to Juanshi, the demonic genius rumored to be the strongest of the 7 giants. Back then, Juanshi had whipped the 300-meter-long venomous python into the air. The vast lightning-attributed quintessence had shocked Xiao Chen greatly. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. He supported his chin with his right hand and said, "In terms of quintessence, I cultivate the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, which surpasses ordinary heaven-ranked cultivation techniques. I refined my quintessence twice in both inferior-grade martial monarch and medial-grade martial monarch. Even if he is a half-sage and his quintessence is very strong, it should not be much stronger than mine. However, even now, why do I feel that my lightning-attributed quintessence is on a completely different level from his?" A pretty figure appeared behind Xiao Chen. She said softly, "It is because his state of thunder has already touched the threshold of the will of thunder. Perhaps even more incredible, he has already grasped 10% of the will of thunder." Xiao Chen turned his head and discovered Ao Jiao yawning lazily as she spoke to him. This time, when Ao Jiao woke up, Xiao Chen discovered that she seemed somewhat different. However, he could not tell what was different. He smiled warmly and said, "You are awake." Ao Jiao rolled her eyes at Xiao Chen and muttered, "Nonsense. If you are not awake, who is talking to you? You really do not know how to find a topic to talk about." Xiao Chen had long since understood Ao Jiao's temper. She always retorted first, so he smiled faintly and changed the topic. Isn't Yuanxi really as strong as you say? The will of thunder is not that easy to grasp. Ao Jiao replied seriously, that is natural. Furthermore, that is a conservative estimate. If he had grasped 20% of the will of thunder, I would not be surprised. When Xiaoqin heard this, he could not help feeling disappointed and frustrated. This was the first time he had been left so far behind by someone of the same generation in what he was best at. Right now he had no idea what the will of thunder was, he had no idea where it came from. Leng Qianhe once said that aside from Tianwu, the comprehension of a will required opportunities and horizons. Now that he had come to the Kunlun realm and broadened his horizons, where was his opportunity? When Ao Jiao saw Xiaoqian's expression, her heart tightened for some reason. She could feel the disappointment in Xiaoqian's heart. The lazy expression on Ao Jiao's cute face disappeared. She giggled and said, "Don't overthink. You're pretty good yourself. You are not even 22 years old, and your state of thunder has already reached the limits. Furthermore, it contains the immortal attribute. As long as you comprehend a will, your will of thunder will become the immortal will of thunder. At that time, even if he has 30% of the will of thunder, you will not be afraid. The most important thing is that he is already 30 years old. He is 8 years older than you." Xiaoqin sat down and looked at the turbid sky. His gaze was resolute as he said, "There is nothing wrong with overthinking. As long as I do not get frightened by this pressure, it will be fine. I never fear any challenge. Have a tiger in your heart, sniff the rose, have lofty aspirations and do not fear the height of the sky." Just at this moment, a rank 8 demonic beast, soaring sky demonic leopard, flapped its scarlet wings. Demonic chi surged from its body as it soared into the sky. Its huge body cast a large shadow over Xiaoqin and Ao Jiao. Xiaoqin narrowed his eyes as he stared at the soaring sky demonic leopard in the sky. The lunar shadow saber appeared in his left hand, and a murderous intent slowly gathered in his eyes. Xiaoqin circulated his energy for the second move of the dragon subduing slash. His vast quintessence was like a calm river, gushing and flowing endlessly in his meridians. Hidden dragon in the depths, the gentleman plans before taking action. Soaring dragon in the sky, the dragon soars into the 9 heavens, shaking the world. As Xiaoqin's quintessence circulated, the little azure dragon in his dantian suddenly leaped out of his dantian. It pierced through the thick purple quintessence clouds and soared into the sky. Chapter 7:15. When Xiaoqin's feet landed on the ground, he soared up at the same time as the little azure dragon. The instant he soared up, a resonant dragon roar resounded. Xiaoqin turned into a true dragon and soared into the sky. He was like a bolt of lightning as he charged at the flying sky demonic leopard. Just as the little azure dragon in his dantian was about to follow his meridians and charge out of his body, Xiaoqin drew his lunar shadow saber. Kaxie. Purple electricity lit up. From the moment Xiaoqin turned into a true dragon to the moment he drew his saber, the entire process was completed in one breath. Today Xiaoqin easily captured the feeling that he had been searching for so long. A saber light flashed like a true dragon opening its mouth in rage. An unparalleled might directly chopped this rank 8 demonic beast in half. With just one saber strike, Xiaoqin easily chopped down a rank 8 demonic beast that was as strong as a superior grade martial monarch. Blood filled the air as the 2 halves of the flying sky demonic leopard's corpse quickly fell to the ground. Xiaoqin sheathed his saber and revealed a faint expression of joy. He had never executed Soaring Dragon as smoothly as he did now. Xiaoqin executed it in one breath without any obstructions. He just had to follow the feeling in his heart and attack. As Xiaoqin landed on the demonic beast's corpse, he thought to himself, "It looks like the item spirit of the Blue Dragon Palace was right. The problem lies with the martial spirit." The exquisite and pretty Ao Jiao, who was dressed in a silk dress, squinted her eyes as she stood on the top half of the mountain peak. As she looked at the confident Xiaoqin in the air, her lips curled up in a satisfied smile. Xiaoqin's figure flashed and he landed beside Ao Jiao. After thinking for a while, he took out the brocade box containing the map of the savage battlefield. Originally, Xiaoqin intended to practice the dragon tone art first before going out to search for the forbidden lands. However, the surging and thick quintessence in his body and his small accomplishments in Soaring Dragon gave Xiaoqin great confidence. They had already wasted too much time, so they couldn't delay any longer. The experts of the Tianwu domain's younger generation had probably all appeared. The situation was changing and the opportunity was fleeting. If he didn't make a move now, then when would he? Ao Jiao looked at the brocade box that Xiaoqin took out and asked curiously, What is it that you are using a spirit sealing box to store it? Xiao Qin opened the brocade box. Then he took out an ancient beast skin map that emanated spiritual energy from the hidden compartment. As soon as the beast hide map was taken out from the box, a boundless desolate aura burst out from it. It quickly merged with the vast savage battlefield in reality, becoming indistinguishable from each other, forming a wondrous connection. Ao Jiao's eyelashes fluttered as her bright eyes widened. At first she was slightly stunned. After she reacted, the expression in her eyes clearly fluctuated. Suppressing the excitement in her heart, Ao Jiao said joyfully, "This is the map of the savage region. Where did you get it?" Xiao Qin unfurled the map of the savage region and gave a simple explanation of how he obtained it from the loose cultivator Lone Wolf. After Ao Jiao heard that, she clicked her tongue and sighed, "You are really lucky." Back then, the Thunder King searched the entire Tianwu domain for this savage region map, but he could not find it. This savage region map has such a great origin. Back then, even the Thunder King had to put in a lot of effort to search for it. Ao Jiao nodded and said very naturally, "Of course. Before the War of the Emperors, the savage battlefield was one of the two centers of the Kunlun realm. It hides the secret of the immortal epic's destruction. What you are seeing now is just the tip of the iceberg. To the Kunlun realm's Emperor Wu, the savage battlefield is a land of great fortuitous encounters." Xiao Qin revealed a grave expression. He had not expected the savage battlefield to be so vast and vast. Didn't they say that martial sages and above are not allowed to come to the savage battlefield? Why would Emperor Wu come here? This is too much. Before coming here, Xiao Qin had heard that the various sects would not send any martial sages for this experiential training. Even loose cultivators would not dare to break this taboo. Ao Jiao smiled faintly and said quickly, "The experiential training of sect disciples will only start once every 3 years, when the demonic barrier weakens. At other times there are not so many restrictions. Why would Emperor Wu care about that demonic barrier?" This answer answered one of Xiao Qin's doubts. The two did not say anything else and focused on studying the various forbidden lands on the map. Wherever Xiao Qin looked, a vast scene would appear in Xiao Qin's mind. Mountains and rivers from front to back, there was nothing missing. Even the demonic beasts in the surroundings of the forbidden lands could see everything clearly. It was like they were here in person, a wondrous feeling. Every forbidden land would be marked with a bright red dot. Xiao Qin knew his own limits. He did not look at the others, only at the forbidden lands with the weakest color. However, even so, he felt a headache when he looked at them. The forbidden lands with the lowest danger were probably not places that he could venture alone. The demonic beasts in the surroundings were mutated demonic beasts. They were much stronger than ordinary demonic beasts. There were also extremely dangerous environments in the forbidden lands that made one's scalp go numb. For example, there were endless pools of lava, forests filled with 7-colored poison fog, and dangerous lands with ancient formations carved on them. Xiao Qin withdrew his gaze and sighed, "It looks like I thought too simply. It is too difficult to barge into these forbidden lands alone without advancing to martial sage." When Ao Jiao heard this, she smiled faintly and said, "Naturally, it will be difficult to barge into the entire forbidden land. However, you will be able to gain a lot from some of the forbidden lands that no one has discovered." Xiao Qin's eyes lit up and he asked, "What did you discover?" Ao Jiao pointed to a corner of the map and said, "Look here, here, and here. Monarch blood grass." Xiao Qin cried out in pleasant surprise. Scarlet monarch blood grass lay quietly in the desolate corners of the forbidden lands that Ao Jiao pointed to. Furthermore, these forbidden lands were not far from where he was now. It would not take much time. Xiao Qin had experienced the wondrous uses of monarch blood grass long ago. It could refine blood and strengthen qi in blood. It also contained the aura of an ancient sovereign. Just one stalk would allow Xiao Qin to resist the aura of a martial sage. If he had a few more, the sovereign bloodline in his blood would increase significantly. Not only would he be able to resist the aura of a martial sage, he might even be able to resist it. However, these monarch blood grass do not seem that easy to obtain. Each stalk has a mutated rank 8 demonic beast guarding it. Xiao Qin calmed down and frowned slightly. Mutated demonic beasts were not easy to deal with. Even when Shui Lingling faced a group of mutated flying demonic beasts in the bloody ground wasteland, she did not dare to be careless. Ao Jiao withdrew her finger and said with a calm expression, "That is natural. There is no free lunch in this world. You are too naive to think that you can pick up treasures just by obtaining a map." Xiao Qin nodded to himself in agreement. After thinking for a while, he said, "Find the map of the dragon burial mound. I want to see how far the true dragon cave has been explored." After looking around the map of the Savage Plains, Xiaoqun already understood that it was impossible to explore the Forbidden Lands with one's own strength, even if it was the least dangerous. Currently, Xiaoqun placed his greatest hope on the True Dragon Cave, which the seven giants led. Only by venturing deep into the Forbidden Lands could he obtain the truly good things. Ao Jiao gently swiped her finger and quickly found the dragon burial mound on the map. She looked around and found the place with the most people. That should be the True Dragon Cave that was exposed this time. Many people could be seen at the pitch-black entrance of the True Dragon Cave with excited expressions. Along the way to the True Dragon Cave, Xiaoqun saw the corpses of several cultivators. Based on the wounds, they were all saber wounds, sword wounds, and quintessence wounds. Clearly, the owners of these corpses did not die at the hands of demonic beasts. Instead, they died in the intense competition for the strange fruits, spirit herbs, and ores in the periphery. As Xiaoqun and Ao Jiao looked deeper, the interior of the True Dragon Cave appeared before their eyes. The obstacles in front of them had already been swept away. Xiaoqun saw many corpses of demonic beasts lying at the side with their stomachs cut open. The precious materials in their bodies had all been harvested. Xiaoqun could only take a look at the scattered ordinary sect disciples. They did not dare to go too deep into the True Dragon Cave. Instead, they tried their luck here. As Xiaoqun continued looking, he could feel the vastness and complexity of the True Dragon Cave. The caves were connected to each other, looking very complicated. Several cultivators walked around in circles but could not find the true path. As Xiaoqun watched the other party walk around in circles on the map, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He felt that the other party was very stupid. With the map to guide him, Xiaoqun's vision smoothly passed through this huge and complicated cave. He even discovered a few rank 8 spirit herbs that no one had noticed. Boom! The scene on the map suddenly changed. A red fiery light assaulted Xiaoqun's face. The ground was covered in surging lava. Occasionally, golden flames leaped up from the lava. In the magma, one could see long snakes that were made of red flaming stones. Their hole-like eyes were spurting out red flames. Just by looking at the map from afar, Xiaoqun could feel the heat wave assaulting him, deterring him from getting too close. A large group of cultivators stood in front of the lava. They all frowned, not in a rush to barge in. Xiaoqun saw the figures of the Thunder and Lightning Palaces in Juanxi, the passionate young master Murong Lingfeng, the extreme Yin sects by Wuxia, and the other giants. There were also the Battle Realm geniuses led by Niu Deng, the Shiman clan led by Shiman Bao, the Full Moon Pavilions Feng Xingxing, and the Thousand Mystery sects Hua Dao. These were all young experts that Xiaoqun was familiar with or had met before. As for the other experts that he was not familiar with, it would be better. Without exception, this group of people was blocked in front of the fiery lava. They cautiously discussed countermeasures. As Xiaoqun looked around, he finally saw Shui Lingling. She had a calm expression, not showing any fear or dread on her icy face. However, she did not show the joy of reclaiming a desolate land. Instead, there was an indescribable longing in the depths of her eyes. Now that Xiaoqun thought about it, the person who risked the danger of the True Dragon Storm to bring him back was definitely Shui Lingling. She probably thinks that I'm dead, Xiaoqun thought to himself. Then he shifted his gaze to Wang Qing, who was behind Shui Lingling. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. At this moment, Wang Qing was glowing. He looked very happy. He must have gained a lot of benefits in this True Dragon Cave. Chapter 7:16. Ao Jiao withdrew her gaze. Her delicate face did not reveal much surprise. She smiled and said, "You can rest assured now. The True Dragon Cave is not a place that a group of youths can explore as they wish. They will need at least a week to reach the core region." Xiaoqun put away the map and tore off the blue strip of cloth on his forehead. The mark on his forehead flickered with a red light, and the scarlet throne appeared in a flash of red light. The instant the blue strip of cloth was removed, Xiaoqun could no longer hide his king's aura. No matter how much he withdrew his sharpness, no one dared to look at him directly. Xiaoqun leaped up gently and landed on the scarlet throne carried by the scarlet clouds. The scarlet clouds churned like a sovereign descending on the world, sweeping through the surroundings. Ao Jiao's exquisite figure drifted down from the sky like a falling leaf. Then she sat on the armrest of the scarlet throne. A scarlet light flashed, and the scarlet throne carried Xiaoqun and Ao Jiao to the nearest forbidden land. That place had the absolute treasure that he needed, the monarch bloodgrass. Hundreds of kilometers north of the Blue Dragon Palace, there was a huge skeleton. Half of it was buried in the ground and the other half was exposed. The exposed skeleton was already 100 meters tall. If it was buried underground, it would be even larger. If the entire skeleton was dug out, who knew how big it would be and what kind of scene it would be? Not a single blade of grass grew within a kilometer of the skeleton, only sand. The skeleton was covered in dust, obscuring the original color of the bones. 1,000 meters away it was a different scene. The vegetation was flourishing, and there were many tall plants growing, forming a vast forest. In the dense forest, tall and broad trees could be found everywhere. The branches of the towering trees were luxuriant, and the originally dim sunlight was completely covered. Several extremely horrifying demonic beasts hid in the dark forest. A mutated twin-armed demonic ape rested quietly under a large tree. The skin of this twin-armed demonic ape had already turned into bone. It did not have the fur of a regular demonic ape. Its skin was like metal, giving off a metallic texture. The twin-armed demonic ape's entire body was like a monster made of metal. It did not look like a living animal but more like a machine. The twin-armed demonic ape's eyes were cold and emotionless as it scanned its territory, not allowing any demonic beasts or cultivators to pass. In the distance, Xiaoqin stood on a large tree with lush foliage. He gently pushed aside the branches in front of him and narrowed his eyes into a line. At the limits of his vision was a scarlet herb with a golden line on its scarlet leaves. This was Xiaoqin's target, the monarch blood grass. This monarch blood grass was only 5 meters away from the mutated twin-armed demonic ape. If Xiaoqin wanted to pick it, he would have to anger this demonic beast. The twin-armed demonic ape was a rank 8 demonic beast. Its strength was equal to of Hu Hai's. Even if there were 2 Hu Hai's working together, they might not be a match for it. The defense of its metallic body alone was enough to give one a headache. If he did it and the fiend it, not the fiend he of the Demoth the Wu the fiend, of the Shao of the Qin the fiend. If Xiaoqin ended up startling the fiend emperor remains in the desert in the center of the forest, it would be even harder to deal with. After thinking of countermeasures, Xiaoqin waved his hand, and a small, exquisite, golden sculpture appeared in his right hand. This golden savage ox sculpture will probably have to go to waste. Xiaoqin sighed. The golden savage ox possessed the bloodline of a savage beast. If its true body came here, it would not be much weaker than the mutated twin-armed demonic ape. However, the life bestowal spell was much weaker. It was already very good that it could buy some time for Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin extended out his spiritual sense and gained a clear understanding of his surroundings. Then he gently tossed out the golden sculpture. Life bestowal spell. Xiaoqin formed hand seals with both hands, and the golden sculpture quickly enlarged. Then it suddenly took form. The huge golden savage ox immediately landed on the ground. Ka. Before the golden savage ox landed, there was a crisp sound. The twin-armed demonic ape's feet bounced off the ground, creating a black line in the air. Then its metallic palms smashed heavily on the golden savage ox. The golden savage ox was sent flying, and its small hill-like body crushed many trees, causing them to fall to the ground with a loud rumble. Xiaoqin's sea of consciousness surged and he felt somewhat dizzy. He was flabbergasted at the twin-armed demonic ape's reaction speed. Xiaoqin calmed himself and controlled the golden savage ox to run forward. He did not care about anything else. All he needed to do was lure this twin-armed demonic ape away. Bang, bang, bang. Loud sounds came from the quiet forest. The golden savage ox's huge body shook the ground, startling several demonic beasts out of their hiding places. When they saw the twin-armed demonic ape chasing its prey, they all gave way, scattering in all directions. There were no other demonic beasts within a kilometer of the monarch blood grass. It's about time. Xiaoqin gently pushed off a tree trunk and moved as nimbly as a bird, weaving through the dense forest, advancing continuously. After a while, Xiaoqin landed beside the monarch blood grass. He revealed an expression of joy as he carefully dug out the monarch blood grass and quickly placed it in his universe ring. The monarch blood grass, a treasure that even the 7 giants would be interested in, fell into Xiaoqin's hands just like that. Wait a moment. Don't go. Just as Xiaoqin was about to leave, Ao Jiao's voice rang out in the universe ring. Xiaoqin asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "I have to go. The golden savage ox statue will not last for long." Ao Jiao flew out of the immortal spirit ring and pointed to a 10-meter-tall green tree in front. She said, "That is a sapling of the lunar cassia tree. When it matures, it will bloom with lunar cassia flowers. They are worth cities. Dig it out and transplant it into the immortal spirit ring. It will be very useful in the future." Xiaoqin frowned and said, "However, the golden savage ox can only last for 5 minutes at most. If the twin-armed demonic ape rushes back, it will be problematic." We cannot miss this opportunity. When this spirit tree matures, even Emperor Wu will be interested. Obtaining it after that will be as difficult as ascending to heaven, Ao Jiao said encouragingly. Xiao Chen's eyes wandered as he thought quickly. Then he made a decision. Let's be faster. The two arrived before the sapling of the lunar cassia tree and started to dig it out. For them to transplant it completely, the roots could not be damaged. The two dug very carefully, afraid of damaging the roots. Hence they could not move quickly. Buzz. Xiao Chen's churning sea of consciousness trembled. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. His expression was somewhat unsightly as he said, "The golden savage ox is crippled." Ao Jiao moved even faster. Her fingers moved nimbly as she sent out quintessence, digging out piles of soil. Without raising her head, she said, "Just be faster. It will be fine." Bang. The twin-armed demonic ape's footsteps rang out in Xiao Chen's ears as it drew closer. Xiao Chen could still clearly feel the twin-armed demonic ape's unique cold fiendish qi. When the final root was dug out, Ao Jiao happily flew into the immortal spirit ring with the sapling. She said, "All right. Congratulations on obtaining a future spirit tree." However, Xiao Chen found it hard to smile. The twin-armed demonic ape had already returned. A battle could not be avoided. Wuxia. A sharp sonic boom came from behind. Xiao Chen clenched his fists tightly, and 1,000 tons of force quickly poured into his fist. Then he turned around and punched. Bang. This punch happened to catch the twin-armed demonic ape's palm strike. A surging energy surged out like a saber. Cassia. Cassia. The towering trees fell. Xiao Chen did not move at all. The twin-armed demonic ape flew back 100 meters, crying out in pain. Then, it nimbly turned around in the air and turned into a black shadow charging at Xiao Chen again. Xiao Chen smiled coldly and executed the dragon claw fist. An azure-colored dragon head howled, and a ferocious force burst forth, knocking back the twin-armed demonic ape again. Xiao. Before the twin-armed demonic ape could get up, Xiao Chen took the initiative to charge over. A blue dragon image appeared under his feet, carrying him like a strong wind as he arrived before the twin-armed demonic ape. Xiao Chen sent out another berserk dragon claw. The azure-colored dragon claw left 5 clear marks on the twin-armed demonic ape's chest. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. The berserk dragon claw did not even leave a mark on the twin-armed demonic ape. The defense of this twin-armed demonic ape was too ridiculous. The twin-armed demonic ape roared and charged over again. The dragon head on the left hand and the dragon claw on the right joined together, forming a complete dragon image. Then Xiao Chen pushed his hands forward. Berserk dragon break. The dragon image roared ferociously. It was made of pure vital qi. It quickly clashed with the twin-armed demonic ape and knocked it back again. Xiao Chen did not even bother to look at it. He immediately turned around and retreated. The twin-armed demonic ape's defense was too strong. If he dragged this out, it would not end well for him. Boom, boom, boom. Xiao Chen blasted away all the trees in his way, turning them into wood shavings that filled the air. Then Xiao Chen flew off in a straight line. With such a commotion, all the demonic beasts in the forest were startled. The demonic beasts chasing after him quickly formed a huge army. If they caught up to him, they would tear Xiao Chen to shreds. Xiao Chen executed his movement technique to its limits and dodged all the attacks, making his way through the forest with much difficulty. A scarlet light flickered on Xiao Chen's forehead, and the scarlet throne appeared. Then he quickly leaped onto it and turned into a beam of scarlet light. After finally escaping, Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He could not help but ask Ao Jiao, who was currently planting the lunar cassia tree in the immortal spirit ring, "You said that this lunar cassia tree is a seedling. In that case, how long will it take to mature?" Ao Jiao smiled and replied, "Not long. Under normal circumstances, it will mature in 200 or 300 years. However, for it to truly bloom, it will probably take 500 years. 500 years? It turned out that the thing that he obtained after putting his life on the line could only be used after 500 years. Xiao Chen nearly vomited a mouthful of blood. What can be used in the future? Originally, he could have easily obtained the monarch blood grass and left the situation easily. Now, after spending so much effort to escape, the thing that he obtained could indeed only be used after 500 years. Feeling somewhat dissatisfied, Xiao Chen asked, "Even spirit trees have their wondrous uses. What can this lunar cassia tree do?" Inside the immortal spirit ring, Ao Jiao rejoiced as she carefully tended to the seedling of the lunar cassia tree. She smiled and said, "The lunar cassia flower that the lunar cassia tree blooms can immediately recover from any serious internal injuries. The lunar cassia fruit that blooms after 1,000 years is even more effective. It can permanently increase the recovery ability of a cultivator's body. You should know that most cultivators do not focus on cultivating the physical body. Permanently increasing the recovery ability of the body was very attractive to cultivators who did not focus on cultivating the physical body. Chapter 7:17. Even if Xiaoqin could not use it, he could sell it as a resource and not lack spirit stones in the future. However, it bloomed once every 500 years and bore fruit once every 500 years. If Xiaoqin had to wait 1,000 years for this absolute treasure, he could only sleep. When Ao Jiao saw Xiaoqin's appearance, she covered her mouth and smiled gently. Hee. Don't look so dispirited. Since I told you to do this, how could I make you wait 1,000 years? A glimmer of hope appeared in Xiaoqin's heart. He asked, could it be that there is another way to shorten the growth time of the lunar cassia tree? Naturally there is. Don't forget that this immortal spirit ring of yours is a peak-grade immortal spirit ring. It has been passed down since the immortal epoch. It is much stronger than the replicas and fixes of later generations. Ao Jiao said unhurriedly, as long as you obtain a higher-ranked spirit vein's origin, you can make any spirit tree, including the lunar cassia tree, grow faster. It wasn't that easy to obtain a spiritual vein source. However, at least he didn't have to wait for 1,000 years to obtain one. Xiaoqin stopped thinking about this problem. He took out the monarch blood grass that he obtained. His somewhat depressed face finally revealed a smile. No matter what, he still managed to obtain the precious monarch blood grass. After washing the monarch blood grass, Xiaoqin placed it in his mouth and chewed on it. Then he slowly refined the trace of the ancient sovereign's bloodline in it. His blood surged like lava. Xiaoqin could clearly feel his qi and blood strengthening continuously. His aura became more solid and strong. Vast, ancient, distant, and noble. The ancient sovereign's bloodline subtly changed Xiaoqin's mentality and aura. In the following days, relying on the map of the savage battlefield, Xiaoqin went to a few other forbidden lands and obtained 9 stalks of monarch blood grass, one after another. After consuming 10 stalks of monarch blood grass, Xiaoqin felt his physical body undergo an internal transformation. Such a transformation did not mean that his bones, skin, and internal organs had become stronger or that his strength had increased. Instead, it was a feeling of his mind. In the past, Xiaoqin's physical body was only close to a rank 1 sage body. Now, it was already at the level of a rank 1 sage body. In some aspects, it even surpassed it. As a result, the way Xiaoqin looked at problems changed without him realizing it. This was the wondrous feeling that came with the advancement of his physical body. As for the remaining monarch blood grass, it would be difficult to obtain them. This was because they were too far away from each other. Moving around would take a lot of effort and be even more dangerous. Hence, Xiaoqin gave up on this plan. Furthermore, he was already satisfied with the harvest of 10 monarch blood grass. Back when Wan Muyun obtained a stalk of monarch blood grass, she was somewhat reluctant to use it. However, Xiaoqin directly consumed 10 stalks of monarch blood grass like he was eating or drinking. If people knew about this, they would wonder how frightened they would be. Next, we should be going to the True Dragon Cave, right? They are probably in the core region already, Ao Jiao said softly from the world in the ring. At this moment, Xiaoqin was only a peak medial grade martial monarch. Among the sect disciples who came here for experiential training, he was not considered much. There were at least 800 people with higher cultivations than him. However, after consuming 10 stalks of monarch blood grass, no matter how much Xiaoqin withdrew his aura, it inspired fear from the depths of his heart. Xiaoqin's aura naturally suppressed everyone else's, gaining the initiative. Xiaoqin said calmly, there is still one more thing. It is time to take out the netherworld flower in the immortal spirit ring. Since one was going to the True Dragon Cave, one would not be able to obtain any treasures without sufficient trump cards to intimidate others. Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, was already prepared. She gently waved her right hand, and the white flame core of the netherworld flower slowly floated out of the ring. A white light flickered in Xiaoqin's left eye. He gently released the pearl-sized extreme Yin flame origin flame and started to consume it. Among the Yin-attributed flames, the netherworld flower was one of the better ones. After consuming the netherworld flame, Xiaoqin's extreme Yin flame would improve significantly. In the past, for the sake of maintaining a balance between Yin and Yang, Xiaoqin could not fully unleash the purple thunder true fire's origin flame. This was because the extreme Yin flame was too weak. As a result, Xiaoqin had not been able to bring out the might of the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. ZZ. The pearl-sized extreme Yin flame continuously consumed the netherworld flame, giving off soft sizzling sounds. The white origin flame diagram grew larger at a visible pace. Knowing that this matter could not be rushed, Xiaoqun controlled the extreme Yin flame diagram unhurriedly, not showing any anxiety or nervousness. Time passed slowly. When Xiaoqun finished consuming the netherworld flame, the pearl-sized origin flame diagram had already become the size of an infant's fist. The pale white flame floated in the air, giving off a sinister aura. Even though the temperature did not drop, it made one tremble in fear. After muttering to himself for a while, a beam of purple light quickly shot out from Xiaoqun's right eye. At this moment, Xiaoqun unleashed the purple thunder true fire's origin flame without holding anything back. Hoo! The purple and white flames quickly swam around and chased each other. Soon, a Taiji diagram appeared on the surface. At this moment, Xiaoqun perfectly merged the strong yin and yang flames. The mental energy in his spiritual sense drained continuously. Yin-yang, the 4 divisions, the 8 trigrams, all sorts of scenes appeared. The Taiji diagram gave birth to yin-yang, which gave birth to the 4 divisions. The 4 divisions gave birth to the 8 trigrams. The 8 trigrams gave birth to all things. The Taiji diagram that merged the yin and yang flames contained the dazzling crystallization of the wisdom of ancient Chinese sages. It materialized the creation of the world, the great Tao of everything coming from nothing. Vaguely, Xiaoqun felt like he saw the primal chaos of the world coming from nothing. The various scenes of the world unfolded one by one. Everything appeared in that Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. After the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram reached the most perfect equilibrium, it rose to a whole new level, undergoing a qualitative leap. Xiaoqun stretched out his hand and pushed forward. Time and space froze for an instant, and the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram slowly advanced. The sky shook, the ground trembled, and space trembled. The Taiji yin-yang flame diagram seemed to push the entire space. At this moment, even a mountain in front would be uprooted by the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. Boom! Suddenly, the flame diagram erupted with golden light, radiating a brilliant radiance. It illuminated the dark space, making it as bright as day. In the next moment, the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram exploded. A horrifying energy spread out in all directions, forming golden ripples. Ripples appeared in the air like water. The golden light was like paint, and space trembled intensely. After a long time, the horrifying energy shock waves slowly scattered. The golden light vanished, but transparent ripples could still be seen flickering in the air. When Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, saw this scene, she exclaimed in shock, "This move is becoming more and more divine. No wonder you are confident enough to challenge Bai Wuxia within half a year." Xiao. Purple and white lights flickered and returned to Xiaoqun's eyes. Then he said calmly, "Let's go. Right now, I can easily retreat from any one of the 7 giants. If I run into Bai Wuxia again, I will not need to rely on first senior sister. If he insists on fighting, I do not mind giving him a pleasant surprise." Dragon Burial Mound. Hidden beneath the boundless mountain peaks were countless true dragon graves. Time passed quickly. This place had existed for an unknown number of tens of thousands of years. The past could not be seen, but it was unknown what kind of grand feast it was. The indistinct voice of the true dragon sang ancient legends and solemn epics. How long was 10,000 years? Who knew how many days and nights passed by? No matter how glorious the race was, no matter how long the story was, in the end, it was just a pile of dirt. As time passed, it would become a legend, only for later generations to reminisce about. The resting place of an ancient true dragon should have been solemn, dignified, and peaceful. However, at this moment it was a mess. Traces of destruction from cultivators could be seen everywhere. A red light flashed in the horizon, and the aura of a king spread out. It was long and drawn out, causing the clouds in front to scatter with the wind. Occasionally, a blind demonic beast roared at the red light, wanting to peck at the white-clad man on the throne and eat him. Before the demonic beast got close, thousands of purple lights flickered with electricity and turned into thousands of sharp saber chi, riddling it with thousands of holes. When the red light flashed, it crushed the demonic beast's body into a clump of blood mist, vanishing into the air. The scarlet clouds carried the throne in the sky, leaving behind a long, fiery tail that lingered for a long time. From the ground, it looked like a rainbow piercing through the sky, moving as fast as lightning. Whoosh! The red light paused and stopped in front of a mountain peak. Xiaoqun stood up from the throne. At this moment he had not tied the blue strip of cloth around his head. The aura of a king spread throughout his body. Combined with the ancient sovereign's bloodline flowing in his veins, his aura was noble, distant, and vast. As Xiaoqun stared at a cave in the distance, A brilliant light flashed in his eyes. He muttered to himself, "That should be the true dragon cave that was exposed this time, right?" The true dragon cave buried deep underground would not have been exposed if not for a special phenomenon occurring in the world. Under the circumstances that it was not exposed, even if Emperor Wu came here, he would not dare to rashly open this place and find the true dragon cave. Ao Jiao once said that there was a deity race Emperor Wu who disregarded some of the ancient taboos of the Kunlun realm. Emperor Wu forcefully used energy that surpassed the power of the world and lifted up the entire ground and mountain peak, trying to find all the true dragon caves. He looted all the true dragon remains and all the treasures that came with the true dragon caves. With his actions, the mountain peak crumbled and the sky changed color. All the true dragon caves in the dragon burial mound were exposed. However, before Emperor Wu could do anything, this deity race Emperor Wu turned pale with fright. He fled in a sorry state. No one knew what horrifying thing he saw. In less than 3 months after he left the savage battlefield, the deity race Emperor Wu died mysteriously. Even the powerful deity race deity sovereign did not know the cause of his death. As time passed, the dragon burial mound's damaged terrain recovered to its original state under the influence of a mysterious energy. No other martial emperors dared to touch the dragon burial mound again. When Xiaoqin heard this rumor from Ao Jiao, he found it incredible. He really wanted to know what that deity race martial emperor saw when he flipped over the dragon burial mound. What was the reason for his strange death? How could Emperor Wu die in such a strange manner? The dragon burial mound was far from as simple as it appeared on the surface. Chapter 7:18. Xiaoqin slowly collected his wandering thoughts. A scarlet light flickered as he placed the scarlet throne back into his forehead. Then he took out a blue strip of cloth and tied it around his forehead. Xiaoqin withdrew his king's qi and circulated his blood. The ancient sovereign's bloodline was hidden, and his aura returned to normal, no different from that of a passerby. Standing on the azure dragon image, Xiaoqin descended quickly. As he rose and fell, he arrived at the entrance of the true dragon cave in an instant. Then he flew in without hesitation. Xiaoqin had seen the interior of the true dragon cave on the map of the savage battlefield earlier. As Xiaoqin advanced, he did not stop at all as he faced the complicated caves and paths. Along the way, Xiaoqin met several cultivators who did not dare to go too deep and could only try their luck in the periphery. Xiaoqin moved like the wind, passing by these people. When they looked back, Xiaoqin was no longer there, which astonished them. Another ferocious person came. It looks like this true dragon cave will not be peaceful. Indeed. The 7 giants are all gathered here. Several of the top loose cultivators on the evil cultivator ranking are here to join in the excitement. That is not all. I heard that some fiend race loose cultivators are here as well. They snatched the treasures of several of our human cultivators. Most of the sect disciples in the periphery were early-stage superior-grade martial monarchs. Because they feared danger, they only dared to loiter around. They hoped that they would be lucky. Perhaps they might be able to obtain some treasures that only the true dragon cave had. The cultivators who dared to barge into the inner area all showed envious expressions. Everyone knew that the true treasures could only be obtained in the depths. Even if one's luck was off the charts, they would not be able to obtain anything great. Senior brother, how about we try our luck as well? Who knows, we might be able to find something good. A young disciple could not help but suggest to the senior brother beside him when he saw someone else heading deeper into the cave. The slightly older senior brother smiled coldly and said, "Go by yourself. I don't want to die yet. Without being a late-stage superior-grade martial monarch, you will die for sure. Not to mention the mutated beasts that already exist in the true dragon cave. Even if you obtain the treasures, you will not be able to protect them if others try to snatch them from you." When the young disciple heard this, the fervor in his eyes slowly extinguished. Indeed, no matter how good the treasures were, they were all empty if one didn't have the life to enjoy them. As he sped along, his feet never touching the ground, Xiaoqin finally arrived in front of the fiery magma. This was the place where the 7 giants and the others had been stopped. The 7 giants and the others were nowhere to be seen. They must have passed through the lava and gone to a deeper place. Perhaps they had already reached the place where the remains of the true dragon were buried. However, there were also some cultivators with ferocious gazes and overwhelming baleful auras. With one look, it was clear that they were loose cultivators. As they looked at the boundless lava before them, they frowned slightly. "Kaka, finally there are people who don't want to live anymore. Old friends, I'll be leaving first." One of the gray-robed old men immediately looked over when Xiaoqin stopped. It was as if he had found his prey, and his eyes lit up. The gray-robed old man smiled sinisterly and soared into the air, charging at Xiaochen. "Brat, don't blame me for being merciless. Just obediently be my stepping stone." The remaining old men revealed joy in their eyes. They all felt that it was a pity. They hated themselves for being too slow and letting someone snatch the initiative. About peak late-stage superior grade martial monarch. He is even weaker than Shiman Bao. With one glance, Xiaochen clearly saw this person's strength. He could not help but smile coldly to himself. This person dares to make a move against me with such little strength? He is truly reckless. The gray-robed old man's figure flashed, and he arrived before Xiaochen in the blink of an eye. When he saw that Xiaochen was only a medial grade martial monarch, he did not care about him at all. The gray-robed old man's palms surged with quintessence, and his 5 fingers formed a claw. A strong wind blew as he clawed at Xiaochen's head, trying to kill Xiaochen in one strike. The gray-robed old man's 5 fingers gleamed with a cold light. They looked incredibly hard. It was clear that this old man had done a lot of research on claw attacks. Just by relying on these claws, he could easily counter the weapons of cultivators. If a regular medial grade martial monarch were to face this fast and ruthless claw attack and the interference of the baleful aura, 5 holes would immediately appear in their heads, killing them on the spot. Unfortunately, the gray-robed old man ran into Xiaochen. Even a half-sage would suffer if they treated Xiaochen as an ordinary medial grade martial monarch. Furthermore, the gray-robed old man was just a peak late-stage superior grade martial monarch loose cultivator. Furthermore, his horrifying baleful aura had no effect on Xiaochen. Xiaochen's expression remained calm. Just as the claw was about to touch his head, the blood flowing in his veins quickly activated the ancient sovereign's aura. Xiaochen's clothes fluttered without any wind. Distant, heavy, dignified, noble, and all sorts of strong auras burst forth from his body like a flash flood. At such a close distance, the gray-robed old man received the vast sovereign's aura in Xiaochen's body head-on. Space froze, and it felt like a mountain had appeared on the gray-robed old man's shoulder. His movements paused uncontrollably. Murderous intent radiated from Xiaochen's eyes. He took advantage of the moment the gray-robed old man paused and attacked at lightning speed. Xiaochen clenched his right hand into a fist, and a strong wind blew as he punched the gray-robed old man's head. Bang! The horrifying force of 1,000 tons of force exploded out like a clap of thunder. There was a burst of scarlet light, and the gray-robed old man's head vanished, turning him into a headless corpse. The gray-robed old man's sharp claws also drooped helplessly. He would never have a chance to touch Xiaochen again. A look of disgust flashed in Xiaochen's eyes. Then he raised his leg and kicked the headless corpse away. Then the headless corpse slowly fell towards the steaming red lava. The loose cultivators exchanged glances with each other, their jaws hanging open. Disbelief filled their eyes. The surroundings fell silent. From the moment the gray-robed old man stood up to the moment he died, only a few breaths of time had passed. The gray-robed old man, who had been radiating a baleful aura and feeling very pleased with himself a moment ago, died in the next. He did not even have time to turn around, he died just like that. The other loose cultivators paled slightly. Earlier, they had felt an aura that rivaled that of a martial sage erupt from Xiaochen's body. However, when they looked at Xiaochen now, they saw that his cultivation was dense and solid. He was definitely a bona fide peak late-stage medial grade martial monarch. There was no other answer. All sorts of things appeared strange and complicated. As the loose cultivators looked at the white-robed bladesman, horror flashed in their eyes. Their cultivations were not much higher than the gray-robed old man's. If Xiaochen wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. They would not be able to escape death. Xiaochen glanced around and walked forward. The loose cultivators standing in front of the surging lava were like a god of death. Like a god of death, they all retreated in a hurry, afraid of angering him by blocking the way. A sinister sound came from where the gray-robed old man's headless corpse fell into the surging lava. A strange snake made of round flaming rocks slithered towards the gray-robed old man's corpse excitedly. Its body squirmed and gave off resplendent sparks. The sparks flickered in the air, causing the air to sizzle. It made everyone tremble in fear. If this person's body fell into the lava, he would definitely be burned until only his bones remained. Cassie. Cassie. The flaming rock snakes chewed on the gray-robed old man's bones, giving off crunching sounds. The flaming rock snakes chewed on the bones of the gray-robed old man, appearing very excited. They moved their bodies and splashed the surging lava everywhere. One of the loose cultivators recovered from the shock brought by Xiaochen. Then he flew towards the end of the lava, quickly disappearing into the darkness in front. The flaming rock snakes chewing on the bones did not care about the loose cultivator flying over them at all, immersing themselves in the deliciousness of the bones. Only then did the other loose cultivators come to their senses. As they watched the distant old man, they felt very depressed. At this moment, the flaming rock snakes had already finished chewing on the gray-robed old man's bones. If these loose cultivators continued charging forward, they would immediately be attacked by these strange snakes. Death would be hard to escape. Looking at these strange snakes moving about freely in the surging lava, one could tell that they would not be easy to deal with. From this, one could tell that they were definitely not easy to deal with. If they were to gang up on them, it would be hard for them to escape death. When Xiaoqun saw this, he finally understood why the gray-robed old man attacked him the moment he saw him. It turned out that the gray-robed old man wanted to feed Xiaoqun to these strange snakes to open a path for himself. Xiaoqun turned his head back and looked at the group of loose cultivators. Then he entered deep thought, wondering if he should use these loose cultivators to open a path. Loose cultivators were evil and unorthodox. They cultivated a baleful aura and needed to kill. Furthermore, they killed indiscriminately. Their minds were already twisted, and it could be said that everyone wanted to kill them. Back then, when Shui Lingling and Murong Lingfeng saw Gu Mu and the middle-aged man, they did not hesitate to kill them for no reason. The moment Xiaoqun entered this place, these loose cultivators immediately thought of using him to open a path. This showed how vicious they were. When the other loose cultivators saw the indistinct killing chi in Xiaoqun's eyes, they were all startled and subconsciously took a few steps back. Watch. Right at this moment, in the deepest and darkest depths of the magma, an extremely tragic and shrill cry suddenly rang out. Xiaoqun looked back and saw a faint human-shaped flame burning in the darkness. It was the loose cultivator who dodged the strange snakes earlier. Bang! A clump of golden flame shot out from the lava below and struck that loose cultivator again. The miserable scream stopped, and the loose cultivator was burned to ashes in the air. That old Lu is too unlucky. He managed to get past the strange snakes with great difficulty. Unexpectedly, he got burned by the dragon flame. The dragon flame is the flame of a true dragon. Although it has already diluted significantly in the lava, once it touches him, he will die for sure. This lava is really difficult to deal with. If only we had come earlier. If we left with the Tianwu continent's 7 giants, we would have been much safer. He can only blame himself for this. Why was he so anxious? Now he is going to lose his life here. When the loose cultivators behind saw this scene, they discussed in low voices. They did not show any sorrow on their faces. On the contrary, they seemed to be rejoicing in old Lu's misfortune. Hearing the words of the loose cultivators behind him, Xiaoqun completely abandoned the thought of using these loose cultivators as stepping stones. He looked at the boiling lava silently. "Ao Jiao, how strong is that strange snake? How confident are I of making it through?" Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, thought for a moment before replying, "This is a fire flame snake. Their bodies are made of fire flame rock, not flesh and blood. Ordinary quintessence would find it hard to enter their bodies." Chapter 719. Xiaoqun understood something. He raised his head and looked at the boiling lava. He said, "That is to say, if I just use my vital qi, the effect will be much better." Ao Jiao nodded and said, "Yes, that is how it is. However, you need to be careful. If you fall into the lava, no matter how strong you are, you will not be able to save yourself. You also need to be careful not to get sprayed by the dragon flame." The group of loose cultivators behind Xiaoqun communicated with each other with their gazes. They sized up Xiaoqun with malicious intent. Clearly they had not given up on using him as a stepping stone. Xiao. Just as the loose cultivators were hesitating on whether they should charge forward and capture Xiaoqun, a loud whistling sound rang out. Xiaoqun rode on the azure dragon image and charged into the air above the lava. The loose cultivators all cried out in surprise. They all had strange expressions on their faces. This fellow is too bold. After advancing 500 meters, the fire flame snakes wandering in the lava felt the aura of a living person. They quickly moved and shot out, kicking up large amounts of boiling lava. Po, po, po. In an instant, 10-odd fire flame snakes launched themselves at Xiaoqun from all directions. Flames flickered in their hole-like eyes before they shot out streams of bright red lava. The lava was so hot that it made the air crackle as steam spread out. Xiaoqun stood on the blue dragon image and calmly took out 2 shields. Then he placed one on the left and one on the right, wrapping himself up tightly. These were peak medial-grade defensive secret treasures. The lava did not burn through them immediately. However, they were incredibly hot. Xiaoqin felt some pain in his hands as he held them. After a while, Xiaoqin, who was hiding behind the shields, felt that the impact from the shields was gone. Xiaoqin waved his hands and his vital qi surged. Then he tossed out the 2 shields. Bang! Carrying a huge force, the 2 shields spun and flew forward, each knocking down a fire flame snake and causing it to fall to the ground. The remaining fire flame snakes coiled around Xiaoqin, trying to pull him into the lava. Xiaoqin's face sank and he clenched his right fist tightly. His vital qi surged in his body like a surging river. His qi and blood surged to the peak. Facing an incoming fire flame snake, Xiaoqin circulated his vital qi and executed the 3rd move of the Dragon Claw Fist, breaking armor. A cone-shaped vital qi formed in front of his fist. Then Xiaoqin punched out 10 times at the 10 fire flame snake flying at him. Bang! The wind generated by the punch was like thunder, the sound reverberating in all directions. The loud sound caused the entire space to tremble. Rocks in the cavern above continued to fall, falling into the lava and being burned to ashes in the blink of an eye. The fire flame snake's body was made up of round fire flame rocks. Xiaoqin's 10 punches landed on a fire flame rock each time. A huge force exploded, and the fire flame stones, which were so hard that they could survive in the lava, were destroyed by Xiaoqin with a single punch. The 10 fire flame snakes tumbled in the air, and their bodies directly scattered into fire flame stones, falling into the lava. There were still 2 fire flame snakes left. Xiaoqin retracted his fist and stood upright. He stomped on the blue dragon's phantom and kicked out twice, bursting the heads of the 2 fire flame snakes. Taking advantage of the rebound, Xiaoqin recalled the shield that was still spinning in the air and shot forward like an arrow. What a terrifying power. Fortunately, we didn't attack him, otherwise we would all die here. I wonder where this ruthless person came from. He has a horrifying physical body and is a peak medial grade martial monarch. Even a peak late-stage superior grade martial monarch would not be able to deal with him easily. Let me take a look at this white-robed cultivator. He is far more than that. Aside from a half-sage, no one can do anything to him. When the loose cultivators on the shore saw this scene, they exchanged glances with each other, feeling a lingering fear. Unexpectedly, the fire flame snakes that gave half-sages a headache actually died so easily at Xiaoqin's hands. Relying on the 2 shields and the horrifying 1,000 tons of force, Xiaoqin swept through the place, shattering all the fire flame snakes that pounced at him. Soon Xiaoqin's figure vanished into the darkness. Once he dodged the attack of the dragon flame, he would be able to pass this stage. The rocks above him contained light-absorbing stones, which absorbed all the light from the lava. This resulted in darkness, preventing people from seeing the surging lava below. Medial-grade secret treasures were useless against the dragon flame. Xiaoqin put away the 2 shields and carefully flew forward while standing on the blue dragon's phantom. Even though the lava had diluted it by 100 times, it was still a true dragon flame. Before this dragon flame, Xiaoqin's rank 1 sage body was no different from an ordinary body. He would die upon contact. Xiaoqin could not see anything in the darkness. The unforeseeable danger made him feel uneasy. Xiaoqin held his breath and focused. He did not panic or get flustered as he quickly flew forward. A golden light appeared, disappearing in a flash. The light was piercing. Xiaoqin could not help but close his eyes, leaving only a slit in them. However, he did not move blindly as this dragon flame did not come from below. Boom, boom, boom. The further Xiaoqin went, the more frequent the dragon flame erupted. Furthermore, there was no pattern to it. The cave flickered with light, making it hard to remain calm. If Xiaoqin panicked at this moment and dodged randomly, there was a high chance he would end up crashing into the dragon flame. Xiaoqin focused and guarded his qi, his heart calm. Along the way, the cultivation of his mental state was already much higher than that of his peers, and he would never be in a state of panic. Suddenly Xiaoqin thought of something. He gently pushed off the blue dragon's phantom and spun around, moving forward. Pu-ci. The golden dragon flame instantly pierced through the head of the blue dragon's phantom, which was where Xiaoqin stood earlier. ZZ. Z. The azure dragon image formed by veritable essence energy burned into nothing in that instant. Whoosh! As Xiaoqin stood in the air, another stream of dragon flame spewed out from below. It brushed past his nose and brushed past his shoulder. Xiaoqin could clearly feel the scorching heat. If he had used a little more force when he dodged earlier, the dragon flame would have burned him to ashes. That was close. After brushing past death, Xiaoqin calmed himself down. Then he moved even more carefully. After 1 hour, Xiaoqin finally made it through the dark region and landed on the shore. When Xiao Qin turned his head back to look at the pitch-black danger zone, he felt a lingering fear. Strength, mental state, and luck were all necessary to make it through this place. No wonder Xiao Qin could block the Seven Giants group of proud talents for so long. After passing this place, Xiao Qin looked ahead. His field of vision brightened, and a vast expanse appeared. Dense immortal chi surged over. Immortal chi even purer than spiritual energy. At the limits of Xiao Qian's vision, he could see the figures of several cultivators moving about, searching for spirit herbs and precious ores that grew in the True Dragon Cave. After walking for 1 kilometer, Xiao Qin saw the corpses of a few cultivators. Beside the corpses was a bare scarlet tree trunk. The spirit fruits on the tree trunk had already been picked clean. Only this tree trunk was left, devoid of any signs of life, looking like it had withered. Hey, it looks like a spirit tree that can bear blood flame fruits. It is not dead yet. Xiao Qin, bring it in. Your immortal spirit ring can support it. Ao Jiao, who was taking care of the lunar cassia tree in the ring's world, spoke up. Xiao Qin smiled and said, it will probably take another few hundred years for it to mature. Even though Xiao Qin said that, he still followed Ao Jiao's instructions. This place was not dangerous. Digging out the blood flame tree would not take much time, so there was nothing to complain about. Ao Jiao giggled and said, let's see if we can find a few more spirit tree trunks later. Not everyone has a peak-grade immortal spirit ring. If we are lucky, we can collect some spirit trees here and turn them into a simple herb garden. It will probably take a few hundred years for it to take shape, Xiao Qin thought to himself. The True Dragon Cave was indeed a land of treasures. As Xiao Qin continued forward, he found several more spirit trees that could not be seen in the outside world. However, all the spirit fruits on them had already been picked clean, leaving only bare tree trunks. No one cared about them. So, Xiao Qin collected them all and moved them into the immortal spirit ring. The number of cultivators that Xiao Qin saw increased, gradually catching up with the main group. Glancing around, Xiao Qin discovered a familiar person far in front. It was Shimin Bao of the Shimin clan, one of the Tianwu domain's 4 great clans. Shimin Bao's appearance had not changed much. However, his arrogance was much more restrained than before. This was because none of the people around him were weak. Aside from Shimin Bao, Xiao Qin also saw the top genius of the battle realms, Niu Deng, and a peak late-stage superior-grade martial monarch, a black-clad loose cultivator. The 3 stood in a triangle separated by 500 meters. A glistening, scarlet spirit fruit stood in the middle of the 3. It exuded overwhelming spiritual energy and looked very tempting. There were several cultivators around the 3. Their eyes flickered as they stared at the scarlet spirit fruit greedily. However, there were already 3 experts eyeing this spirit fruit. The others could only watch. They would not dare to snatch it even if they had the courage. The dragon mark fruit contains dragon energy. It can increase a cultivator's strength by 150 tons of force. Among the treasures in this True Dragon Cave, it would definitely rank within the top 20. So what if it is valuable? Shimin Bao, Niu Deng, and Dan Tianyu, who is ranked in the top 70 of the evil cultivator ranking, have their eyes on it. We have no chance at all. The surrounding people discussed in soft voices as they stared at the dragon mark fruit. Their words were filled with regret. I wonder which of the 3 will obtain the dragon mark fruit? I feel that Shimin Bao has the highest chance. He is from a noble clan and has a high cultivation. His strength is second only to the 7 giants. It is hard to say. Niu Deng deserves his reputation as the top genius of the battle realms. Before he came, he was evenly matched with Feng Xingxing. Dan Tianyu is the oldest and has the deepest cultivation. Furthermore, he cultivates a baleful aura. He should not be weaker than these 2. It is hard to say who will emerge victorious. Everyone was very interested in who would obtain the dragon mark fruit in the end. They could foresee that it wouldn't take long. They could foresee that soon, the 3 would start a huge battle for the dragon mark fruit, fighting to the death. Shimin Bao glanced at Niu Deng, then at Dan Tianyu. He said, I advise you not to fight with me. If you offend me and provoke my great-grandfather, none of you will have a good ending. When the tall Niu Deng heard this, he smiled coldly and said, Shimin Bao, who are you trying to scare? Not to mention whether your great-grandfather will make a move over such a trivial matter. Even if he does, do you think the seniors of our battle realms in the Bushin Palace are just decorations? Chapter 720. The 10 great battle realms had been famous for a long time. Naturally, Emperor Wu held an important position in the Bushin Palace. Hence he did not fear Shimin Bao. Furthermore, the Shimin clan's Emperor Wu would not teach them a lesson over such a trivial matter. Everyone could imagine how precious Emperor Wu's time was. Dan Tianyu smiled sinisterly and said, This old man is just a loose cultivator. At worst, I will just leave the Tianwu domain. Brat, you are too inexperienced to use this to threaten me. Shimin Bao's gaze turned sinister as rage burned in his eyes. This dragon mark fruit held a great attraction to cultivators who did not cultivate the physical body. Just think about it. If one could obtain 150 tons of force without enduring the pain of tempering the physical body, it would be equivalent to raising one's overall strength by 10%. Shimin Bao said sullenly, "Give this dragon mark fruit to me. If you want to fight for any other spirit fruits, I, Shimin Bao, will do my best to help you." Niu Deng laughed loudly, and a ferocious light flashed in his eyes. He said coldly, "Shimin Bao, who does not know what kind of person you are? How much is your reputation worth? This old man will tell you the truth. We Battle Realm cultivators are born with divine strength. With the help of the dragon mark fruit, we are like tigers that have grown wings. This dragon mark fruit belongs to me. No one can snatch it away from me." Dan Tianyu laughed softly and said, "How unfortunate. This old man has a friend who cultivates the physical body. This dragon mark fruit can be used to exchange for a treasure that I have long been interested in. This old man will not give this dragon mark fruit to anyone else." The three's auras surged, not giving way to each other. A huge battle could break out at any moment. Xiao Qin, who was standing on a rock in the distance, saw all this. He smiled gently and said, "Dragon mark fruit." Unexpectedly, after entering the depths of the true dragon cave, I immediately ran into such a good thing. A dragon roar came from Xiao Chen's chest. He stood on a blue dragon image and executed the blue dragon tail whip. Xiao Chen moved in a huge arc and moved like a gust of wind, flashing above everyone's heads. In an instant he arrived above the dragon mark fruit. Before the three could react, Xiao Chen had already moved. With a suction force, the dragon mark fruit flew into his right hand. When the blue dragon swung its tail, it was like a gust of wind blowing past. It was incredibly fast. Shimin Bao and the other two were currently focused on their opponents. However, their attention on the dragon mark fruit had decreased significantly, giving Xiao Chen an opportunity. They had not expected someone to be so bold as to snatch the dragon mark fruit right in front of the three of them. By the time Xiao Chen reacted, the dragon mark fruit was already in Xiao Chen's hands. He had placed it in his universe ring. Seeing the dragon mark fruit snatched away, Shimin Bao immediately became enraged. He roared, "Where did this dog come from? How dare he snatch my Shimin Bao's things?" Clang. The sword was unsheathed, and the surging sword chi, along with the faint sword intent, emitted a buzzing sound as it shot towards Xiao Chen. The sword chi was like a pillar, like a rainbow that tore through the sun, and it swept out in all directions with unstoppable might. Niu Deng's expression sank and he immediately leaped up. He clenched his fist and activated the ancient giant's bloodline. Then he roared ferociously with a vast might. A sinister look flashed in Dan Tianyu's eyes. He drew a short sword and turned around, silently arriving behind Xiao Chen. The short sword gave off a cold light. Unexpectedly, Dan Tianyu wanted to cut off Xiao Chen's arm, which was wearing the universe ring. It was extremely vicious. When the cultivators below, who were originally anticipating the fight between the three experts, saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. They had not expected such a scene to occur. Unexpectedly, someone was so bold as to snatch away the dragon mark fruit, offending all three experts in an instant. The three attacked at different times. Xiao Chen did not panic. He circulated the 1,000 tons of force of vital qi in his body and executed the Dragon Claw Fist's third move, breaking armor. A sharp shockwave formed in front of Xiao Chen's fist. When Xiao Chen punched, the breaking armor attribute of breaking armor shattered the thick and dense sword qi. After shattering the sword qi, Niu Deng and Dan Tianyu took advantage of this opportunity to charge towards Xiao Chen. One of them carried the vast might of an ancient giant. His fist was like a mountain descending, wanting to smash Xiao Chen into a pile of meat paste. The other person was sinister and vicious. He radiated a baleful aura as he brandished his short sword, wanting to chop off Xiao Chen's arm and flee. When the two arrived before Xiao Chen, their faces lit up with joy. At such a close distance, this white-robed brat of unknown origins would not be able to deal with the two of them at the same time. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, and the strong ancient sovereign's bloodline in his body instantly activated. An ancient, noble, distant and epic sovereign's aura spread out from Xiao Chen's body. Before this mountain-like sovereign's aura, the ancient giant's bloodline and the baleful aura accumulated by loose cultivators were like fallen leaves in autumn, swept away. Niu Deng and Dan Tianyu showed startled expressions at the same time. The sovereign's aura at such a close distance struck them. They could not help feeling flustered, a fear that came from the depths of their hearts. Oh no. The two of them were experts who had experienced hundreds of battles. They immediately realized that something was wrong. They struggled free from the sovereign's aura and tried to retreat. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave and stern. How could he give the two an opportunity to retreat so easily? Xiao Chen stomped heavily on the blue dragon image. His body was like a ferocious tiger as he infused 1,000 tons of force into his right leg. Bang, bang, bang. Xiao Chen's leg moved like lightning. The instant his body soared into the air, he swept out. A strong wind blew, and his momentum was like thunder. Two muffled sounds rang out as Niu Dang and Dan Tianyu each received a kick to their cheeks. They vomited a mouthful of blood as their bodies spun in the air and fell miserably to the ground. In a few breaths, Xiao Chen easily broke the attacks of the three experts. He even executed a beautiful counterattack, sending Niu Dang and Dan Tianyu flying back. Xiao Chen's white robes fluttered, and his eyes remained calm like water. Then he gently landed on the blue dragon image and looked at the three calmly. Damn it! Who is this person? Unexpectedly, he broke the attacks of three experts so easily. I have never heard of such an expert in the Tianwu domain before. Furthermore, he is so young. He seems to be cultivating his physical body. However, the quintessence in his body is very dense. Could he be a dual cultivator? The surrounding people were all stunned. They revealed doubtful expressions as they looked at the white-robed Xiao Chen. No matter how they thought about it, they could not imagine when such an expert appeared in the Tianwu domain. When Shimin Bao clearly saw Xiao Chen's appearance, he became thoroughly enraged. A murderous intent erupted in his eyes like a flood. He said coldly, First, you injured my Shimin clan's people. Now you are here to snatch my dragon mark fruit. It looks like you are tired of living. Xiao Chen's face sank. A large part of the reason why he did not immediately leave after obtaining the dragon mark fruit was to teach the Shimin Bao a lesson. The Shimin clan's people were arrogant and despotic. First, they wanted to snatch Xiao Chen's earth essence fruit. Then, when they failed, they tried to kill him, setting up an ambush to kill him. He had never been a kind-hearted person. Even when he was bullied by others, he still had to swallow the humiliation. Xiao. A strong wind blew, and to everyone's surprise, Xiao Chen took the lead. His aura was like a berserk dragon, not waiting for Shimin Bao to finish speaking before he charged over. The image of a blue dragon condensed on Xiao Chen's fist. The dragon head roared ferociously as it charged at Shimin Bao. Shimin Bao smiled coldly and withdrew his sword light. Then he swung his sword, infused with vast quintessence, at the dragon head, trying to shatter it. However, Xiao Chen was no longer the Xiao Chen of half a month ago. His vital qi had already broken through 1,000 tons of force. Every 500 tons of force was a threshold. With every threshold, there would be a qualitative improvement. On the surface, Xiao Chen's strength had only increased by 100 tons of force. However, it was on a completely different level from before. The dragon head and the sword clashed, neither giving way to the other. An intense explosion resulted in a strong wind surging out in all directions, kicking up a large amount of dust. The fist and the sword were evenly matched. Then Xiao Chen opened his left hand and formed a claw. Then he pressed forward and clawed at Shimin Bao's chest with the berserk dragon claw. Shimin Bao showed a shocked expression. He could not understand how Xiao Chen could improve so quickly. Just based on vital qi, Xiao Chen could fight him to a draw. However, the azure-colored dragon claw already arrived. Shimin Bao did not have much time to think. He pushed off the ground and retreated, trying to put some distance between them. The fist and the claw switched places. Xiao Chen followed Shimin Bao like a shadow, not giving him any chance to put some distance between them. Xiao Chen forced Shimin Bao back continuously. Xiao Chen's fist and claw contained 1,000 tons of force. When their vital qi exploded, the entire cave trembled. The rocks above them fell off. Niu Dang and Dan Tianyu had stood up long ago. When they saw Xiao Chen and Shimin Bao fighting, they did not make a move to help. Their gazes flickered as they searched for an opportunity. To them, both Shimin Bao and Xiao Chen were opponents. It would be best if the two fought to the death. Shimin Bao's expression turned increasingly unsightly. After Xiao Chen closed in, Shimin Bao no longer had a chance. He could only keep dodging, unable to find an opportunity to put some distance between them. Dan Tianyu and Niu Dang, how long are you two going to keep watching? Damn it. This old man is going to be crippled soon. Feeling helpless, Shimin Bao shouted at Niu Dang and Dan Tianyu. Niu Dang and Dan Tianyu could not help but show startled expressions. What kind of character was Shimin Bao? He was someone second only to the 7 giants of the Tianwu domain's younger generation. Shimin Bao had always been arrogant, despotic and unreasonable. Unexpectedly he ended up begging for mercy like that. Dan Tianyu said sullenly, "Let's work together to defeat this brat first. Then we can fight for the dragon mark fruit." Niu Deng touched the footprint on his cheek with his right hand. A grave look flashed in his eyes as he nodded heavily. Xiaoqin had been observing Niu Deng and Dan Tianyu with his spiritual sense. He was very familiar with their actions. Xiaoqin's gaze turned cold and he stopped wasting time with Shimin Bao. He used the armor-breaking fist to shatter Shimin Bao's protective quintessence before executing seizing the heart. Xiaoqin's 5 fingers turned into claws as he ruthlessly pressed them on Shimin Bao's chest. Dang! Xiaoqin's 5 fingers struck something hard. Xiaoqin's sure kill strike did not succeed. He only managed to knock Shimin Bao back and vomit a mouthful of blood. It looks like the inner vest he is wearing is not ordinary. Xiaoqin frowned slightly. He guessed that Shimin Bao was wearing a life-saving secret treasure. He looked coldly at Shimin Bao, who fell to the ground and ignored him. The blue dragon under Xiaoqin's feet circled around and turned around. When he saw Niu Deng and Dan Tianyu pouncing over again, Xiaoqin waved his left hand, and the lunar shadow saber appeared in his right hand. It is too late to think of working together now. At this moment, Niu Deng and Dan Tianyu no longer held back. They both used their trump cards, heaven-ranked martial techniques. Xiaoqin's gaze remained calm, not showing any fear. He silently circulated his energy for Soaring Dragon, and his vast quintessence flowed like a river in his body. Chapter 721. Hidden Dragon in the Depths, a gentleman takes action after planning. Soaring Dragon in the sky, its might shakes the surroundings. A surging energy surged throughout Xiaoqin's body. The blue dragon martial spirit hidden in his dantian moved gently and leaped out. Xiaoqin also took a gentle step in the air. With a light step, he caused the void to tremble and the entire space to shake. The blue dragon martial spirit soared up. Just as it was about to break out of his body, Xiaoqin finally drew the saber in his hand. Xiaoqin transformed into a true dragon. His body merged with his saber like a true dragon that had been in hibernation for a long time. The sharp saber light was like a soaring true dragon swinging its claws in rage. The dragon soared into the sky. The man and the saber merged perfectly. There were no openings at all. At this moment, Xiaoqin was like a dragon, a soaring dragon. No one could stop him or block him. Xiaoqin's saber was the claws of this dragon's rage. Xiaoqin completely grasped the feeling of drawing his saber when soaring dragon in the sky, which he had been unable to find. On the contrary, Xiaoqin's mental state was clear. Aside from Niu Deng and Dan Tianyu executing their heaven-ranked martial techniques, he saw nothing else. Bang! The unparalleled saber move disappeared in a flash, shattering Niu Deng's and Dan Tianyu's incomplete heaven-ranked martial techniques. Although they were both heaven-ranked martial techniques, one grasped the move while the other only imitated it. At this moment they were on completely different levels. From a distance, in that instant, Xiaoqin looked like a true dragon, carrying an unparalleled might as he soared into the sky. Niu Deng and Dan Tianyu, who were blocking the true dragon, got knocked back in one exchange. The berserk saber chi easily broke their protective quintessence shields. The saber chi left countless wounds on their bodies, causing blood to spurt out. Horrifying wounds covered their entire bodies. They were so deep that their bones could be seen, excruciating pain. Clang! Xiaoqin sheathed his saber. Then he turned around and stood calmly in the air. He glanced at the 2 groaning people on the ground. Then he looked at Shimin Bao, who was not far away, frightened silly when he climbed to his feet. An indiscernible look of disappointment flashed in his eyes, but he remained silent. After a while, Xiaoqin rode on the blue dragon and left, leaving only his back to Shimin Bao, Niu Deng and the others. These people didn't know that from now on, they could only see Xiaoqin's back. Once he surpassed her, she would never have the chance to catch up. Shimin Bao was very excited. Shimin Bao caught the imperceptible disappointment in Xiaoqin's eyes. That was contempt. Shimin Bao's talent was outstanding, second only to the 7 giants of the younger generation. However, today a 5th-ranked white-robed bladesman looked down on him. Shimin Bao's emotions fluctuated too much, affecting the wound on his chest. He could not help but cough a few times. The more he coughed, the more painful it became. In the end, he actually coughed out a large mouthful of blood. In reality, he didn't know that even before Xiaoqin's cultivation and strength increased, Xiaoqin was already able to easily escape from his hands. It wasn't as simple as he thought. Now that Xiaoqin's cultivation had increased significantly, His quintessence had refined twice, his vital chi had crossed the threshold of 1,000 tons of force, and he had comprehended the essence of soaring dragon. Naturally, it would be easy for Xiaoqin to defeat Xiaoqin. Everything was within reason. Now, among the younger generation of the Qianwu domain, only the 7 giants could suppress Xiaoqin. I know who he is. Suddenly, an excited shout came from the crowd behind Xiaoqin, sounding very anxious. He is that white-robed bladesman from the Haotian sect, the one who challenged Bai Wuxia. The challenge that Xiaoqin issued to Bai Wuxia at Giant Sword Peak had already spread throughout the Qianwu domain. Everyone knew about it. However, most people just took it as a joke and did not care too much about it. Some even called Xiaoqin a madman. However, at this moment, after seeing Xiaoqin defeat Shimin Bao, Niu Deng and Dan Tianyu, no one dared to look down on Xiaoqin and say that Xiaoqin was a madman. Is that him? This is incredible. No matter what, he is now qualified to challenge Bai Wuxia. It has been so many years. The 7 giants of the Qianwu domain are like a mountain, suppressing the younger generation. Perhaps the situation of the Qianwu domain, which has not changed for many years, is about to change. He should be going to the burial grounds. Bai Wuxia went there long ago. Come, let's go and take a look as well. Let's stop searching for treasures and go take a look. I really want to see what kind of sparks will fly when Bai Wuxia meets this brat. The disciples of the various sects felt excited, their blood surging uncontrollably. They all gave up on searching for treasures and chased after Xiaoqin. Soon all the cultivators in this place had left. Only Shimin Bao, Niu Deng and Dan Tianyu remained, making the place seem rather deserted. Previously, the 3 of them had been the focus of everyone's attention when a huge battle was about to erupt. Who could have imagined that in the blink of an eye, everyone's attention would be snatched away by Xiaoqin? They no longer paid any attention to the 3 of them, losing all interest in them. Niu Deng struggled to his feet. His earlier rage had already vanished. His gaze was calm as he cursed softly. For a heaven-ranked martial technique, power is the most important. I have to go back and comprehend my own power. Otherwise I am nothing. After Xiaoqin spoke, he did not care about anything else. Unexpectedly, he headed back, giving up on the fortuitous encounter in the True Dragon Cave. Shimin Bao suffered a heavy blow as well. He muttered, I finally understand the difference between me and the 7 giants. The experts of the Qianwu domain, second only to the 7 giants. Smiling self-mockingly, Shimin Bao said, in the past I was very happy about this title. Now that I think about it, it is really laughable. There are at least 80 people who are second to the 7 giants. However, there are only 7 of the 7 giants. What do I count for? Shimin Bao felt incomparably fatigued. He shook his head and followed Niu Deng's footsteps, heading back. Perhaps losing the dragon mark fruit this time was not a bad thing. As for Dan Tianyu, he could not just leave like that. He was already very old. He needed to make use of this opportunity to see if he could find an opportunity to break through to half-sage. If he could not find one, he would remain a peak late-stage superior-grade martial monarch for the rest of his life, until he died. The burial ground has the remains of a true dragon. However, the competition is too intense. I will definitely not get a chance to obtain the good stuff. Coincidentally, the people here are all gone. I will search around. Dan Tianyu treated his injuries and started to search around the area. He hoped to find a few good treasures that he could exchange for some resources when he left. Riding on the blue dragon, Xiaoqin moved up and down. With the map to guide him, he moved very quickly. The burial ground had the remains of a true dragon. The entire skeleton of a true dragon was a treasure. Any piece of true dragon bone could be forged into a superior-grade bone weapon. It could also be ground into medicinal powder or refined into all sorts of precious medicinal pills. As for the vertebrae on the back, they could be forged into a bone dragon whip, a powerful bone weapon. To Xiaoqin, what he needed was the dragon marrow hidden in the vertebrae of a true dragon. However, the dragon marrow depended on the probability. Not every skeleton had the dragon marrow, which was why it was so precious. If nothing unexpected happened, all the half-sage experts who came for experiential training would appear in the burial ground. Not only the 7 giants and loose cultivators of the Qianwu domain but also the half-sage loose cultivators of the fiend race. Xiaoqin could foresee that the competition in the burial ground would be incredibly intense. With so many half-sage experts watching, it would be incredibly difficult for Xiaoqin to obtain the dragon marrow. Whether he could obtain what he wanted was still unknown. After about 7 or 8 minutes, the burial ground appeared before Xiaoqin's eyes. It was an extremely spacious cave. When Xiaoqin looked up, he saw that the ceiling was at least a kilometer above the ground. The vast cave was filled with dense true dragon qi. A vast dragon might was everywhere, assaulting one's face and making breathing difficult. There were 5 true dragon remains in the cave. There were at least 2 teams fighting intensely for each true dragon skeleton. This was especially so for the largest true dragon skeleton in the middle. There were 7 or 8 half-sages engaged in a horrifying battle. No one dared to approach rashly. The terrifying energy ripples in the air did not stop for even a second. The sound of weapons clashing could be heard continuously. The scene was extremely chaotic. Occasionally the miserable cries of cultivators rang out. For the sake of the most precious treasures in the true dragon cave, everyone's eyes turned bloodshot. Xiaoqun looked around and finally found Shui Lingling. She led Hu Hai's group and fought with the extreme insect disciples led by Wuxia, fighting for a true dragon skeleton. However, the situation did not look good. Xiaoqun and Wuxia were evenly matched. However, the extreme insect disciples forced Hu Hai and the others into a retreat. The situation was grim. If Hu Hai and the others were defeated, the remaining true inheritors of the extreme insect would be able to free themselves and break the stalemate between Xiaoqun and Wuxia. Then, they would no longer be able to obtain that true dragon skeleton. When Xiaoqun noticed Wang Qing, he paused for a moment and suppressed the murderous intent in his heart. Then he grasped his lunar shadow saber and calmly flew in the direction of Shui Lingling and the others. The extreme insect was one of the 9 ranks of the great families in the north. There were 2 publicly known Emperor Wu in the sect. They had deep accumulations and were stronger than the Haotian sect. The true inheritors of the extreme insect were stronger than the Haotian sect. Hu Hai, Jun Si, Wang Qing and Qin Shao each had to fight 1 person each. It was very taxing for them. All of them had a few wounds on their bodies and their combat prowess plummeted. The situation was dire. Hu Hai, you can't hold on for much longer. In that case you should give up. This true dragon skeleton is definitely our extreme insects. The one fighting Hu Hai was a tall and skinny disciple of the extreme insect. He wore blue robes and held a 1-meter-long sword in his hand. His exquisite sword techniques and deep cultivation completely suppressed Hu Hai's huge axe, preventing him from bringing it out. The huge axe was originally focused on large swings, advancing indomitably and tyrannically. However, at this moment, Hu Hai's movements were flustered and he could only defend passively. The extreme insect swordsman completely grasped the rhythm of the battle, forcing Hu Hai into a sorry state. If he was not careful, his protective quintessence would break, and a sword wound would appear on his body. Hu Hai clenched his teeth and did not say anything. He stubbornly resisted the other party's attacks, doing his best to find an opportunity to turn the situation around. Chapter 722. The cultivations of the other 3 were even lower than Hu Hai's. Clearly they were in an even worse state. They were surrounded by danger, like fallen leaves in a strong wind. They could fall at any moment. Shui Lingling, who was fighting Wuxia, wanted to help. However, she could not free herself. After all, Xiaoqun was best at mid-range and long-range combat. If she could distance herself from Wuxia and fight one-on-one, she would definitely be stronger than him. However, at this moment Shui Lingling was in close combat, swinging her purple bow. She simply could not free herself to do so. It was already very difficult for Xiaoqun to remain undefeated against Wuxia. Wuxia had a relaxed expression. Snowflakes drifted around him as he stood amidst the wind and snow. He smiled faintly and said, "Shui Lingling, I admit that you are stronger than me. Unfortunately, your junior brothers are not up to standard. I advise you to give up on this true dragon remains, lest you humiliate yourself in the future." Shui Lingling showed a slightly angry expression as she thought to herself, if Xiaoqun were here, I would not be in such a passive position. Thinking of Xiaoqun, Shui Lingling immediately blamed herself. If she had not insisted on going through the true dragon storm back then, Xiaoqun would not have died in there. Xiao. Wuxia's eyes lit up. He immediately caught on to the opening that Shui Lingling revealed while she was distracted. He pressed forward and snowflakes gathered in his palm. His palm immediately turned as smooth as jade as he pressed it toward Shui Lingling at lightning speed. It was silent and contained a strong killing intent. By the time Shui Lingling reacted, it was already too late to dodge. She could only receive this palm strike head-on. The cold chi poured into Shui Lingling's body like a gust of wind. Her red lips turned pale, and a faint layer of frost covered her fine black hair. Shui Lingling vomited a mouthful of blood and quickly retreated 100 meters. Then she quickly circulated the profound yang art, and a white mist rose from her body. Only after she expelled the cold chi from her body did her complexion improve. The wind and snow did not stop and cold chi spread everywhere. Bai Wuxia smiled coldly and said, "Shui Lingling, to think that you would make such a low-level mistake. You really disappoint me." Bang. Suddenly, a painful cry came from below. It was the Haotian sect's Jun Si. She finally could not hold on any longer, and her weapon was knocked out of her hand by her opponent. After that, Jun Si was sent flying with a palm strike. She vomited a mouthful of blood, her face pale. The person who injured her laughed sinisterly. With a flicker he wanted to give her the final blow. When Bai Wuxia saw this scene he could not help but laugh loudly. He shouted coldly, "Shui Lingling, you have already suffered a crushing defeat. Are you still going to persist?" Reluctance appeared on Shui Lingling's pretty face. However, now that the situation had turned around and she no longer had any chance, she could only give up. The hearts of Hu Hai and the others were filled with despair. It was not easy for them to arrive at this burial ground, but in the end, it was all for naught. They could not obtain anything. Just at this moment, a gust of wind blew past and swept up Jun Si's body. The wind spun around and pounced toward the person who had injured her. Boom. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resounded in the calm air, causing space to tremble. That extreme insect disciple cried out miserably. His ribs broke and he went flying back in a sorry state, crashing into the huge true dragon remains. That extreme insect disciple's face twisted in unbearable pain. Blood flowed out of a corner of his mouth like a fountain, and a deep reluctance appeared in his eyes. The sudden appearance of a strong wind shocked everyone. They could not help but pause as they looked over. The strong wind stopped. Xiao Qin, who was riding on 3 blue dragons and executing the cloud-soaring art to its limits, slowly revealed himself. "Junior brother Xiao Qin, you are not dead." Jun Si, who was in Xiao Qin's embrace, opened her eyes wide, filled with boundless joy. Xiao Qin smiled faintly. Then he extended his hand and sent out a gentle energy, slowly pushing Jun Si's body down. Hu Hai's and Qin Zhao's faces lit up with joy. When they saw that Xiao Qin had returned alive and that his strength had improved significantly, even injuring an extreme insect disciple with 1 palm strike, their spirits were lifted. Only Wang Qing paled. His heart trembled as if he had seen a nightmare. He muttered, "How can this fellow not be dead?" However, Wang Cheng's opponent did not care at all. Taking advantage of Wang Cheng's state of confusion, he kicked Wang Cheng's face and sent him flying. Xiao Qin gently drifted over to Shui Lingling's side. He said, "First senior sister, leave this person to me. You go down and deal with those bugs." When Shui Lingling saw that Xiao Qin was not dead, the knot in her heart immediately loosened. A smile finally appeared on her cold face. However, when she heard Xiao Qin say that, she asked somewhat worriedly, "Can you really do it?" Xiao Qin smiled confidently. Then he looked at Bai Wuxia and said, "Naturally, it is impossible to defeat him. However, blocking 100 moves from him will be easy." After 100 moves, Shui Lingling would definitely deal with the problem below. At that time, she would surround Bai Wuxia and defeat him without a doubt. "I believe in you." Shui Lingling smiled gently and floated down. She gently pulled back her bowstring and forced Hu Hai's opponent to retreat quickly. Bai Wuxia was expressionless as he looked coldly at Xiao Qin. He smiled in disdain and said, "I really wonder what fortuitous encounter you had to give you such confidence that you want to die so badly." Xiao Qin smiled gently and drew the lunar shadow saber with his left hand. Then he stood on the blue dragon image and said calmly, "I will stand here. Let's see how you are going to kill me." Great ice palm. The snowflakes drifting in the air suddenly gathered together and formed a huge ice palm. It appeared out of nowhere and pressed towards Xiao Qin like an ice mountain. This move appeared out of nowhere and was untraceable. However, it was extraordinarily mighty. It had once reduced Xiao Qin to a sorry state. The purple clouds gathered in Xiao Qin's dantian scattered and turned into surging quintessence. They flowed through Xiao Qin's meridians like a surging river. Instantly, Xiao Qin's quintessence surged, and his clothes fluttered without any wind. He circulated all his quintessence at this moment. The immortal state of thunder and the perfect 70% comprehended saber intent all gathered together. Xiao Qin was extremely focused. A saber light flashed and a purple bolt of lightning tore through the sky. It lit up the dark burial ground. Saber intent, state, quintessence. Everything gathered on the lunar shadow saber and turned into a resplendent purple saber light surging out. Cassia. The light paused and the great ice palm was chopped in half. It brushed past Xiao Qin and shattered, turning into ice shards filling the air. The residual static in the air crackled and exploded into water droplets, falling to the ground. Pointing his saber at Bai Wuxia, Xiaoqin stood on the blue dragon. His white robes fluttered and a boundless fighting spirit filled his heart. Seeing Xiaoqin break his great ice palm so easily, Bai Wuxia's pupils constricted. He was clearly surprised. He clearly remembered that half a month ago when Xiaoqin faced his great ice palm, he was in a sorry state. Xiaoqin had to use his trump card before he could barely block it. How could Xiaoqin improve so much in such a short time? They're fighting. They're really fighting. When the sect cultivators who had chased after Xiaoqin saw Xiaoqin pointing his saber at Bai Wuxia, they immediately cried out. There were 5 true dragon remains in the burial ground. Naturally, the place where the most intense battle took place was the one in the center, where the Thunder and Lightning Palaces and Juanshi fought against 5 fiend race loose cultivators. And Juanshi's strength was as strong as the rumors said. As electric light flashed around, he easily fought against the 5 fiend race loose cultivators. And Juanshi stood proudly on the dragon skeleton. With 1 person and 1 whip, he firmly suppressed the 5 fiend race half-sage loose cultivators, keeping them at bay. However, Juanshi had been famous for a long time already. Although such strength was shocking, it was within reason. The fight was not as exciting as the one between Xiaoqin and Bai Wuxia. The 7 giants of the Tianwu domain had not met with a proper challenger for many years. These 7 giants held noble statuses and were famous far and wide. There were rumors of them everywhere. They had stood strong for more than 10 years, and their golden reputation was deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. Originally, everyone treated Xiaoqin as a joke. However, when they saw Xiaoqin defeat Shimin Bao, Niu Dang and Dan Tianyu, 3 experts, no one dared to think that way anymore. Chapter 723. The many cultivators who followed all focused their gazes on Xiaoqin and Bai Wuxia, clearly excited. After not seeing you for some time, you have become more capable. However, in the end you will not be able to escape death. Bai Wuxia snorted coldly. His figure flashed and a boundless snowflake appeared. In an instant he arrived before Xiaoqin and sent a palm strike at Xiaoqin's head. 3 azure dragons circled around Xiaoqin as he took 3 steps back. His saber light danced around, giving off resplendent electric light. It blasted the drifting snowflakes into raindrops, which fell to the ground one by one. The other party's state of ice was extremely strong. It had already touched the boundary of the will of ice. If Xiaoqin could not use his state of thunder to neutralize it, it would severely affect his speed. When the cold qi entered the body and accumulated to a certain level, it would turn into a cold poison. At that time he would lose even if he did not lose. Although Xiaoqin's state of thunder was weaker than his opponent's, it contained the immortal attribute. It would not crumble that easily. Bang! Bai Wuxia's palm was as smooth as jade, giving off a cold light. When it touched the saber, it gave off a cold light and instantly sealed the lunar shadow saber in ice. A frost-like white mist spread from the tip of the saber to the hilt, trying to seal Xiaoqin in ice. Xiaoqin clenched 2 fingers on his left hand. His expression did not change as he placed them on the bottom of the saber. The dense lightning-attributed quintessence turned into a lightning-attributed fire that soared upwards. The fire immediately melted the cold qi, and the hot qi scattered like a white mist. However, Bai Wuxia did not even bother to look at it. He continued forward and used his palm as a saber, hacking at Xiaoqin's head. The drifting snowflakes condensed into a line and formed a saber light that was as cold as metal. When the cold light appeared, it gave off a dazzling, snow-white light. Xiaoqin leaned back and quickly dodged, not giving Bai Wuxia a chance to get close. Xiao. Bai Wuxia's earlier saber light turned into an ice mirror. If Xiaoqin had been too fast he would have been stuck in the ice mirror. Snowflakes drifted down and lightning flashed everywhere. The 2 people in the air moved faster and faster, so fast that it was hard to distinguish them. He could only see 2 blurry shadows, one white and one blue. The blue shadow was cold and threatening, while the white shadow was filled with electricity. The saber qi and the palm wind clashed. Boundless energy flew in all directions and blasted deep pits on the ground. Strange, who exactly is it? Even after Bai Wuxia used his full strength, he could not land quickly. Wang Meng, who had already won, stood on a true dragon corpse, looking confused. Wang Meng was the most flamboyant of the 7 giants. Even if he met Nguan Muyun, one of the 3 holy masters, he would not back down. He asked his fellow disciples behind him, "Who is that white figure? Do any of you know?" The others scratched their heads, unable to figure it out. A younger female disciple said uncertainly, "Could it be that madman from the Haotian sect?" That person also likes to wear white. He is also a bladesman. When that female disciple finished talking about Xiao Chen, Wang Ming's expression changed slightly. An excited expression flashed in his eyes as he said, "Interesting." Unexpectedly, such a madman appeared in the Qianwu domain. Unexpectedly, Wang Ming did not know about it. Across from Wang Ming was another of the 7 giants, Jiang Ziyuan. He had lost to Wang Ming in the fight for the True Dragon Corpse. At this moment he focused his attention on the battle between Xiao Qin and Bai Wuxia. Jiang Ziyuan held a spear and revealed a contemplative expression. He smiled and said, "This person's saber intent seems to have reached 70% comprehension as well. Are you not afraid that he will surpass you?" Wang Ming carried a dragon-tooth saber on his back. He smiled and said, "Aside from Feng Xingxing, I look down on all the bladesmen of the Tianwu domain. I can't wait for more people like him. The more the better. My saber has not met an opponent for a long time." On another True Dragon Corpse, Feng Xingxing, who defeated the scions of the Zhang clan and the Jun clan of the Tianwu domain's 4 noble clans, entered deep thought as he watched Xiao Qin fight with Bai Wuxia. A disciple behind Feng Xingxing said with some astonishment, "First senior brother, this white-robed bladesman really fought with Bai Wuxia. Furthermore, he did not lose." Feng Xingxing slowly sheathed his saber and sighed softly, "Originally, I intended to challenge Bai Wuxia among the 7 giants. It looks like I will have to change to someone else this time." Back when Feng Xingxing learned that Xiao Chen was going to fight Bai Wuxia, he had been interested in taking a look. However, he had not expected Xiao Chen to win. Now that Feng Xingxing saw Xiao Chen's strength, it was hard to say. Given another half a year, even if Xiao Chen could not defeat Bai Wuxia, he might be able to match Bai Wuxia. If that was the case, there would be no point in challenging Bai Wuxia. The scions of the Zhang clan and the Jun clan focused their attention on this battle as well. Challenging the 7 giants was the dream of many outstanding talents of the younger generation. However, after so many years as the 7 giants became more and more dazzling, no one had taken this step for a long time. They were all afraid of humiliating themselves and losing their reputation. Now, there was a person who was only a medial-grade martial monarch, yet he could fight with Bai Wuxia to such a degree. This was a huge blow to both of them. And Juanxi, who was currently fighting with the 5 fiend race half-sages on the skeleton in the center, also paid some attention to the battle between Xiao Chen and Bai Wuxia. And Juanxi did not think much of the 7 giants. The main reason was the immortal state of thunder that Xiao Chen used, which attracted his attention. The immortal state of thunder. If I have time, I should exchange pointers with this person. Even several sage elders of the Thunder and Lightning Palace have not comprehended the immortal state of thunder. Wuxi. A fiend race loose cultivator wanted to take advantage of the moment, and Juanxi was distracted to forcefully charge in and take him down, snatching away the most precious dragon skeleton. And Juanxi smiled coldly and flicked his wrist. The electric whip became like a berserk dragon, showing its ferocity. The other 4 loose cultivators cried out in pain. Originally, this was in Juanxi's opening. However, when the 5 worked together, one of them left the formation and immediately turned the situation around to his advantage. The fiend race loose cultivator who sneak attacked in Juanxi was startled and quickly fled. The 5 fiend race loose cultivators regrouped, no longer daring to move rashly. Dance of Snow, 100 Flowers Bloom. Bai Wuxia attacked for a long time, unable to take down Xiao Chen. Finally, he got angry and executed a heaven-ranked martial technique, wanting to take down Xiao Chen in one move. If Bai Wuxia could not take down Xiao Chen in front of so many people of the same generation, then his reputation would be ruined. Under Bai Wuxia's control, the snowflakes drifting down from the air all turned into white flower buds. The flower buds bloomed and quickly absorbed the ice-attributed spiritual energy in the surroundings. The formless ice-attributed energy seemed to turn solid at this moment. Thousands of tiny crystalline white lights appeared in the air, reflecting the light. The light illuminated the ice flower buds, making them crystalline and beautiful. The thousands of flower buds covered the sky, preventing anyone from dodging. Bai Wuxia looked at Xiao Chen and smiled coldly. 100 flowers bloom. Bloom. Right after Bai Wuxia spoke, many crystalline ice flower buds suddenly bloomed. They were like pure and holy women revealing their charming faces and smiling faintly. The thousands of flowers bloomed. This scene was pure and beautiful. However, it contained a fatal threat. The thousands of flower petals danced around, forming a bone-chilling wind current. The ice flowers shot towards Xiao Chen. Every petal contained a formidable ice attribute true essence. These tens of thousands of ice flowers were like ice flowers. These thousands of ice flowers were like a snowstorm. As long as one landed on a person, it would result in severe internal injuries. Xiaochen could not let the ice flowers get close to him, not even one. Xiaochen's expression turned grave. At the crucial moment, he held his saber with his right hand and executed the upgraded version of Saber Light Thunder Shadow, Ghostly Image Chop. Saber lights danced around. In an instant, Xiaochen sent out 72 saber lights. Each saber light quickly split into 3. Instantly, saber images containing the state of thunder filled Xiaochen's surroundings. The saber images were densely packed, encasing him tightly without any gaps. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, one ice flower after another collided with the blade shadow, causing a loud sound to erupt. It was like an avalanche, dull and deep. In the spacious burial ground, the sound reverberated unceasingly, causing the entire ground to shake violently. The snowy mountains exploded, shattering like rocks for 500 kilometers. Such a scene seemed to appear before everyone's eyes. They felt like they were there. The dull sounds did not stop for even a moment. Every time an ice flower exploded, it would release horrifying ice-attributed energy. Dance of snow, hundreds of flowers bloomed. They were as magnificent as light, so beautiful that they could break one's heart. The many cultivators watching from a distance were astonished. Bai Wuxia truly lived up to his reputation as one of the 7 giants. A strong wind blew and snowflakes fell. Xiaochen's figure was completely hidden in the snowstorm. No one knew if he was dead or alive. It's over. This Xiaochen will probably be severely injured even if he does not die. Bai Wuxia is getting serious. It's been so many years since I saw Bai Wuxia use a heaven-ranked martial technique. For this Xiaochen to be able to force Bai Wuxia to this extent, it is worth it. After all, he is one of the 7 giants. Xiaochen was too rash. He should have stopped while he was ahead. The disciples of the various sects outside the burial ground discussed the situation. They all felt deep admiration for Xiaochen for being able to force Bai Wuxia to this extent. However, they all thought that this was as far as he could go. Jiang Ziyun, one of the 7 giants, held his spear and smiled gently. This fellow is still a little rash. However, since he did not die and managed to survive, he is quite a character. However, Wang Meng, who was on the true dragon remains, shook his head slightly and said, "It might not be what you think." Jiang Ziyun frowned and said, "Could there be other variables? Bai Wuxia's dance of snow can already bring out 70% of its might. If he executed it, it would be difficult for us to deal with him." Wang Meng did not bother to argue. He smiled and said, "Keep watching and you will know." As the ice and snow flew, Bai Wuxia's expression relaxed somewhat. He was very clear on the might of his dance of snow. Bai Wuxia glanced at the battlefield below. 2 powerful people from the extreme Yin sect were currently holding back Shui Lingling. She would not be able to extricate herself for a while. Good. In that case, I will take this opportunity to end this scourge. Bai Wuxia's gaze turned cold. He made up his mind. After this move was over, he would eliminate the severely injured Xiaochen, not leaving behind any future problems. Just at this moment, a strand of purple electric light suddenly appeared in the white world of ice and snow. Following that, the sound of surging water came from the ice and snow. Boom! The sound of water grew louder and louder. It was like a boundless ocean, vast and boundless. When it erupted, it crushed all the ice and snow into dust. Chapter 724. A purple sea appeared in front of Bai Wuxia. This was a sea made purely of electricity, sweeping away all the ice flowers. What's going on? A sea of lightning has appeared. It's Xiaochen. That sea of lightning is a phenomenon created by Xiaochen. He actually blocked that move. Exclamations rose one after another. Everyone's expression was slightly startled. They never expected Xiaochen to be so powerful and unexpectedly block the attack. Jiang Ziyun was stunned and said, "Wang Meng, you already knew?" Wang Meng smiled faintly and said, "I am the same as you, unable to see through that world of ice and snow. It is only the purest feeling of a bladesman." Shoo. Suddenly, a strand of saber light shot out of the sea of lightning from somewhere. It was like a rainbow piercing through the sun, disappearing in a flash. It was so fast that no one could catch it. This elusive saber strike made Bai Wuxia feel the threat of death for some reason. At this critical moment, Bai Wuxia's rich combat experience, which he had accumulated for many years, made him feel the threat of death. Coupled with his half-sank cultivation and sharp reflexes, he quickly dodged to the side in the time it took for a spark to fly. A dim light flashed and a few strands of hair fell from Bai Wuxia's forehead. They drifted to the ground, brushing past the Grim Reaper. Dragon subduing / blue dragon goes to sea. Seeing that his first move had failed, Xiaoqin immediately switched to another one. His feet stepped on the blue dragon's shadow. Xiaoqin suddenly braked in the air and flew past by Wuxia. Then he immediately stopped. The sudden stop produced a thunderous sonic boom that exploded in everyone's eardrums. The mysterious phenomenon of a vast sea materialized behind Xiaoqin. 990 dragon pillars soared into the sky, and a blue dragon leaped out of the sea. Xiaoqin brandished the dragon-shaped saber qi and used the aura of a blue dragon emerging from the sea to attack Bai Wuxia. The battle happened in a breath of time. That strand of saber light chopped off Bai Wuxia's hair and immediately turned into a dragon-shaped saber light, attacking. He did not give his opponent any chance to execute his martial technique. At the crucial moment of life and death, Bai Wuxia remained extremely calm. He brought out his half-sage cultivation to its limits. His clothes fluttered wildly and his hair suddenly turned white. A cold light blossomed on his hands, and the radiance overflowed in all directions, dazzling and glaring. When Bai Wuxia saw the incoming saber blade, he shouted. His hands, which were glowing with a cold light, clapped down and clamped down on the saber blade. Boom! A horrifying clump of energy immediately burst out behind Bai Wuxia. 100-meter-wide pit appeared in the cave wall, turning pitch black. However, Bai Wuxia's body did not move at all in midair. He used his strong cultivation to receive Xiaoqian's heaven-ranked martial technique head-on. People couldn't help but sigh at the profound cultivation and courage of the 7 tycoons. Blood leaked out of a corner of Bai Wuxia's lips as he clamped down on the saber. He looked at Xiaoqian and smiled. "White-robed bladesman, you really surprised me. However, suppressing the cold qi in your body must be very painful, right?" Xiaoqian's lips paled slightly. It was indeed as Bai Wuxia said. There was no way to completely dodge that dance of snow. Even though Xiaoqian managed to dodge the ice flowers, the cold qi that appeared from the start had already silently entered his body. "Just take care of yourself." Xiaoqian's blood surged as he instantly activated the sovereign's bloodline in his body. A distant, noble, ancient, heavy, and epic sovereign's aura surged towards Bai Wuxia. With the sovereign's aura at such a close distance, Bai Wuxia could not help but take a step back. However, he quickly recovered. However, Xiaoqian took advantage of this opportunity to draw the lunar shadow saber from Bai Wuxia's hand. Then he quickly executed the second move of the dragon subduing /. Xiaoqian turned into a true dragon, and his body merged with his saber. Then he stomped on the air, causing space to tremble endlessly. A saber light flickered like a true dragon, baring its claws in rage as it flew at Bai Wuxia. Bai Wuxia's expression changed slightly. With one glance, he could tell that this move was different from the previous one. It required a martial technique. Dance of snow, 100 flowers contend. Bai Wuxia's hands formed hand seals, and the dancing snowflakes in front of him suddenly condensed into all sorts of ice flowers. There were azaleas, peonies, roses, white flowers, and hundreds of other flowers. They formed a 100 flowers formation made of ice and snow. They competed with each other and formed a strange aura, firmly locking down the space. The true dragon and the 100 flowers formation clashed and gave off a loud sound. The two each took 100 steps back. For the first time, the aura of soaring dragon did not knock anyone away. Instead, it barely managed to fight evenly. The flowers withered and turned back into dancing snowflakes. The blood at the corner of Bai Wuxia's lips was very eye-catching in the white snow. What kind of monster did I provoke? Unexpectedly, he even grasped the aura of a heaven-ranked martial technique. Bai Wuxia stared at the pale Xiaoqian. The shock in his heart could not be described with words. Incredible. Unexpectedly, he even comprehended the aura of a heaven-ranked martial technique. The passionate young master, Murong Lingfeng, who fought to a draw with Luo Zixiao on a true dragon corpse, gently waved his folding fan. Luo Zixiao, who was holding a sword beside Murong Lingfeng, said calmly, "However, his situation is not optimistic. The dance of snow contains cold poison. The cold poison that has accumulated in his body has probably reached a certain level already." Murong Lingfeng smiled faintly and said, "It's fine. Shui Lingling is already free." Bai Wuxia gently wiped away the blood at the corner of his lips. Then he looked at the pale Xiaoqian, who was clearly suffering from the cold poison. Just as Bai Wuxia was about to make a move, he suddenly felt an extremely dangerous gaze on him. As long as he made any strange movements, he would immediately face death. Bai Wuxia already guessed what was going on. He looked around and it was indeed as he expected. Shui Lingling, who was on the ground, had already dealt with the few ruthless people of the extreme Yin sect. She had already drawn her purple bow, which contained immortal qi, into the shape of a full moon. An arrow made of pure profound sun true flame was knocked on the bow. Shui Lingling's purple robes fluttered as she looked at Bai Wuxia coldly. Her meaning was clear without saying. Bai Wuxia glanced at the extreme Yin sect true inheritors lying on the ground, firmly subdued by Hu Hai and the others. He knew that he had lost his advantage. The priceless and inestimable true dragon corpse was no longer of any use to him. Then Bai Wuxia raised his head and looked at Xiaoqin. He sighed ruefully. When he first met Xiaoqin, he had used less than 50% of his strength to force the other party to flee. When Bai Wuxia heard the other party challenge him, he had treated it as a joke. He felt that it was an insult to his reputation and only wanted to kill this person casually. Bai Wuxia had never truly treated Xiaoqin as an opponent. He had never felt that Xiaoqin was dangerous, so he had not taken Xiaoqin's challenge to heart. However, in a mere 2 months, Xiaoqin's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. Bai Wuxia had used close to 100% of his strength, but he had still failed to deal with Xiaoqin quickly. Instead, he had gotten injured. Now, Bai Wuxia had no choice but to seriously consider this challenge. Bai Wuxia withdrew his hand and scattered his state of ice. Then he looked at Xiaoqin and said in a cold voice, "The Haotian sect's Xiaoqin, as the top true inheritor of the extreme Yin sect, I ask you, are you really willing to challenge me?" Xiaoqin waved his hand and scattered his immortal state of thunder. Then he sheathed his saber and said calmly, "I already said it long ago. I will not repeat myself." Bai Wuxia narrowed his eyes and smiled coldly. "Very well. In that case, I formally accept your challenge before all the younger generation of the Tianwu domain. I'll give you 1 year. Within this 1 year, the extreme Yin sect will not send anyone to seek trouble for you." After saying that, Bai Wuxia flung his sleeves and led the extreme Yin sect's true inheritors away from the burial grounds with cold expressions. Looking at Bai Wuxia's departing figure, the disciples of the various sects were deep in thought. Since Bai Wuxia became famous, countless people had challenged him, wanting to use him as a stepping stone for their own fame. However, without exception, all these people fell at his feet, seeking their own humiliation. Bai Wuxia had accepted hundreds of challenges. However, he had never formally accepted any of them. Today he had accepted Xiaoqin's challenge before all the younger generation of the Tianwu domain. This was truly surprising. As they looked at Xiaoqin, they all felt envious. After this, the name of the white-robed bladesman Xiaoqin will spread throughout the entire Tianwu domain. That goes without saying. Bai Wuxia officially accepted this challenge. This is unprecedented. In the future, this battle will definitely attract everyone's attention. Strange, Bai Wuxia has met opponents before as well. However, he never acknowledged them. Could it be that Xiaoqin is really that strong? Bai Wuxia gave Xiaoqin 1 year. I wonder what he is thinking. As one of the 7 giants, he definitely has his own pride. He does not fear a true challenge. He probably did not take Xiaoqin seriously in the past. Bai Wuxia's acknowledgement of Xiaoqin's challenge was like dropping a bomb into a calm lake. It immediately incited a lot of discussion, making the place extraordinarily bustling. Xiaoqin's gaze was as calm as still water. He did not think that Bai Wuxia's acknowledgement was a big deal. Xiaoqin had always been indifferent to his reputation. He only knew that Bai Wuxia had injured him, bullied him, and humiliated him. So he should return the favor. That was all. Xiaoqin gently drifted down and landed beside Shui Lingling. He said softly, "First senior sister, fortunately, I did not disappoint you. I managed to block a few moves from Bai Wuxia." Shui Lingling smiled and said, "Don't say anything first. I'll use the profound sun true flame to help you purge the cold poison in your body." Bai Wuxia's cold poison had already entered Xiaoqin's body. However, it was not as severe as others guessed. Xiaoqin's physical body had already reached rank 1 sage body. His skin, blood, bones, and meridians had all been tempered several times. It was extremely difficult for the cold poison to break through the layers of defense and enter his internal organs. Furthermore, Xiaoqin cultivated lightning-attributed quintessence, which was somewhat effective against this cold poison. As long as Xiaoqin did not continue fighting and did not purposely treat himself, the cold poison would slowly be purged over time. Xiaoqin was aware of his own situation. However, since Shui Lingling wanted to help, it would be unreasonable of him to reject her. So, he allowed Shui Lingling to send a clump of gentle profound sun true flame into his body. The profound sun true flame circulated through Xiao Chen's body and easily purged all the cold poison. The process was so smooth that it shocked Shui Lingling. After the cold poison left his body, Xiao Chen's somewhat unsightly expression immediately recovered its luster, and he became spirited. Shui Lingling withdrew her hand and smiled. Your physical body is really terrifyingly strong. I wonder if you are a half-sage who in the younger generation of the Tianwu domain can stop you. Chapter 725. When Xiao Chen heard this he smiled faintly. However, he looked at the true dragon remains in the center without any pride in his eyes. The 5 fiend race loose cultivators there had already revealed their fiend forms. However, Juanshi still held the initiative. He stood on the head of the massive true dragon skeleton and lashed out with a lightning whip, beating the 5 fiend race loose cultivators into submission. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's split this true dragon remains. Hopefully we will be lucky enough to find a few drops of dragon marrow. Shui Lingling smiled as she called everyone over. The others had already gone far away but Xiao Chen did not move. Everyone could not help but look at him strangely, not knowing what Xiao Chen wanted to do. This person? He is not qualified to split the true dragon remains, Xiao Chen said calmly and coldly as he looked at Wang Qing expressionlessly. When Hu Hai and the others heard this their expressions changed. They felt very confused. Xiao Chen's words were rather hurtful, not in line with his character at all. Sweat appeared on Wang Cheng's forehead as his heart trembled. What should have happened had finally happened. Xiao Chen really did not intend to let him off. When Wang Cheng saw Xiao Chen return and the strength he displayed, he had already anticipated his ending. However, now that it really happened he could not help but feel extremely nervous. Chen Xiao said, "Junior brother Xiao Chen, although Wang Cheng said some unpleasant things and was somewhat disrespectful to you, we are all from the same sect. There is no need to be so ruthless." Shui Lingling's gaze wandered around. When she saw the pale and trembling Wang Cheng, she felt that something was wrong. She frowned and said, "Don't say anything first. Let Xiao Chen finish." Xiao Chen's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he stared at Wang Cheng. Then he enunciated every word clearly, "Back in the true dragon storm I did not fall down by accident. Instead he sneak attacked and kicked me down." Buzz. Right after Xiao Chen said that, everyone's minds buzzed. They could not believe that what Xiao Chen said was true. Jun Xi's pretty face turned cold. She immediately said angrily, "Wang Cheng, is what junior brother Xiao Chen said true?" Hu Hai remained silent. He looked at Wang Cheng helplessly. Given Hu Hai's understanding of Xiao Chen's character, there was no need to accuse Wang Cheng. Furthermore, when Xiao Chen fell into the true dragon storm, it was indeed very strange. Even Jun Xi, the weakest among them, had not been pulled out. How could Xiao Chen have been pulled out by the storm? However, despite their suspicions, no one thought that it was Wang Cheng. No matter what, they were Wang Cheng. They were Xiao Chen. Wang Cheng glanced at Shui Lingling's expression. Shui Lingling's murderous aura was restrained, without the slightest trace of emotion. The last trace of hope in his heart was completely dashed. Now there was Shui. Wang Xiao Lingling Xiao No. And Shui. Ling. Xiao Chen Tian Qin. Qin. Xiao and Ling Xiao Chen of Qin Xiao. And Ling. Run. Wang Cheng could not be bothered with Jun Xi's question. Without saying anything else he turned and ran. Only by leaving this place could he survive. Given Wang Cheng's movement technique, as long as Shui Lingling did not make a move, he would not be able to catch up to him in this chaotic burial ground. If the others wanted to catch up to him, they would have to put in a lot of effort, including Xiao Chen. Boom. However, Wang Cheng underestimated the rage in Shui Lingling's heart. He had only moved 200 meters when a fiery light flashed like a meteor. Then Wang Cheng's head exploded into a pool of scarlet light. Shui Lingling gently put down the bow in her hand. She had a complicated expression as she sighed. "Originally, I prepared the flowing light arrow to deal with by Wuxia. Unexpectedly, I used it on my own people." Wang Cheng's headless corpse slowly fell over. When the people in the surroundings saw this scene, they were startled, not knowing what happened. How strange. Shui Lingling would actually attack her own people, Murong Lingfeng said suspiciously as he jumped down from the true dragon's remains. Luo Zixiao, who fought Xiao Chen to a draw, said indifferently, "The internal affairs of the Haotian sect have nothing to do with us. Let's see if this true dragon remains have dragon marrow first. If there is, this trip will be worth it." Murong Lingfeng counted the vertebrae of the true dragon remains one by one. When he reached the 9th vertebrae he stopped. "Haha. I advise you not to get your hopes up. These are all secondary dragons. The chances of them having dragon marrow are not high. The one that Enjuanshi is fighting for is the one with the highest chance. Murong Lingfeng said calmly as he removed the 9th vertebra with a faint smile. Among the true dragons there were also ranks. Generally speaking, a true dragon cave would only have one master, and the rest would be its subordinates. Clearly, in this burial ground, the largest true dragon skeleton under Enjuanshi's feet was the true master of this place. The chances of this true dragon skeleton containing dragon marrow were also the highest. Otherwise, the loose cultivators of the fiend race would not have worked together to make a move. Nor would Enjuanshi be so interested. Naturally, Luo Zixiao understood this as well. He walked forward with his sword in hand and gently stroked the true dragon's skeleton. Then he said indifferently, "It doesn't matter. Along the way the spirit fruits, herbs and rare ores I picked are enough. Just treat it as a pleasant surprise if there is dragon marrow. It is not a loss even if there is none." Murong Lingfeng held the segment of true dragon skeleton and shook it up and down. However, the bone was empty, there was no sound at all. He could not help but feel disappointed. If there was dragon marrow in it, when he shook it gently, the dragon marrow would flow. It would give off a resonant and vast true dragon roar, resounding throughout the world, extremely shocking. Clearly, there was nothing in this true dragon skeleton. However, this true dragon skeleton was already very valuable. Even if they split it evenly, they would not lose out. Be it exchanging it for resources, selling it for spirit stones, forging bone weapons, or refining medicinal pills, it would be very useful. On the other side, Wang Meng held the 9th vertebra of the true dragon skeleton as he looked at the white-robed Xiaoqin. However, he did not make a move. Jiang Ziyuan, who was at the side, frowned slightly. He said unhappily, "Wang Meng, are you afraid that I will try to snatch it if there is dragon marrow? Why are you not testing it yet?" Wang Meng recovered his wits. However, he ignored Jiang Ziyuan's words. His gaze turned grave as he muttered, "So, it is him. That white-robed brat who snatched my half-drop of dragon marrow. It looks like I have to negotiate with Shui Lingling later." When Jiang Ziyuan saw the situation, he could not help but repeat what he said. He did not mean anything else, he just wanted to see whether there was dragon marrow or not. If there was, he could use resources to exchange for it with Wang Meng. Physical defense had always been Xiao Chen's weakness. He really needed the help of dragon marrow. Wang Meng laughed loudly and casually tossed the vertebra over. He said, "In that case, do it yourself. Why would I, Wang Meng, be afraid of you playing any tricks?" Jiang Ziyuan could not be bothered to say more. He caught the vertebra and shook it. It was empty, there was no sound at all. Xiao Chen could not help but reveal an expression of extreme disappointment. He looked at the huge skeleton in the center, where Enjuanshi and the fiend race loose cultivators were still fighting. "It looks like only that set of dragon bones will have dragon marrow," Jiang Ziyuan said calmly. Wang Meng's lips curled up slightly. He said, "That might not be the case. However, even if there is, you would not be able to exchange for it. Enjuanshi wants to use the entire vertebra to forge the true dragon lightning whip. Taking out the dragon marrow would destroy the integrity of the whip." Jiang Ziyuan sighed slightly and said, "I know that as well. However, Enjuanshi is becoming increasingly stronger. He will probably comprehend the will of thunder soon. At that time he will be able to face the 3 holy scions head-on." Wang Meng said sullenly, "It is not that soon. He has already comprehended it. The problem now is how much of the will of thunder he has comprehended." When Jiang Ziyuan heard this news, his body paused visibly. He asked, "How do you know? Have you fought with him before?" Wang Meng's expression slowly turned grave. He nodded gently and said, "Do you think I am the kind of person who would give up the title of the strongest of the 7 giants so easily? I fought him once 3 years ago and lost within 100 moves. I fought him again 2 years ago and lost within 100 moves. I fought him again 1 year ago and lost within 10 moves." Defeating Wang Meng in 10 moves, Jiang Ziyuan could not help but reveal deep shock in his eyes. He said, "Their cultivation and martial techniques are about the same. There is only one explanation for losing so quickly." Wang Meng casually waved his hand and put away the entire set of true dragon remains. Then he looked at the set of remains in the middle and said, "Just wait and see. In the next Sage War of the Proud Son of Heaven ranking, the top 3 positions will probably change." Before the anticipating gazes of his many junior brothers and sisters, Feng Xingxing gently shook the 9th segment of the true dragon bone. In the end it was still empty, there was no sound at all. Aside from the one in the middle, 3 of the remaining 4 sets of true dragon bones did not have dragon marrow. The rarity of dragon marrow was evident once again. A true dragon cave would not be exposed at any time. Even if it was exposed, most of the dragon bones would not have dragon marrow. It was even possible for the entire true dragon cave to not have dragon marrow. First, senior sister, don't touch this segment first. Shui Lingling had already removed the 9th segment of the true dragon bone. However, Xiaochen stopped Shui Lingling from doing so. The blue dragon martial spirit in Xiaochen's body had recondensed. He had a strange connection to this true dragon bone. His spiritual sense and mental energy could not see through this true dragon bone. However, Xiaochen had a hunch that this segment of the true dragon bone might contain dragon marrow. Once it was exposed, it would definitely attract attention from many places. At that time there would be endless trouble. Shui Lingling was stunned for a while, but she still obeyed. Then she handed the true dragon bone to Xiaochen for safekeeping. As for the remaining true dragon bones, Shui Lingling divided them according to their individual strengths. Xiaochen and Xiaochen each took 40%, and the remaining 20% was divided equally among Hu Hai and the other two. No one objected to such a division. Without Xiaochen and Shui Lingling, it would be impossible for the others to obtain even one segment of the true dragon bone. Boom! Suddenly, an extremely resonant divine thunder resounded. That thunder imprinted itself in everyone's sea of consciousness, reverberating endlessly and causing their seas of consciousness to churn endlessly. There was clearly only one thunder, but it resounded endlessly in everyone's minds. It was like they were in a sea of lightning. Everyone felt like bolts of lightning were circling them. The sky changed color and the winds and clouds churned. It felt like the heavenly might of the lightning could shatter their souls at any moment. Xiaochen stabilized his mind. His surging mental energy instantly allowed him to extricate himself from the illusion. Chapter 726. After that, the other 7 giants woke up from the illusions one after another. When they looked at the owner of the shocking thunder, they all appeared somewhat dazed. Shui Lingling frowned slightly and muttered to herself, "Will of thunder." And Juanxi really comprehended the will of thunder. Xiaochen frowned and entered deep thought. The might of a will was truly terrifying. It could even intimidate a cultivator's soul. If Juanxi really made a move, even if everyone here worked together, they would not be a match for him. He had already left the others far behind. If they could not comprehend a will as well, then even if they were half-sages they would be like ants before him. And Juanxi's lightning whip flickered with a silver electric light. The whip looked like a dignified, silver holy dragon as it swept out. The whip knocked the 5 fiend race loose cultivators, who had revealed their true forms, into the air. Their fiend bodies trembled in the air. After they landed, they reverted to human form. Strands of black smoke came out of their bodies, making them look very miserable. "Why are you still not scramming?" And Juanxi shouted as he stood on the dragon's head. He had a stern expression as he held the silver lightning whip. After exposing the will of thunder, and Juanxi was not in a good mood. He did not show any politeness when he spoke. If these 5 fiend race loose cultivators dared to continue pestering him, he could only kill them. The 5 half-sage fiend race loose cultivators trembled as they climbed to their feet. Their eyes revealed deep fear as they headed out of the burial ground without looking back. When Juanxi landed on the ground, he casually swung his whip and shattered the huge true dragon skeleton, leaving only the 9 segments of its spine intact. As the skeleton shattered, the entire burial ground shook violently. Rocks continuously fell from above, rumbling as they fell. "Quick, let's go. This place is going to collapse. If we do not go out, we will be buried forever." Shui Lingling's expression changed slightly. Then she led Xiaochen and the others towards the exit. The cave collapsed and huge rocks fell from the sky. The entire place turned chaotic. Fortunately, the cultivators who came here all had high cultivations. In such a crisis, other than some extremely unlucky cultivators who could not circulate their quintessence in time and got crushed by the rocks, most would be fine. After exiting the cave, the ground behind Xiaochen and the others collapsed. Accompanied by a rumbling sound, the true dragon cave was completely covered in dust and turned into ruins. He could no longer continue searching, and it would be impossible for him to continue trying his luck here in the future. Several cultivators stood in front of the rubble, unwilling to leave for a long time. Some people obtained heavenly treasures and mystical resources that they wanted. It could be said that they had obtained their own fortuitous encounter. There were also people who paid with their lives here, turning into the earth, falling just like that, dying on the path of martial arts that was filled with difficulties. Shui Lingling sighed gently and said, "Let's go. The demonic barrier around the savage battlefield will recover after a while. At that time it will be difficult to leave." The crowd slowly dispersed. At Xiao Chen's suggestion, Shui Lingling took an extremely desolate path. 1 hour later, after scanning the area with his spiritual sense several times and confirming that there was no one within 5 kilometers, Xiao Chen took out the dragon bone. Jun Si smiled gently and said, "Junior brother Xiao Chen, you are so cautious. Could it be that there is really dragon marrow in this dragon bone?" The others looked at Xiao Chen curiously as well. They did not understand why Xiao Chen was so insistent. After all, the chances of dragon marrow appearing were extremely low. This was especially so for a subordinate dragon. It was practically impossible. Previously, when Wang Meng and the others checked for dragon bones in front of so many people, they had not held much hope. If they were sure that there was dragon marrow, they would not have shown it to so many people, seeking trouble for themselves. Xiao Chen smiled faintly as he held the true dragon's 9th vertebra with his right hand. He said, "That is hard to say. Perhaps a miracle will happen." Drip. As Xiao Chen held the dragon bone, he shook it gently. The crisp sound of liquid sloshing came from the dragon bone. The 4, including Shui Lingling, all showed astonished expressions. They even suspected that they were hallucinating. Before they could question it, the crisp sound of liquid sloshing suddenly turned into a resonant dragon roar. That dragon roar contained a boundless dragon might. True dragons had long since disappeared, and the ones that still existed in the world were only some drakes. Even the draconic might of the most powerful draconic dragons was worlds apart from this. This was the purest true dragon might. The instant the dragon roar appeared, aside from Xiao Chen and Shui Lingling, the other 3 were immediately sent flying. Right after the dragon roar sounded, another dragon roar followed. This time Hu Hai and the other 2 could no longer hold on. They all vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, trembling. Even Shui Lingling had a somewhat grave expression. She shuffled her feet slightly. After the dragon might dispersed, Shui Lingling walked over joyfully. She said, 2 dragon roars. There are 2 drops of dragon marrow in there. Xiao Chen, how did you discover it? The others walked over with pale complexions. Their eyes were still filled with disbelief. Hu Hai muttered, 2 drops of dragon marrow? If Wang Meng and the others knew about such a harvest, I wonder how jealous they would be. The value of 1 drop of dragon marrow was sufficient to offset all the precious spirit fruits and ores that those people had collected along the way. 2 drops of spirit stones completely surpassed the gains of the others. This was especially so for the genius cultivators who came here specifically for the dragon marrow. This was a fatal temptation. To them, if they could not obtain the dragon marrow, no matter how many treasures they collected, it would be useless. 5 kilometers away, Wang Meng's body paused for a moment. A strange look flashed in his eyes as he carefully sensed the faint fluctuations in the air. After a while, Wang Meng's eyes lit up. His lips curled up in a smile as he said, "It's dragon marrow. What a coincidence." After Wang Meng recognized Xiao Chen, he wanted to end his relationship with Xiao Chen. He did not want to lose half a drop of dragon marrow for nothing. However, when Wang Meng followed Xiao Chen, he quickly sensed a spiritual sense that was much stronger than mental energy. Wang Meng was very knowledgeable. The first possibility that came to his mind was that Shui Lingling had obtained a rather powerful mental energy martial technique. After Xiao Chen dodged once, he chose to follow far behind the group of people. Back to where Xiao Chen and the others were, Hu Hai and the others rejoiced at first. However, they quickly calmed down. No matter what, the 2 drops of dragon marrow would not end up in their hands. "First, senior sister, we will not split this dragon marrow. You and junior brother Xiao Chen can have a drop each," Hu Hai and the others said calmly. Shui Lingling nodded and said, "All right. I will compensate you with some medial-grade spirit-gathering pearls later. However, I have no use for this drop of dragon marrow." Xiao Chen looked at Shui Lingling suspiciously. Since there were 2 drops of dragon marrow, he definitely had to give one away. He did not know why Shui Lingling did not want it. Dragon marrow mainly strengthens a cultivator's physical body's defense. 1 drop of dragon marrow can raise my defense by about 20%. Shui Lingling carried the purple bow on her back and stroked the hair on her forehead. She chuckled and said, "However, I mainly cultivate archery and movement techniques. The dragon marrow is not very useful to me, so I might as well help you, junior martial brother. In the future, you have to take out a natural treasure of equal value to the dragon marrow and return it to me." Xiao Chen never liked to put on airs. The dragon marrow was indeed very useful to him. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Many thanks, senior sister. Xiao Chen will remember this favor." Just as Shui Lingling was about to say something, she frowned slightly on her pretty face. She looked up and said, "Someone is coming." The group turned their heads and saw a dim light shooting through the air. looking like a beam of light rushing over. This person did not hide his strong aura at all. Before he even got close, a strong wind blew, kicking up sand and rocks. Xiaoqin and the others could not help but close their eyes. When the strong wind dissipated, the arrogant and tyrannical Wang Meng carrying the dragon-tooth saber on his back appeared before the group with a smile on his face. Shui Lingling, congratulations to your Haoyan sect. You have gained another proud disciple. Wang Meng casually drew his dragon-tooth saber and placed both hands on its hilt as he stood upright on the ground. Of the 7 giants, Wang Meng had the most arrogant temper. He never hid it, so his relationships with others were poor. Shui Lingling could not be bothered to speak nonsense with him. She removed the purple bow with her right hand and said coldly, "You are here for the dragon marrow, right? I really do not know where you get your confidence to appear before me in such an open space." Wang Meng, who had fought alongside Shui Lingling in the Bushin Palace, knew better than others how mighty the bow in Shui Lingling's hand was. Many cultivators of the foreign races and demonic world experts had died to this bow. Wang Meng looked at Xiaoqin with some fear and smiled faintly. Then he pointed at Xiaoqin and said, "I am here to look for him, not to cause trouble for you. You should know that he won half a drop of dragon marrow from me, right?" Xiaoqin smiled bitterly to himself. He knew that half a drop of dragon marrow would not be that easy to obtain. Trouble finally came looking for him. Shui Lingling narrowed her eyes and said coldly, "You can't look for him either. As for the matter of the half a drop of dragon marrow, if you want to look for it, go look for Nuan Muyun. What is so great about looking for my junior brother?" Wang Meng had not expected Shui Lingling to be so unyielding. His gaze turned cold and he released an indistinct killing chi. He said, "No matter what you think, we have to settle this grudge. Otherwise, I will not be able to calm down." Bai Wuxia gave him 1 year. "I will not bully the weak. As long as he can receive 1 move from me, this matter will be settled. If he does not want to receive it, that is fine. In that case, give me 1 drop of dragon marrow to end this matter. Otherwise..." Shui Lingling did not show any fear. Her gentle and pretty face was covered in frost, and her killing chi had not been released yet. She asked indifferently, "Otherwise what?" Wang Meng smiled coldly and said, "Otherwise he might not be able to live past 1 year, unless he stays in the Haoyan sect and does not come out." "Good. In that case I will kill you now." Earlier, when Bai Wuxia threatened Shui Lingling in the cave, she had already been suppressing her anger. Now that she was in such an open area, she was in danger from Wang Meng. Shui Lingling could no longer hold back her rage. She did not say anything more and unleashed all her killing chi. Her purple robes fluttered and her fine black hair fluttered in the wind. Then she suddenly released the bowstring in her right hand. A fiery light flickered like a meteor, illuminating the dark space of the savage battlefield. In the blink of an eye, it arrived before Wang Meng. The fiery light illuminated the sky. The light disappeared in a flash and the dark space returned to normal. Chapter 727. No one could describe how fast that arrow was. If it wasn't for the shock brought by the strong light to the eyes, it was very likely that they would think that it was just an illusion. Although Wang Meng's gaze wandered, it never left Shui Lingling's right hand, which was drawing the bowstring. Before Shui Lingling let go, Wang Meng had already dodged. The instant the light vanished, Wang Meng had already retreated 100 meters. A finger-sized hole appeared where he originally stood. It was dark and deep and no one knew how deep it was. The entire place was calm except for the sound of the wind. The air froze and lingered for a long time, looking very strange. Hu Hai and the other 2 knew Shui Lingling's strength. The instant she released the arrow, they immediately retreated. Xiaoqin followed suit, following his instincts. Bang! Indeed, everything that happened earlier was just the calm before the storm. The profound yang arrow, which had penetrated an unknown distance into the ground, suddenly exploded. The flat ground suddenly cracked, and the crack extended for a kilometer. Countless pieces of mud splattered in all directions like fairies scattering their wings. Rumble. The ground trembled and mud poured down like a torrential rain. When one looked up, they saw many huge pieces of mud the size of small hills. Supported by the shock waves, the mud floated up into the sky. The scene was very chaotic, spectacular, and shocking. First Senior Sister is really angry. In the cave, First Senior Sister could not bring out her strength at all. Now that she is in such an open space, she has nothing to worry about. Hu Hai and the other 2 were flabbergasted. They had not seen Shui Lingling this angry in a long time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Mud and rocks flew everywhere. Wang Meng held his dragon-tooth saber in the chaotic sky as he calmly leaped from one huge rock to another, approaching Shui Lingling. Her fine black hair fluttered like a waterfall. Shui Lingling's gentle face turned cold. Her purple robes fluttered and killing qi radiated from her body. Xiaoqin drew back the bowstring and let go. 3 beams of fire each flew out in arcs. Her movements were as smooth as flowing water, direct and efficient, without any pause. Bang! The 3 streams of flames shattered a huge rock under Wang Meng's feet. The flowing light turned into a blazing flame that swept out. Wang Meng's body swayed in the air like a kite. Shui Lingling pushed off the ground with her toes and her graceful figure quickly jumped up from the ground. She pulled the bowstring and a stream of fire shot out. The red light shone in the dusky space like fireworks blooming, the light never extinguishing, never extinguishing. Amidst the boundless flames, Wang Meng's agile body could be seen weaving through the arrows, trying to get closer to Shui Lingling. However, the terrain here was wide and flat, stretching out endlessly. Her fine black hair fluttered in the wind. That graceful purple figure was like a fairy, nimbly leaping about. She did not give Wang Meng any chance to get close at all. Instead, she forced Wang Meng to deal with her. The direction in which Shui Lingling shot her arrows was very particular. Her figure jumped and formed a huge circle. In the end, the radius of the circle continued to shrink, and the space that Wang Meng could dodge to was getting smaller and smaller. The situation did not look good for Wang Meng. Although the arrows did not hit Wang Meng, the shockwaves from the explosion of the flowing light drained his protective quintessence. The arrows were like light, flickering and disappearing. They were extremely fast, making everyone tense up at all times. They did not dare to relax at all, putting immense mental pressure on them. Damn it! To think that I'm fighting with Shui Lingling on a plane. It looks like I really went crazy. Wang Meng could not help cursing in a low voice when he dodged an arrow. However, the shockwave sent him flying. After thinking for a while, Wang Meng gave up on his original plan. He charged out of Shui Lingling's formless encirclement and flew back. After thinking for a while, Xiaoqin gave up on his original plan. He charged out of Shui Lingling's formless encirclement and flew back. Shui Lingling held up her bow and gave chase. As the flowing light shot out, a 1,000-meter-long pit occasionally appeared on the flat ground, flabbergasting everyone. The 2 of them disappeared from Hu Hai's and the other's sight for a long time. However, they could still occasionally hear loud explosions coming from the distance. Xiaoqin looked into the distance for a long time before withdrawing his gaze. He said, "There is no need to chase so far, right?" A smile flashed on Junxi's face. She said softly, "First senior sister, this is to help you deal with this problem. Wang Meng has always been insolent. He is the kind of person who will vent his anger. If you only chase him away, he will come and seek trouble for you sooner or later. You have to make him back off." Hu Hai said, "Let's go as well." The direction that Wang Meng fled in is also the exit of the savage battlefield. The group followed the battle marks that Shui Lingling left behind and quickly gave chase. Who would have imagined that they would walk for 3 days and 3 nights? Explosions and flares occasionally rang out in front. After chasing for 3 days, Shui Lingling still did not give up. Wang Meng was in a miserable state as well. There were many cultivators outside the exit of the savage battlefield. These people did not have the strength to enter on their own, but their fellow sect members or friends did. Hence, they waited here for news, hoping that the people they knew would return safely. "Move aside. Move aside." On this particular day, a loud sound suddenly came from the exit. A man in tattered clothes and covered in dirt, looking like a beggar, rushed out in a hurry while holding a dragon-tooth saber. Holding a dragon-tooth saber, he rushed out from inside and shouted at the people blocking his way. A strong aura spread out from his body, forcing everyone to move aside. Who is this person? He is so strong, but why is he in such a sorry state? That person's hair was charred black, and his face was covered in dirt. His appearance could not be seen clearly, which confused the others. Only when someone recognized the signature dragon-tooth saber did they exclaim in shock, "That is Wang Meng, the most arrogant of the 7 giants. Who is so powerful to be able to force him into such a state?" It was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's gazes were immediately drawn over. Wang Meng's clothes were tattered, his hair was charred, his face was covered in dirt, and his body was covered in wounds. His eyes were bloodshot and he looked dispirited. He looked like a refugee. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as everyone was shocked, 9 resplendent meteor-like fiery lights shot out from the entrance. Each strand of fiery light was an arrow made of profound yang-true flame. They were so dazzling that no one dared to look at them directly. Wang Meng, who was running forward, sensed the 9 swift fiery lights behind him. His eyes were filled with an extremely impatient expression. He seemed to be quite resentful, but there was nothing he could do. Wang Meng grasped the dragon-tooth saber tightly and quickly turned around. Saber lights danced, and the dragon-tooth saber seemed to come to life as he swung it 9 times. Every time Wang Meng swung the saber, the arrow would explode. The huge impact blasted a horrifying deep pit in the ground. Shock waves surged and kicked up a lot of dust. After 9 loud explosions, the place where Wang Meng stood was already covered in dust. Thick smoke and dust filled the air. A series of coughs could be clearly heard coming from inside. Shui Lingling, you are really ruthless. You chased me for 3 days and 3 nights. I have had enough. As for the matter of the half-drop of dragon marrow, I will not seek trouble for that brat anymore. Can you stop now? Wang Meng roared with all his might amidst the surging dust cloud. Shui Lingling floated down from the air, holding her purple bow. A gentle expression appeared on her frosty face. She smiled gently and said, "Wouldn't it have been fine if you had said so earlier? Why did you have to seek trouble for yourself?" When the dust cloud settled, Wang Meng looked at Shui Lingling, who was still in high spirits. She looked like she had no problem chasing him for 3 days and 3 nights. Wang Meng glared hatefully at Xiao Chen and quickly left. This time he had shown weakness in front of so many people. He had completely lost face. So, he was targeted by Shui Lingling in the plains. Wang Meng deserves to be unlucky. After Shui Lingling pulled away, even in Juanxi, one of the 7 giants, would have a hard time dealing with him. After Shui Lingling appeared, the others finally understood. They felt that Wang Meng's encounter was reasonable and there was nothing to be surprised about. After another 4 hours, Xiao Chen's group of 4 arrived with fatigued expressions. When they saw Shui Lingling's figure, they heaved a sigh of relief. For the past 3 days, they had chased relentlessly without any rest. They were indeed very tired. If even they were in such a state, it was easy to imagine how Wang Meng, who was constantly in danger, had endured the past 3 days. Wang Meng's matter allowed Xiao Chen to see another side of Shui Lingling. He could not help but sigh ruefully. Sometimes, when a woman became ruthless, no matter how arrogant or domineering you were, you would have to lower your head and show weakness. Honestly speaking, Xiao Chen did not feel that there was anything wrong with Wang Meng's suggestion. Ending all grudges with 1 saber strike was something he could accept. Only after Shui Lingling explained did Xiao Chen understand. Of the 7 giants, Wang Meng's explosive power in close combat was the most horrifying. Xiao Chen was not like by Wuxia, whose state of ice paid particular attention to the aftermath, using cold chi to kill without anyone realizing it. Xiao Chen's horrifying explosive power could take someone's life in 1 move. This matter was just an interlude. It did not disrupt the group's journey. The group of people on the profound sunbird continued on their way back to the Haotian sect. Since there was nothing to do along the way, Shui Lingling and the others could not help but ask about what happened after Xiao Chen was swept away by the true dragon storm. How did his strength improve so rapidly in just half a month? Naturally, Xiao Chen could not speak of the matter of the Blue Dragon Palace. He hid it, only saying that he found a peak-grade earth essence fruit and refined his quintessence twice. Right, that makes sense. In history, the cultivators who succeeded in refining their quintessence twice would usually erupt with horrifying combat prowess above their cultivation. After Shui Lingling heard everything, she analyzed seriously. Furthermore, with your physical body strength and your accumulations, you can shock the world with 1 brilliant feat. Out of curiosity, Junxi asked. First senior sister, according to what you said, Xiao Chen will be able to defeat Bai Wuxia easily in 1 year. Shui Lingling pondered this. Then she shook her head slightly and said, "It is hard to say. For a cultivator's life, 1 year is too short. However, this is a special era. Too many things can happen in 1 year." Hu Hai and the others exchanged glances. Then they asked doubtfully, "What special era? The Age of Geniuses?" Shui Lingling nodded and said, "That's right. The next year will be the most crucial year. You spend most of your time in the Haotian sect and do not have enough contacts. This is the information I obtained from Bushin Palace." Chapter 728. Be it the geniuses from the lower realms or the young experts of the Qianwu domain, there are several people who are even more talented than Xiao Chen. However, they lack accumulations, so they did not come to the savage battlefield. A strange look flashed in the eyes of Hu Hai and the other 2. They found this somewhat incredible. It would be hard to find 10 heaven-defying people like Xiao Chen in the Qianwu domain in 100 years. However, Shui Lingling said that there were several geniuses who were even stronger than Xiao Chen. This was too shocking. Shui Lingling continued, "There is an insurmountable bottleneck between half-sage and martial sage. Relying on treasures like spirit-gathering pearls will not have any effect. One can only rely on one's own comprehension and experience. Within 1 year, if the so-called 7 giants of the Tianwu domain do not improve, at least half of them will be defeated by the newcomers. Xiaoqin entered deep thought. Shui Lingling's words might be a little exaggerated, but they should be true. The savage battlefield was just the start of a great era. After this, there would be an endless stream of newcomers. Half a month later, the Haotian city appeared in the distance. After a long time, Xiaoqin saw the familiar city walls and people again. This made him feel like he had returned home. He did not need to think about anything and could rest properly. Before everyone went their separate ways, Shui Lingling asked Xiaoqin to stay behind. She said, "Junior brother Xiaoqin, do you have any plans for the future? If you are willing, I can make you a true inheritor." True inheritor was a status that many people in the Haotian sect dreamed of. Once one became one, not only would one be able to practice the heaven-ranked cultivation techniques of the Haotian sect, but they would also obtain all sorts of resources and more freedom. If one's strength was outstanding, the sect would even send them to the Bushin Palace to interact with the elites of the entire Tianwu domain. They would compete with the cultivators of the other races and experience the even more majestic Kunlun Great World. Shui Lingling continued, "As long as you are willing, I can immediately bring you to the central province's Bushin Palace. That is the center of the Tianwu domain, where all the elites of the human race gather. While you are there, your strength will increase even faster. 1 year later, your chances of defeating Bai Wuxia will be even greater." There were many benefits to becoming a true inheritor. One could imagine the benefits one would receive if they entered the Bushin Palace. However, everything had a price. Once he accepted it, he would definitely have to bear some responsibilities or obligations. Xiaoqin was a free person and didn't like to be restricted. Moreover, he had promised Ao Jiao that he would go to a place. There was a conflict of time between the two, and there was no way to reconcile. He could only decline Shui Lingling's invitation. Shui Lingling smiled warmly and said, "All right, I won't force you. If you need anything, you can come to me at any time. I'll be in the Haotian sect for the next month. Farewell." Xiaoqin cupped his hands and left. As Shui Lingling watched Xiaoqin leave, she revealed a contemplative expression on her gentle and pretty face. She muttered, "Perhaps only the sect master can convince him." When Xiaoqin returned to his courtyard, he did not do anything. First, he took a hot bath, completely relaxing his body and mind, which had been tense for the past few days. Then he made a table full of dishes and had a good meal. After everything was done, he went back to his room. After everything was done, Xiaoqin slowly organized the treasures that he had not used in time. Naturally, the first was the dragon mark fruit, which could increase one's vital qi by 150 tons of force. However, Xiaoqin had some doubts about the medicinal energy of this dragon mark fruit. Right now, his physical body was already a rank 1 sage body. Whether it could increase 150 tons of force of vital qi was still a big question mark. Xiaoqin estimated that he could increase his vital qi by 50 tons of force at most, and that would already be pretty good. Naturally, the second item was the dragon bones containing the 2 drops of dragon marrow. Dragon marrow was good stuff. After Xiaoqin consumed half a drop of dragon marrow, he could clearly feel the changes in his bones. During the battle, Xiaoqin had experienced it firsthand. Bai Wuxia's cold poison had not seeped into his internal organs. This had a lot to do with the dragon bones that had been modified by the dragon marrow. The 2 drops of dragon marrow could strengthen Xiaoqin's bones further improving his defense. It might even undergo a complete transformation. The third item was the dragon tone art, a soundwave-type martial technique that countered the deity race's mental energy martial techniques. In the future, when Xiaoqin left the Tianwu domain, he would definitely be able to use it. As for the last item, it was that mysterious painting of the Qing Emperor. This item was too strange. Even until now, Xiaoqin did not have the courage to open it again. That incomparably realistic feeling of death was not a good feeling. However, the exquisite drawing the saber of the person in the painting had an incredible allure. One could not help but want to take a look. This was simply too contradictory. Aside from this, there was a large pile of true dragon bones in the ring. However, those things could only be used to exchange for resources. Xiaoqin had no use for them. The 4 treasures were placed before Xiaoqin. He had indeed gained a lot from this trip to the savage battlefield. Not only had his strength soared, surpassing his expectations, but his gains were also gratifying. Fortuitous encounters. No wonder the cultivators of the world loved fortuitous encounters so much. Even at the risk of death, they still rushed forward. Xiaoqin held the dragon mark fruit in his hand and thought for a while. In the end he gave up on consuming it. The foundation of his physical body was too strong. He would not be able to bring out the full medicinal energy of the dragon mark fruit. He might as well keep it and give it to Wuxia when the time came. Wuxia specialized in fist techniques. Her vital chi could increase by 150 tons of force. This would definitely be of great help to her close combat. Xiaoqin took out 2 jade bottles and broke open the true dragon bones. 2 drops of golden dragon marrow containing pure dragon might fell into the jade bottles. Xiaoqin smiled faintly and swallowed the 2 drops of dragon marrow, which others coveted. Then, he sat down cross-legged and quietly waited for the dragon marrow to take effect. When Xiaoqin looked within himself, he discovered that his entire skeleton was covered in a layer of dazzling golden light. That was the dragon marrow slowly seeping into his bones. The previous half drop of dragon marrow did not have such a mysterious phenomenon. It was probably too diluted. The amount of dragon marrow that had seeped into every bone was too little. Kasie. As the dragon marrow slowly seeped into Xiaoqin, every bone in his body gave off soft sounds. Every bone seemed to be changing from the inside out. When all of the dragon marrow had seeped into the bones, the golden light on the bones finally disappeared. When Xiaoqin looked carefully, he discovered that the color of his bones had changed. They now glowed with a faint golden light. The golden light was very faint. However, it gave his fragile bones a texture. With one look, he could tell that they had become much sturdier. Xiaoqin sensed that there seemed to be something more in his entire skeleton. He carefully sensed for a long time and finally discovered that his entire skeleton was connected. There was an indistinct barrier of light, forming an internal layer of defense in his body. After withdrawing his consciousness, Xiaoqin's face lit up with joy. He muttered to himself, "It looks like when I consumed the half-drop of dragon marrow, it already formed an internal layer of defense. This is the secret to blocking by Wuxia's cold poison." However, the effect of the half-drop of dragon marrow was too little. It could not form a visible barrier of light. Xiaoqin only had such an effect after consuming another 2 drops of dragon marrow. If he ran into Bai Wuxia again in the future, the other party's cold poison, which gave him a headache, might be completely ineffective against him. Furthermore, with an additional internal layer of defense, Xiaoqin's overall defense was much stronger than before. As Xiaoqin held the dragon bones with the dragon marrow removed, he thought to himself, the barrier of light is still too faint. This internal layer of defense still has a lot of potential. Just as Xiaoqin was experiencing the benefits of consuming the 2 drops of dragon marrow, a group of uninvited guests came to his courtyard with hostile gazes when they heard that he had returned. This group was led by Hua Tianhe, the true inheritors of the other sect. Xiaoqin put away the dragon tone art. For now, he did not intend to learn this martial technique. He did not have the time to do so. Looking at the painting of the Qing Emperor drawing the saber, Xiaoqin hesitated for a long time. In the end, he decided to unfurl the painting. The drawing of the saber of the person in the painting was simply too tempting. It was clearly just a casual posture. However, Xiaoqin could see several directions from which the saber could be drawn. There were even some that he did not know of. Such a drawing the saber gave Xiaoqin a significant impact. If he could learn it, his saber techniques would definitely improve. Suddenly, Xiaoqin frowned and casually placed the painting of the Qing Emperor drawing the saber into his universe ring. Xiaoqin looked out of the courtyard and muttered to himself for a while. Then his figure flashed and he quickly drifted out. Standing on the blue dragon image, Xiaoqin arrived outside the courtyard. Then he expressionlessly sized up Hua Tianhe, Yun Feiyu and the others. The eyes of the other 5 contained a murderous intent. Their expressions were cold and they placed their right hands on their swords. Clearly they did not come with good intentions. Xiaoqin looked up and said calmly, "Senior brothers, I wonder what brings you to this small courtyard?" Hua Tianhe and the others sized up Xiaoqin. Shock immediately appeared in their eyes. In a short 2 months, Xiaoqin's strength had become somewhat unfathomable. However, in the end, Xiaoqin was only a peak medial grade martial monarch. Hua Tianhe felt slightly more at ease. He was a late-stage superior grade martial monarch. Of the other 4, the weakest was a middle-stage superior grade martial monarch. In terms of numbers and cultivation, they could completely suppress Xiaoqin. Thinking of this, Hua Tianhe's face sank. He could not be bothered to speak any nonsense. He said in a cold voice, "Xiaoqin, let me ask you, were you the one who sneak attacked us in the savage beast forest that day?" Xiaoqin's expression did not change. He smiled faintly and said, "If you do not have any evidence, I hope senior brother Hua will not speak nonsense." A blue-robed swordsman behind Hua Tianhe stepped forward and pointed at Xiaoqin. He said, "Do you want evidence?" After the incident, Wang Qing personally told us that you were not with them. Instead, you were sneakily hiding. You are the most suspicious. Xiao Qin had not expected Wang Qing to do such a thing. This somewhat surprised him. However, that was then and this was now. Whether there was evidence or suspicion was no longer important. Xiao Qin did not deny it. He said, "Just say what you want to say. There is no need to beat around the bush." Hua Qianhe smiled and said, "Since you already admit to it, I will be straightforward. You caused us to lose the right to go to the savage battlefield. You have to bear the responsibility for this loss." "That's right. You have to bear the responsibility. Hand over all the treasures you obtained from the savage battlefield and give each of us 1,000,000 superior-grade spirit stones. Otherwise, we will not have a good time in the Haotian sect," a person behind Hua Tianhe shouted sternly. The matter of Xiao Chen exchanging 100 moves with Bai Wuxue and remaining undefeated had not spread yet. Hence, these people all believed that they already had Xiao Chen in the bag. Hence, their words were not polite at all and were overbearing. Chapter 729. I finally revealed my foxtail. Xiao Chen smiled coldly to himself. He said indifferently, "Sorry, I will use what I can use for myself. If I cannot use it, I will give it to my friends. I will not give it to a bunch of trash." The five had expected that Xiao Chen would not give in obediently. One of the people behind Xiao Chen smiled coldly and said, "Ha ha. Since you call us trash, then junior brother Xiao Chen must be very capable. I Lian Qing am here to seek some advice." Xiao. Lian Qing drew his sword light and soared into the air. A white mist appeared on his sword, giving off a cold qi. Unexpectedly, Lian Qing's state was the same as Bai Wushue's. A cold wind blew and the temperature plummeted. Frost immediately covered the ground, spreading up from under Xiao Chen's feet. Lian Qing was very confident in his state of ice. Not only could it reduce his opponent's speed, but it could also reduce his opponent's speed. Not only could it reduce the opponent's speed, but it could also formlessly infiltrate the opponent's body and form a cold poison, killing the opponent without them realizing it. When the sword light arrived, Xiao Qin circulated his vital qi and gently pushed out with his hand. A surging force struck the tip of the sword. The 1-meter-long sword started to tremble, and the force flowed along the blade and into Lian Qing's right hand. The vast force pulled Lian Qing back, nearly causing him to lose his grip on the sword. Lian Qing was shocked. He could not understand why his state of ice did not have any effect on Xiao Chen. Furthermore, since when did Xiao Chen's strength become so great? With a gentle push, Xiao Chen easily broke Lian Qing's flying sword strike. The scene immediately caused Hua Tianhe and the others to stare with their eyes wide open and their mouths agape. However, what shocked them even more was yet to come. Xiao Chen grasped this opportunity and unleashed his state of thunder. Electricity instantly tore apart the frost on the ground. Bang! Xiao Chen took a step forward, and a blue dragon image appeared under his feet, carrying him into the air. Vital qi surged in Xiao Chen's body like a raging river, surging endlessly. His qi and blood surged, and his aura looked like a rainbow piercing through the sun. His white robes fluttered in the wind, his long hair dancing in the wind. Xiao Chen was like an ancient god of war, stepping on a blue dragon. Lian Qing, who hadn't even had time to turn around, had a trace of fear in his eyes when he saw Xiao Chen flying towards him. He hurriedly retreated. "Do you think you can escape?" Xiao Chen reacted quickly. He moved at lightning speed and grabbed Lian Qing's wrist in an instant. 1,000 tons of vital qi surged and roared in his body, giving off a rumbling sound like that of a stormy sea. Looking at his body, one could feel a clump of raging flames burning. That was the invisible pressure produced when one's physical body was powerful and their qi and blood were vigorous to the extreme. Lian Qing felt as if his wrist was being clamped down by a pair of iron pincers. His face turned red, and no matter how much Zhen Yuan he used, he was unable to break free. Xiao Chen casually pulled and then quickly let go. Lian Qing was thrown high up into the air like a sandbag, falling towards the lake behind him. "You are indeed not talented. You can't even be considered trash," Xiao Chen said calmly as he watched Lian Qing fly away and land on the ground. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen flung Lian Qing into the air. Hua Tianhe and the other four felt a chill run down their backs. They were in disbelief. How was this the strength of a peak medial grade martial monarch? "The few of you, if you think you are not trash, then come with me," Xiao Chen said casually. Then he soared into the air and summoned out 3 blue dragons. Xiao Chen's figure flickered, and the berserk dragons danced around. In an instant he caught up to Lian Qing in the air. Xiao Chen casually raised his foot and stomped on Lian Qing's ribs, sending him flying like a cannonball into the lake, creating a large splash. The entire process was very simple. A middle-stage superior-grade martial monarch was toyed with by Xiaoqin, unable to resist at all. Hua Qianhe and the others were both shocked and enraged. Xiaoqin's casual words trampled on their dignity so badly that they could not bear to look at them. As true inheritors, they were respected everywhere they went in the Haoyin sect, worshipping them. However, today Xiaoqin did not care at all, directly saying that they were just a bunch of trash. The most important thing was that the contrast was too great. Originally, the few of them had intended to consider Xiaoqin's improvement. Given their strength, if they worked together, it would be easy to subdue Xiaoqin. However, the development of the situation exceeded their expectations. In just one exchange, Xiaoqin used the most tyrannical method to toss Lianqing out. Hua Qianhe quickly analyzed the situation. Then he said calmly, "He probably consumed some natural treasure to strengthen his physical body in the savage battlefield. Even if we do not get close to him, we will still be able to defeat him if we fight him with quintessence." That's right. This fellow is too arrogant. If we cannot suppress his arrogance this time and he becomes a true inheritor in the future, we will not be able to survive in the Haoyin sect. Let's work together and trample on him. The other three also revealed ferocious gazes as they agreed with Hua Qianhe. Xiaoqin's rise terrified them from the bottom of their hearts. No matter what, they had to trample on him. Xiao, xiao, xiao. 4 beams of light shot out and landed on the water, surrounding Xiaoqin. They feared Xiaoqin's horrifying physical body, so they did not dare to get too close. Xiaoqin glanced at them and figured out their intentions. He drew out his lunar shadow saber and calmly placed his right hand on its hilt. There was no wind or waves on the calm surface of the lake. Under the strong auras of the 5, the flowing water seemed to have stopped, not moving at all. Hua Qianhe's group of 4 placed their hands on the hilts of their swords as they looked coldly at Xiaoqin. A heavy murderous intent appeared in the depths of their eyes. Ka, ka. The 4 swords were drawn at the same time. Surging sword chi kicked up waves as they flew at Xiaoqin. Each strand of sword chi contained a different state. Some were like strong winds, some were like surging flames, some were as heavy as earth and some were as sharp as metal. The state of wind, the state of fire, the state of earth, and the state of metal supported the sword chi of the 4 states. From a distance, it looked very majestic amid the splashes of water. Towering waves and layers of water appeared. Under such a scene, the white-robed Xiaoqin looked as insignificant as an ant. Xiaoqin did not show any fear. He quickly drew his saber with his right hand, and the immortal state of thunder surged out. Thunder clouds filled the sky above and electric light shot out from the saber. Bang, bang, bang. Xiaoqin's figure moved as he swung his saber 4 times, shattering the 4 strands of sword chi. Quintessence surged out, and a huge pillar of water shot up into the sky from the lake. Hua Tianyu's group of 4 made up their minds not to get close to Xiaoqin. Their nimble figures leaped quickly on the water, sending strands of sword chi at Xiaoqin. They wanted to use their advantage in cultivation to exhaust Xiaoqin to death. When Xiaoqin ran out of quintessence, they would be able to do whatever they wanted to him. Xiaoqin understood. He had already condensed his quintessence twice. In terms of quintessence, he had no less than any of them. If they really wanted to fight like this, Xiaoqin would be happy to do so. By the time he ran out of quintessence, he would be able to use the strength of his physical body to crush this group of people. Electric light surged on the calm lake, a strong wind howled and flames surged. All sorts of quintessence shot out from the surface of the lake. They kicked up huge waves and boundless ripples. The entire lake turned chaotic. Such fluctuations immediately startled the inner sect disciples living nearby. When they saw the faces of the 2 sides fighting, they were all startled. What's going on? Unexpectedly, Xiaoqin is fighting with Hua Tianhe's group. He is fighting 1 against 4 and he is not at a disadvantage. Since when did Xiaoqin become so strong? More cultivators gathered at the lakeside to watch. Intense shock filled their eyes. The difference in status between the 2 sides was simply too great. Xiaoqin was just an inner sect disciple who had just joined the sect half a year ago. On the other side, there was a strong true inheritor with a noble status. Although Yun Feiyu had not officially become a true inheritor, his strength was already recognized to be on the same level as a true inheritor. 4 true inheritors had to fight so bitterly against 1 inner sect disciple. Such a situation had never happened before in the history of the Haoyin sect. Boundless sword chi shot at Xiaoqin like cannonballs. Xiaoqin did not panic, only brandishing the saber in his hand. He broke the various sword chi coming at him one by one. Then he kept his quintessence and did not react. He only calmly watched the 4 people who wanted to knock him down immediately. Hua Qianhe and the other 3 gradually felt that something was wrong. Almost 1 hour had passed, but Xiaoqin did not have any quintessence left. Senior brother Hua, this brat is strange. I have already exhausted 2/3 of my quintessence, but he still looks fine. I have exhausted more than half of my quintessence as well. If this continues, I will be completely out of combat prowess. The 4 sent voice projections to Hua Qianhe one after another. Some fluster appeared in their hearts. They could not figure out Xiaoqin at all. Hua Qianhe said sullenly, "Never mind. Let's cut off all means of retreat and use our heaven-ranked martial techniques together. I don't believe that we cannot destroy him." The combined attacks of 4 heaven-ranked martial techniques were so mighty that even a half-sage would not dare to underestimate them. If a weaker half-sage got struck, they would immediately be severely injured. Xiaoqin looked around the 4's faces and guessed what they were thinking. It is time to end this. These people are much weaker than Shimen Bao. Now that I have consumed 2 more drops of dragon marrow, they are no longer on the same level as me. After making up his mind, Xiaoqin looked around and fixed his gaze on Yun Feiyu, the former top inner sect disciple. The blue dragon swung its tail and a strong wind blew, creating an arc. Xiaoqin stood on the blue dragon and instantly arrived before Yun Feiyu. Yun Feiyu's face sank. Before he could react, Xiaoqin's attack arrived. Ghostly image chop. Saber lights danced around, sending out 72 saber images. The real and fake were hard to distinguish, looking like phantoms. Each saber image contained the immortal state of thunder and Xiaoqin's great perfection saber intent. Its might was unfathomable. Da, da, da. The saber and sword clashed, creating intense sparks. Yun Feiyu blocked 72 saber strikes. With each strike he was pushed back 100 meters. By the time the others reacted, Xiaoqin had already pushed Yun Feiyu back more than 7 kilometers. Just, we cannot let him defeat us one by one. Hua Qianhe's expression changed drastically as he quickly led the remaining 2 people in pursuit. However, the group only advanced 1 kilometer before they heard a miserable shriek. A boundless sea of lightning blasted Yun Feiyu, inflicting internal injuries. He vomited a mouthful of blood and sank to the bottom of the lake. A boundless sea of lightning appeared in front of them. With a glance, all they saw was electric light. Xiaoqin's figure was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 730. Hua Qianhe was the first to feel that something was wrong. He felt like a venomous snake was staring at him. He did not know where his opponent was hiding. Retreat. Quickly retreat. The group rushed over. However, when they were less than a kilometer away, they immediately retreated. This baffled the many disciples at the lakeshore. However, they soon realized why Hua Qianhe and his 2 lackeys had decided to retreat. A strand of saber light appeared from somewhere in the boundless sea of lightning. It was untraceable and swept through the area. Pu Si. As the saber light flashed, finger-sized bloody holes appeared in the chests of Hua Qianhe's group. Blood spurted out like a fountain. The wounds were less than 2 centimeters away from their hearts. If Xiaoqin had not shown mercy, the 3 would have died on the spot. Hua Qianhe paled as he looked at the white figure in front in disbelief. His group really lost to an inner sect disciple who was only a peak medial grade martial monarch. Xiaoqin slowly turned around and looked coldly at the 3, who were doing their best to cover their wounds. There was no trace of sympathy in his eyes. Then Xiaoqin sheathed his saber and stepped forward, letting the sword chi that the 3 sent fly at him. Xiaoqin stomped 3 times with boundless force, sending the 3 flying like cannonballs into the bottom of the lake. The 3 strands of sword chi struck Xiaoqin's protective quintessence, and the remnant energy entered his body. First, his skin and flesh blocked half of the sword chi. Then the light barrier on his bones blocked the remaining half. Most of the sword chi had already entered his internal organs. It did not cause much damage to Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin's internal organs churned slightly, and he was fine. When Xiaoqin looked around, he saw that the raging lake had already calmed down. He could no longer see any opponents. Hua Qianhe's group of 5 only dared to poke their heads out of the lake. They looked at Xiaoqin in horror, not even daring to fly out. When did Xiaoqin become so strong? Looking at the situation, apart from Shui Lingling, perhaps only those true disciples who went to Bushin Palace can suppress him. I really can't believe it. 4 true inheritors in addition to Yun Feiyu are not a match for Xiaoqin even after working together. And looking at Xiaoqin's situation, it's obvious that he didn't give it his all. The battle had ended so cleanly, leaving the inner disciples at the shore in disbelief. The discussions entered Xiaoqin's ears. However, he did not feel that there was anything to be complacent about. If it were any of the 7 giants here, they would not be satisfied. Both of them were able to face the 5 of them more easily than him. The difference in strength between the 2 of them was already on a completely different level. Moreover, from the very beginning, Xiao Chen's goal had never been to become a true disciple of the Haotian sect. How vast was this world? When one looked around, there were countless geniuses and heroes. How could one narrow one's sights and be complacent? Xiao Chen glanced coldly at the heads popping out of the lake. This frightened Hua Tianhe and the others into quickly diving back down, not even daring to show their heads. Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and ignored these arrogant trash. Then he returned to the courtyard. High in the sky above the lake, Shui Lingling stood on a cloud. She smiled at the sky and said, "Master, you saw it clearly now, right? Lingling, I did not lie to you, right?" In the faint blue sky, the image of a pair of eyes slowly appeared behind Shui Lingling. This image was very large. The sky behind Shui Lingling was covered by this pair of eyes. Under the gaze of this pair of eyes, it seemed that no secret in the world could be hidden from them. The owner of the eyes said, "He is indeed a person with great luck. Unfortunately, this person cannot be used by the Haotian sect." Shui Lingling's gentle expression changed slightly. She said, "Why can't Xiao Chen be used by the Haotian sect? I can tell that he likes freedom. However, Master, you are a greater celestial Emperor Wu. If you speak to him personally, you will definitely be able to move him." It turned out that the owner of this pair of eyes was the sect master of the Haotian sect, the Haotian Emperor. 1,000 years ago, he successfully advanced from a lesser celestial to a greater celestial, Emperor Wu. He led the Haotian sect from a rank 8 sect to the 9 ranks of the great families. Furthermore, it was one of the best. The Haotian Emperor said in a deep voice, "That's not the reason. His background is too great. No sect in the world can bind him." Shui Lingling was confused. She said, "Master, since when did you look at the background of a disciple? Isn't it fine as long as he has great luck?" Without answering Shui Lingling's question, the Haotian Emperor's voice sounded again. He said, "Although he cannot be used by the sect, it will be beneficial for the Haotian sect to build a good relationship with him. Pass on my order. Let the great elders in the sect look after him secretly." The pair of eyes slowly disappeared. The clouds in the sky suddenly gathered together. Then, with a swoosh, they condensed into the appearance of a middle-aged man. The body formed by the clouds was no different from a real person. It looked full of flesh and blood, full of energy. It didn't feel illusory at all. Shui Lingling exclaimed in shock, "Master, you actually used a Wu clone? What exactly is this Xiao Chen's background?" The Haotian Emperor smiled faintly and said, "There is no need to care about Xiao Chen's background. Just treat him as an ordinary genius. I believe that those major characters in the Bushan Palace think the same. Otherwise they would have notified me long ago." The Haotian Emperor sighed and smiled. "Since I saw him, I should go and have a chat with those old friends. Unfortunately, I just saw a starry heavens brick and I have to give up on it." After saying that, the Haotian Emperor's clone casually tore at the air. A crack immediately appeared in the stable spatial structure of the Kunlun realm. Space was like a complete building with a hole torn in it. When one looked at the hole, one could see the lines formed by space and time, forming a complicated three-dimensional diagram flickering with fluorescent light. The Haotian Emperor's figure flashed, and he leaped into the spatial crack that he tore open. The crack slowly closed. When it reopened, it had already traveled an extremely long distance, directly arriving in the central province from the Haotian province. Then it landed in the Bushan Palace. Shui Lingling said softly, "Junior brother Xiao Chen is really unfathomable. Master actually gave up on experiential training in the Milky Way for him and sent down his Wu clone." Inside the courtyard, Xiao Chen did not know that Emperor Wu had personally witnessed the earlier battle. Furthermore, that Emperor Wu seemed to have figured out his origins. At this moment, Xiao Chen was discussing with Ao Jiao where the mysterious place she mentioned was and what kind of benefits he could obtain if he went there. "Little Ao Jiao, for your sake, I rejected First Senior Sister's kind invitation. Now, you have to tell me where exactly you are going, right?" Inside the immortal spirit ring, Ao Jiao was like a hard-working gardener. Her petite face had a cheerful smile as she meticulously took care of the valuable spirit trees in the immortal spirit ring. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Ao Jiao smiled disapprovingly. "You make it sound so nice. Do you think I do not know what you are thinking in your heart? Going with me will bring you more freedom. If you go with your First Senior Sister, you will definitely cause a lot of trouble." This was indeed one of the things that Xiao Chen was worried about. Shui Lingling was very beautiful and dazzling. There was no lack of suitors in the Bushan Palace. Xiao Chen had received such special treatment from her. If he went there, there would definitely be boring trouble waiting for him. Xiaochen picked up the cup of tea on the table and drained it in one gulp. Then he smiled embarrassedly and said, "No matter what, you have to tell me what kind of test I have to undergo." Ao Jiao stopped what she was doing and nodded. "Indeed, I should tell you. That is where the Thunder King comprehended the will of thunder. After thousands of years, there should not have been any changes. The will of thunder." Hearing these words, Xiaochen's eyes immediately lit up. How strong was the will of thunder? Back then, Juanshi's whip had shocked all the outstanding talents of the entire Tianwu domain. He had taken away the most valuable treasure in the true dragon remains, leaving everyone with no distracting thoughts. Aside from admiration, they did not have any other thoughts. Xiaochen felt somewhat uneasy as he said, "Little Ao Jiao, don't lie to me. Are you telling me the truth?" Ao Jiao retorted angrily, "Since when did I lie to you? Back then, the Thunder King did indeed comprehend the will of thunder there. Although I cannot guarantee that you will succeed in comprehending the will of thunder, there is at least a 50% chance of success." After Xiaochen calmed down, he asked the most crucial question, "Haha, don't be angry. I got a little excited. Where is that place? How long will it take to go there and back?" After Ao Jiao thought for a while, she replied, "Very, very far. It is in a dangerous land in the Fiend domain. It will take at least 6 months to go there and back from the Haotian province." Xiaochen frowned slightly. Such a long time and all sorts of unexpected surprises would take him at least a year to prepare. He would have to prepare for this trip for at least a year before he could deal with all sorts of things that might happen in the middle of the trip. However, a year's leave was not easy to apply for. The Haotian sect had a rule that those who had not been in the sect for 2 years could not leave the sect for half a year. However, the place that Ao Jiao mentioned was a place that Xiaochen had to go to. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to surpass Bai Wuxia within a year. After all, Bai Wuxia would not wait for Xiaochen to surpass him without making any progress. If Xiaochen wanted to succeed, he would have to put in more effort than Bai Wuxia. No matter what, Xiaochen had to comprehend the will of thunder. 3 days later, after Xiaochen bought all the supplies he would need along the way, he went to Shui Lingling's residence and stated his intentions. "Ah, you wanting to apply for a year's leave is not beyond my expectations." When Shui Lingling heard that, she did not feel surprised. Xiaochen nodded and said, "Since first senior sister already expected it, I wonder if you will allow it?" "Naturally, there is no problem with agreeing to it. However, I am very curious. What kind of place is more attractive than going to Bushan Palace with me?" Shui Lingling asked curiously as she looked at Xiaochen with her bright eyes. Xiaochen really did not know how to explain. Ao Jiao had not mentioned that place in detail. Even if he wanted to explain, he would not be able to do so. Seeing that Xiaochen was in a difficult position, Shui Lingling did not pursue the matter. She took out a jade pendant and said, "This is my personal identity pendant. Take it to the inner city's hall to ask for instructions. No one should be able to make things difficult for you." Xiaochen received the fragrant jade pendant and performed a cupped fist salute in thanks. "Many thanks for First Senior Sister's help. Xiaochen will definitely repay First Senior Sister's kindness in the future." Chapter 731. After Xiaochen spoke, he left in a rush. When he reached the door, Shui Lingling suddenly called out to him. Xiaochen stopped and asked, "First Senior Sister, is there something else?" Shui Lingling closed her eyes, and her gentle face sank into deep thought. After a while, she opened her eyes and said, "I will wait for you to return 1 year from now. At that time, not only will you have to face Bai Wuxia's challenge, but you should also be qualified to participate in the Sage War of the Proud Son of Heaven ranking. Finally, take care. No matter what, you have to return alive." Xiaochen's body trembled slightly. He could feel the concern in Shui Lingling's words, so he paused for a moment. He wanted to say something, but in the end he did not say anything and left. Starlight flickered, and the night became like a chessboard, showing many changes. In the periphery of the savage beast forest in the Haotian province, towering trees could be seen everywhere. The dense foliage blocked out the starlight, not letting it shine. Beast roars resounded in the dark forest, sometimes near and sometimes far. They sounded like the angry roars of ghosts. In this pitch-black world, it was exceptionally flustered. However, the cultivators who came to take the risk would not be frightened by the dark night. If they were timid, they would not have the guts to barge into the famous savage beast forest of the Tianwu domain. Somewhere in the forest, a bonfire burned fiercely. The flickering light from the fire gave this dark world a not-so-dazzling light. In the boundless darkness, the light of this fire could illuminate everything within 5 kilometers. Aside from newcomers to the Savage Beast Forest, no one would be able to see it. Aside from newcomers to the Savage Beast Forest, no one would light a bonfire at night. That was no different from suicide. The ferocious nocturnal spirit beasts would discover it immediately and launch themselves at you. However, at this moment, a kilometer away from the bonfire, pairs of green eyes stared at the white figure beside the bonfire. However, they hesitated, not daring to take any action. A few fire spirit monkeys with their stomachs cut open hung from a tree a kilometer away. The blood on their chests had yet to congeal, and a pungent smell lingered for a long time. Fire spirit monkeys were rank 8 spirit beasts. They were tyrants in the periphery and no one dared to offend them. Seeing the corpses of the spirit beasts hanging on the tree, any spirit beast with the slightest bit of instinct would not act rashly. Next to the bonfire, there was an unfurled scroll floating in the air. The white figure half a meter in front of the scroll was staring at the person in the painting. A young girl with a petite and cute face and an extremely hot body was adding branches to the bonfire bit by bit. The flickering firelight caused her delicate face to turn red. The young girl smiled and softly counted, 1, 2, 3, 4. When he counted to 9, the white figure in front of the painting seemed to have experienced something extremely terrifying. His face was filled with terror as he retreated dozens of steps. The man and woman were none other than Xiao Qin and Ao Jiao, who had left the Haotian sect. No sect would allow a disciple to go on a long journey after being in the sect for less than a year. Firstly, they were afraid of an accident. Secondly, they were afraid that the disciple would leave after obtaining some benefits. However, with Shui Lingling's personal jade pendant, the Haotian sect's inner sect first elder had no choice but to agree to Xiao Chen's request. Yu Chenxi and Gong Yangyu had both gone on sect missions, so Xiao Chen could not say goodbye. After entrusting someone to hand the dragon mark fruit to Yu Chenxi, he left on his way alone. The fastest way to the Fiend Domain from the Haotian province was to head west through the Savage Beast Forest. After passing the most remote Hunluo province of the Tianwu Domain, one would arrive at the Fiend Domain. When Ao Jiao saw Xiao Qin take a few steps back, she smiled and said, "Not bad. This time you lasted for 9 seconds. Soon you will be able to break through 10 seconds. Xiao Qin smiled bitterly. He stretched out his hand and rolled up the painting of the Qing Emperor drawing the saber. He sighed and said, "I can already discover 32 directions to draw the saber." However, his starting stance seems to be ever-changing. There is always a direction that you cannot predict. After entering the savage forest, Xiao Chen had nothing to do. In the end, he could not resist the temptation of the painting of the Qing Emperor drawing the saber, so he unfurled the painting again. In reality, any true bladesman would be like Xiao Chen. After seeing a saber technique that defied their common sense, no matter how strange it was, they would try to figure out what it was. Slowly, Xiao Chen discovered that he could block the saber of the person in the painting. However, he had to guess where he would draw the saber first. Otherwise, he would still die in one strike. Even though Xiao Chen had experienced this many times before, he still had not gotten used to the feeling of approaching death. It was unbearable. However, Xiao Chen had benefited a lot from this kind of suicidal behavior. His understanding of drawing the saber was much stronger than before. The process of drawing the saber only took an instant. However, in that instant, as the body moved or the angle at which the saber was held changed, the trajectory of the saber would immediately become very different. The trajectory of Xiao Chen's saber immediately became very different. Even the surrounding environment changed. Even if the trajectory of the saber was the same, the situation would change. If one advanced to a higher realm and infused their state of mind into drawing the saber, there would be new changes. An even higher realm would be one with the world. The instant the saber was drawn, it would contain the comprehension of the world, the control of the heavenly Tao. At that point, the saber would no longer be a saber. Xiao Chen was still far from such a realm. He was still at the most basic stage. How to control the angle and the environment to make different changes. As far as Xiao Chen knew, there was no one in the younger generation of the Tianwu domain who had such a deep understanding of drawing the saber. If Xiao Chen could improve it further, it might become his new killing move. As Xiao Chen held the painting, he revealed a contemplative gaze. He muttered, "I keep feeling that this painting is not that simple. There should be an even greater secret hidden in it." Ao Jiao raised her eyelids slightly and said, "What is so special about it? I have seen many such treasures. They are just projections of one's comprehension of the martial technique onto a piece of paper. Many of the martial techniques that Emperor Wu passed on to the later generations are like this. The jade strip containing the dragon tone absolute art of yours has a similar effect. It is just that this drawing the saber is harder to comprehend. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and placed the painting in his universe ring. He said, perhaps. However, I have a feeling that if I can grasp all the positions of the saber, the answer will be obvious. Ao Jiao's lips curled up slightly. Clearly she did not believe that there was any big secret. Xiao Qin swept his gaze around. When he saw the many pairs of green eyes he said, "Get up, I have to get to work." Xiao Qin casually waved his hand and extinguished the bonfire in front of him. Then he turned into a beam of dim light and returned to the immortal spirit ring. The surrounding light vanished and night completely engulfed Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin stretched his arms and legs. After he locked onto his prey he quickly ran and leaped across the ground. So. The darkness of the night did not hinder Xiao Qin's vision at all. A white figure leaped about in the forest like a nimble cheetah, leaping over obstacle after obstacle. Xiao Qin crossed a kilometer in an instant. A spirit beast covered in snow-white fur and looking like a stout tiger appeared before Xiao Qin. This was one of the more powerful rank 7 spirit beasts, the ice tiger. However, it did not pose any challenge to Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin had another purpose in making it his prey. Xiao Qin's strong aura was withdrawn in his body, not leaking it out, no different from an ordinary person. When the ice tiger saw Xiao Qin, its first impression was that he was somewhat strange. However, it was not as intelligent as humans. When the ice tiger no longer sensed any danger, it finally could not resist moving forward. The surging energy from its feet pounded the ground rhythmically. Dong, dong, dong. The ice tiger gave off ear-splitting sounds that traveled far into the darkness before slowly fading away. Seeing the ice tiger approach, Xiao Qin smiled faintly. He did not show any intention of moving. However, the purple clouds in Xiao Qin's dantian scattered and turned into vast quintessence, surging through his meridians like a gushing river. The path of the quintessence's flow was very strange. It only made small cycles in the 3 meridians in his chest. Eventually, the quintessence flowed faster and faster, spinning somewhat frantically. This spurred Xiao Qin's blood, bones, skin and muscles to give off subtle clanging sounds. Dang, dang, dang. The sounds gathered together like a low and furious dragon roar. As the quintessence spun in Xiao Qin's chest, it did its best to find an outlet to release it. However, it could not go out. It could only spin, 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 spin and spin. That low dragon roar became increasingly urgent. The accumulated energy made Xiao Qin feel like his chest would explode at any moment. If Xiao Qin looked into his body at this moment, he would discover that the quintessence flowing in his chest had turned into an azure dragon image. The dragon image turned solid. As the low dragon roar became more urgent, the dragon image turned more solid. It was like all the sound gathered in this azure dragon image's quintessence. The swelling feeling in Xiao Qin's chest had already reached the critical point. If this energy could not be vented, it would explode Xiao Qin to death. The ice tiger's huge figure was only 5 meters away from Xiao Qin. It swung its claws at Xiao Qin. If Xiao Qin did not do anything, no matter how hard his head was, this attack from the ice tiger would turn him into meat paste. Break! Xiao Qin, who had not moved all this while, finally moved. However, he did not move his feet or his hands. Instead, he roared at the top of his lungs. The dragon-shaped quintessence that had been waiting in Xiao Qin's body for a long time, itching to charge out immediately, shot out with a xiu sound. The dragon-shaped quintessence spun around and turned into a whirlpool of formless sound waves that quickly spread out from Xiao Qin's throat. A loud sound rang out together with this roar. This sound was even more intense than thunder. Dragon might spread out as if it could shatter mountains and rivers for 5,000 kilometers around. Blood leaked out of the ice tiger's ears, nose and mouth 5 meters in front. Then it fell over powerlessly. In the next moment, a strong wind blew, and all the towering trees within 500 meters exploded from the tree trunks. Along with the soil, the tree splashed out. The sky was filled with broken tree trunks, dancing in the air. The ice tiger on the ground was not dead yet. Its limbs twitched continuously. Blood flowed out of the corner of its mouth, and its eyes were wide open. Xiao Qin bent over and placed his right hand on the ice tiger's back. Then he sent out a strand of spiritual sense to check carefully. After a while, Xiao Qin revealed a dissatisfied expression. The ice tiger's internal organs did not shatter, only a crack appeared. At such a close distance, Xiao Qin executed the dragon tone art and still could not kill a rank 7 spirit beast instantly. It had to be said that there were many areas that Xiao Qin needed to strengthen. Chapter 732. Xiao Qin looked around and measured the distance. Then he said softly, 500 meters? This is much larger than a few days ago. Continue working hard. First, expand the range to 1 kilometer. Then, practice the angle of the sound wave. As for how to bring out the dragon might in the sound wave, Xiaoqin still needed to practice continuously. Leaping up, Xiaoqin vanished into the night, continuing his search for his next prey. The spirit beasts in the periphery of the savage beast forest were not very strong. The strongest were rank 8 spirit beasts. Xiaoqin could move about without fear here, cultivating the dragon tone art without any fear. Of course, if he was unlucky, he might run into a strong spirit beast from the inner area or other adventuring cultivators. That would be a different story. The mysterious roar resounded in the quiet night again, disturbing the spirit beasts and the nocturnal cultivators. That sound was like the roar of a true dragon, as startling as a clap of thunder. Several spirit beasts fled, and the periphery of the savage beast forest fell into chaos. Only when the sky brightened did the sound vanish. The chaotic situation slowly calmed down. However, several cultivators had already made up their minds not to come to the savage beast forest for the time being. Xiaoqin did not know that he had caused such a huge commotion. He sat cross-legged on a thick tree trunk, circulating his energy to recover his exhausted quintessence. Xiaoqin's thoughts were not idle either. He carefully comprehended the results of last night's cultivation. When a beam of sunlight pierced through the dense foliage and landed on Xiaoqin, he slowly opened his eyes. A purple light flickered in the depths of his eyes. Xiaoqin stood up and spat out a mouthful of turbid qi. He felt refreshed, the fatigue from the previous night swept away. Perhaps I have been too superficial. Since the dragon tone art specifically counters mental energy martial techniques, the intimidation of the sound wave should not be my main focus. Last night, Xiaoqin tested it many times and discovered that no matter how much quintessence he exhausted, it was difficult to increase the dragon tone art's offensive power. The moment Xiaoqin thought of this, it was like a beam of light suddenly lit up in his mind. Several of his thoughts connected. That's right, the dragon tone art should use quintessential essence as a supplement and mental energy as the main. The true dragon's voice had to enter the other party's sea of consciousness to achieve its greatest might. Since it countered mental energy martial techniques, how could it rely on quintessence? It had to bring along mental energy as well. The cultivation of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation caused Xiaoqin's mental energy to be much higher than that of an ordinary person. If it was as Xiaoqin thought, he would not be able to break through the Heavenly Thunder Divine Incantation. In his hands, the dragon tone art would definitely be able to display a might that far surpassed that of his predecessors. Thinking of this, Xiaoqin jumped down from the tree. Soon he found an ordinary rank 7 lightning ox and circulated the dragon tone art. At the same time, the mental energy in his sea of consciousness began to boil. Xiaoqin squinted his eyes and let out a furious roar, uttering the voice of a true dragon. The mental energy in his sea of consciousness was reduced by 30% in an instant. The dragon's might in the sound wave rose infinitely in an instant, as if there was a real blue dragon roaring. Buzz! The lightning ox charging at Xiaoqin felt a jolt in its mind, as if it had been struck by lightning. Then it fell over. Xiaoqin quickly leaped over and arrived before the lightning ox. When he looked carefully, he discovered that the lightning ox's life force was still strong. However, its eyes were lifeless and its body trembled. For now, it did not have any combat prowess waiting to be slaughtered. Xiaoqin's face lit up in joy. He smiled and said, "Indeed it is like that. When comparing spirit beasts to cultivators, the greatest advantage is their physical bodies. In the future, when I meet strong spirit beasts, I will have an additional means to protect myself. However, I wonder how effective it will be on cultivators. When cultivators advanced to martial monarch, they would open their sea of consciousness. Their mental energy was not something that spirit beasts could compare to. It would be difficult to achieve such an effect on cultivators." Seeing that the lightning ox seemed to have recovered, Xiaoqin circulated his quintessence and sent out a strand of purple saber qi, chopping off its head. After sorting out his emotions, Xiaoqin continued on his way. His destination was clear. He headed west. Just like that, Xiaoqin traveled during the day and cultivated the dragon tone art at night. Occasionally, he executed the blue dragon drawing the saber painting, comprehending the dragon's gate Qing emperors drawing the saber painting. As the days went by, Xiaoqin became increasingly familiar with the dragon tone art. He also discovered 72 different directions for the Qing emperors drawing the saber. The more Xiaoqin delved into that mysterious painting, the more astonished he felt. No matter how he thought about it, there would always be an unexpected saber strike that would kill him. 1 month later, Xiaoqin calculated the distance he had traveled. He had already left several large provinces behind. As for himself, he was already deep in the inner area of the savage beast forest. The weakest spirit beasts in the inner area were peak rank 8, comparable to late-stage superior grade martial monarchs. Occasionally, Xiaochen would run into a few rank 9 spirit beasts. When he ran into such spirit beasts, Xiaochen's dragon tone art would not be very effective. He could only stay far away to avoid trouble. Xiaochen moved cautiously along the way. Fortunately, Xiaochen was safe and sound. In reality, as long as he did not run into the rare rank 10 spirit beasts, Xiaochen would be able to leave easily. After all, no matter how powerful a rank 9 spirit beast was, it could not be stronger than Bai Wuxia. Now, even Bai Wuxia could not stop Xiaochen, much less a rank 9 spirit beast. After entering the inner area, the number of cultivators that Xiaochen could run into decreased. However, when he occasionally ran into cultivators who were adventuring, he would be on high alert. The cultivators who dared to venture into the inner area could not be underestimated. Furthermore, the human heart was sinister. Human cultivators were far more terrifying than spirit beasts. Fortunately, Xiaochen was not weak. Others would not be able to see through him. Furthermore, he did not have any treasures on him. So, he did not have to fight with human cultivators. On this particular day, as Xiaochen was walking on a small path in the forest, he suddenly heard panicked footsteps in front of him. Along with the footsteps were ragged breathing. When Xiaochen heard the sounds, he guessed that someone was being chased. Furthermore, the situation did not look good. Not wanting to cause any trouble, Xiaochen pushed off the ground and hid behind a towering tree. Indeed, as Xiaochen expected, a young man covered in wounds appeared before him. His robes were stained with blood, and he held a sword in his hand. This young swordsman seemed to be an early-stage inferior grade martial monarch. Xiaochen could not understand how someone with such strength could appear in the inner area of the savage beast forest. This was no different from suicide. Behind this young swordsman were 5 black-clothed swordsmen with the same emblem on their chests. They chased him closely, not letting him go. Pu Si. The young swordsman was too severely injured. When he saw his pursuers getting closer, he panicked and tripped over a tree branch, falling to the ground. The 5 black-clothed swordsmen laughed maniacally. Their figures flashed, and they surrounded the young swordsman in an instant. Situ Feng, do you think that we will not dare to chase you after you ran into the inner area of the savage beast forest? The leader of the 5 black-clothed swordsmen said coldly. The young swordsman's eyes were filled with horror. He quickly climbed to his feet, and his right hand, which held his sword, trembled. Under such circumstances, the young swordsman knew that he would lose his life here. It would be difficult for him to survive. You are too much. I'll fight it out with you. Knowing that he would not be able to escape death, the fear in the young swordsman's eyes vanished. He ferociously charged over, prepared to die, and started fighting with the leader of the swordsmen. Electric light leaped around Situ Feng's sword. As the sword light danced, thunder roared faintly. The combination of the state of the sword technique was rather exquisite. Perhaps the explosive power of Situ Feng's death was too scary, but the 5 black-clothed swordsmen did not want to get injured by a dying person. The 5 black-clothed swordsmen had mocking gazes as they slowly drained Situ Feng's final bit of quintessence. Xiaochen only took one look and could not be bothered to continue watching. Both sides were only inferior-grade martial monarchs. Such a battle could not interest Xiaochen at all. Furthermore, Xiaochen was not so compassionate as to save a stranger when he did not know the situation. Xiaochen, don't leave yet. Save that swordsman first. Just as Xiaochen raised his foot, Ao Jiao's voice rang out in the immortal spirit ring. Xiaochen had no choice but to change his mind. Situ Feng was already severely injured. How could his final burst of power last? Soon, before the mocking gazes of the 5 black-clothed swordsmen, Situ Feng's aura plummeted. Situ Feng's legs trembled, and the electric light on his sword disappeared. With one look, it was clear that his quintessence was completely drained. Kill him, the leading black-clothed swordsman said to the 4 behind him with a cold smile. 4 strands of sword light containing boundless killing chi headed for Situ Feng's body coldly, trying to chop him into 4 pieces. Situ Feng closed his eyes in despair. His heart was filled with regret. If he had not been greedy, he would not have ended up in such a state. Without his life, glory, splendor, wealth, and rank would be useless. Bang, bang, bang. Fist winds howled and 4 miserable cries rang out. Situ Feng opened his eyes and was startled to see what happened. The 4 black-clothed swordsmen flying at him all vomited a large mouthful of blood and went flying back. Their faces contorted in incredible pain. At some point in time, a white-robed cultivator had appeared before Situ Feng, staring coldly at him. The leading black-clothed swordsman revealed a startled expression. As he looked at Xiaoqin, he felt somewhat unfathomable. Xiaoqin's cultivation was not much higher than his. However, when Xiaoqin attacked, he injured 4 inferior-grade martial monarchs, rendering them completely defenseless. The black-clothed swordsman tried to recall all the experts in Hunluo province. However, he could not find a match for this person. He could not help but feel suspicious. Who are you? Why are you obstructing our Azure Peak City's Lu clan? The black-clothed swordsman asked sullenly. Xiaoqin calmly lowered his hands and looked up at the other party. He said, "Who I am is none of your concern. You cannot kill this person now." Xiaoqin felt somewhat surprised. He had used a lightning-quick move to force the other party to retreat. After all, this place was close to Hunluo province's territory. If he offended a large faction, it would not be good to invite trouble for himself. However, that black-clothed swordsman did not retreat. Instead, he reported his clan. Could it be that the nearby Lu clan was a large faction? The black-clothed swordsman thought quickly. Xiaoqin defeated 4 inferior-grade martial monarchs in an instant. He was not a match for Xiaoqin. However, the first young master was rushing over with his men. If the black-clothed swordsman could delay this person, given the first young master's strength, he would definitely be able to block this person. Furthermore, Situ Feng knew the Lu clan's great secret. He had to die. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble in the future. Chapter 733. After the black-clad swordsman made up his mind, he wanted to charge forward and delay Xiaoqin. However, at this moment, a saber suddenly appeared in Xiaoqin's left hand. He placed his right hand on the saber and leaned forward slightly. In an instant, a boundless killing intent surged out. The black-clad swordsman felt like there were many eyes in the air, looking at him coldly and expressionlessly. This startled the black-clad swordsman. He quickly stopped, not daring to charge forward. Damn it! What's going on? It is clearly just a starting stance. Why am I so afraid? The black-clad swordsman's eyes were filled with horror. He could not help but want to retreat. Shio. A saber light flashed, and the black-clad swordsman quickly swung his sword to block. However, he missed. Xiaoqin appeared at the black-clad swordsman's side, and blood spurted out. Xiaoqin had chopped off the black-clad swordsman's left arm. The black-clad swordsman cried out in pain. His complexion was as pale as paper as he retreated continuously. The 4 black-clad swordsmen lying on the ground felt confused. They had seen everything clearly. Xiaoqin's saber strike looked very ordinary, there was nothing special about it. Why did Big Brother not block it? This was the first time Xiaoqin used the starting stance of Qing Emperor drawing the saber in actual combat. The effect was pretty good. Right now, the instant Xiaoqin drew his saber, he could move in 16 different directions. Against an opponent 1 grade lower, he could defeat them in an instant. Situ Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the scene before him. An early-stage medial-grade martial monarch actually lost so easily. Who exactly is this person before me? I have never heard of such a powerful white-robed bladesman in Clear Wind City, no Hunluo province. Let's go. Before Situ Feng could recover from his shock, he felt his body lighten. Then he was carried into the air by Xiaoqin. The wind blew by Situ Feng's ears. As they flew, Situ Feng's mind was filled with questions, but he could not voice them. After flying for a long time, Xiaoqin slowly landed. Situ Feng stood firmly and immediately said, "Many thanks, friend, for saving my life. Would you tell me your great name?" After narrowly escaping death, Situ Feng could not help the joy in his eyes. When Xiaoqin interacted with strangers, he always kept his guard up. He did not say much and directly asked Ao Jiao's question from the Immortal Spirit Ring, "Where did you learn your sword techniques?" Situ Feng was slightly stunned. After he reacted, he said, "I learned my sword techniques from the Eternal Heavenly Sword School. I was once an outer sect disciple there. After failing to become an inner sect disciple several times, I returned to my clan in Clear Wind City." What exactly are the origins of this person's sword techniques? You only took one look and you want me to save him? Xiaoqin asked out of curiosity. Ao Jiao replied softly, "That is the Thunder Light Fleeing Shadow sword that the Thunder King comprehended himself when he was young. He has never taught it to anyone. I'm just curious as to how he learned it." Naturally, Situ Feng could not hear the conversation between the two. He bandaged his wounds and looked at Xiaoqin. "Friend, you probably offended the Lu clan by saving me. How about returning to the Situ clan with me?" "Is the Lu clan very strong?" Xiaoqin asked interestedly. Situ Feng had forgotten that Xiaoqin was an outsider, so he told him about this place in detail. This savage beast forest was already very close to Hunluo province. The nearest city was Clear Wind City, a medium-sized city in Hunluo province. There were two major factions in the city. One was the Lu clan, and the other was their Situ clan. The two clans were like fire and water, fighting each other for many years. The clan heads of the two clans were half-sages. Although they had been fighting each other for many years, their strengths were equal. Neither could do anything to the other. Since the clan head was only a half-sage, Xiaoqin relaxed. He rejected, "There is no need. I'll send you to the periphery of the forest and leave on my own." Situ Feng exclaimed in shock, "Their clan head is currently in this savage beast forest. If they discover you, you will not be able to escape death." In Situ Feng's opinion, although Xiaoqin was strong, he was only a late-stage superior-grade martial monarch at best. If a peak late-stage superior-grade martial monarch came, things would not be good. If Xiaoqin ran into a half-sage, there would be no chance of survival. He could only rely on the Situ clan to survive. Xiaoqin shook his head and rejected this person's invitation. This person had not said why the Lu clan was after him. Clearly he did not trust Xiaoqin. At this moment, Situ Feng was clearly trying to rope Xiaoqin in. He wanted to use Xiaoqin and the Lu clan to tie him to the Situ clan's war chariot. Seeing that Xiaoqin had rejected his invitation several times, Situ Feng's attitude turned cold and he did not say anything more. "We've arrived. Take care of yourself." After leaving the inner area of the savage beast forest, Xiaoqin looked around. After he discovered that there was no danger, he planned to leave. Situ Feng looked around and thought for a moment. He said, "Friend, there is a stronghold of my Situ clan not far from here. How about you send me there? At that time our clan head will reward you greatly. At this moment I have not recovered from my injuries. Any spirit beast would be able to take my life immediately. I will be completely safe once I reach the stronghold." Situ Feng had already sent a hummingbird to the Situ clan about what he discovered. The clan head would definitely be alerted and bring all the experts over. At that time, when the Situ clan fought with the Lu clan, an additional person would increase their chances of victory. With Xiaoqin's strength he was definitely worth roping in. If Situ Feng could accomplish this, in addition to his earlier contributions, the clan head would reward him greatly. Xiaoqin thought for a while before saying, "It doesn't matter. You lead the way. I don't want to walk too much." Situ Feng rejoiced in his heart. He quickly led the way to the Situ clan's stronghold. The two of them moved quickly in the dense forest. Occasionally spirit beasts would appear. Xiaoqin released his aura and scared them away. He did not delay at all. Soon, a heavily guarded stronghold appeared before the two of them. Two Situ clan cultivators descended from the treetops. Situ Feng revealed a smile and quickly went forward. He whispered a few words to them, and the two cultivators gave Xiaoqin a deep look before returning to the stronghold. When Xiaoqin saw this, he did not want to waste any more time. He said, "Goodbye, you are already completely safe. Friend, don't be in such a rush to leave." Seeing that Xiaoqin still wanted to leave, Situ Feng grabbed him by the wrist. He said somewhat anxiously, "Clan head, they will be out soon. There will be a great gift for you later." Xiaoqin frowned slightly. His body moved slightly and he shook off Situ Feng's grip. "Aha! This friend is the young hero who killed the Lu clan cultivators." Carefree laughter resounded. The many cultivators at the stronghold's entrance clustered around a dignified, gray-robed old man as he walked quickly towards Xiaoqin. Situ Feng's face lit up with joy. He quickly went forward and whispered a few words into the gray-robed old man's ear. The gray-robed old man looked at Xiaoqin with an increasingly grave expression. He waved his hand indicating for Situ Feng to step back. A faint smile appeared on his aged face. "This brother looks unfamiliar. You must be from somewhere else. Speak, what reward do you want? Since you saved my Situ clan's people, I, Situ Lei, will definitely not mistreat you." The gray-robed old man stepped forward and spoke to Xiaoqin. His tone was very imposing. However, Xiaoqin noticed that the Situ clan experts behind the gray-robed old man had already spread out, forming a fan shape. The formation they stood in was very ingenious. As long as Xiaoqin made any strange movements, this group of people would immediately seal off Xiaoqin's path of retreat and surround and kill him. Xiaoqin's expression did not change. He held the lunar shadow saber in his left hand and casually took a step forward. His entire body formed a strange stance. Instantly, all the cultivators who had spread out in a fan-shaped formation felt that Xiaoqin was staring at them. Clearly there was only one person and one pair of eyes. However, the stance he formed was very strange. It was like he could instantly draw his saber and chop down everyone. Old sir is right. I am indeed from somewhere else. However, I was just passing by this place. Saving people is just something I did in passing. There is no need for any reward. Xiao Chen's expression did not change at all. When facing this half-sage Situ Lei, he did not show any fear at all. A boundless light flashed in the depths of Situ Lei's aged eyes. He wanted to see through this white-robed bladesman before him. This brat is clearly only a peak medial grade martial sage. Why is he not showing any fear before this old man? What trump card does he have for him to be so confident? Situ Lei did not show any dissatisfaction on his face. He smiled and said, "Young hero is of noble character and unquestionable integrity. This old man admires you. Since there is no need for any reward, let's have a drink in the fort. No matter what, we should have a good chat." A wily old fox was indeed a wily old fox. Situ Feng's careless and crude performance was laughable when compared to the unfathomable Situ Lei. Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute and said, "There is no need. I am in a rush, so I will take my leave first." When Situ Lei heard this, his expression did not change. He smiled faintly and said, "Take care. I will not send you off." However, Situ Lei made a gesture with his hand behind his back. That was the Situ clan's order to surround and kill Xiao Chen. Once the gesture was completed, it would be the order. The Situ clan cultivators would mercilessly attack Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense clearly captured the movements of this person behind his back. Without waiting for Situ Lei's gesture, Xiao Chen took the initiative to make his move. As Xiao Chen lowered his cupped hands, he placed his right hand on his saber's hilt. The Qing emperor's drawing the saber was ready. The cultivators who had spread out in a fan shape all felt a strand of saber light flying at them. Wong. The 10-odd people quickly drew their weapons and dodged to the left and right. The originally perfect encirclement immediately turned chaotic. Xiao Chen released his hand and withdrew his killing qi. His lips curled up as he smiled and said, "I'm sorry, old sir. I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. I think the hand behind old sir's back was also a joke, right?" Situ Lei had only completed half of the gesture behind his back. Before he could complete it, something unexpected happened. Situ Lei could not help but feel startled. However, his expression did not change. Situ Lei quickly withdrew his hand and extended it to Xiao Chen. As if nothing had happened, he laughed loudly and said, "Indeed, heroes come from the youth. Little brother's courage is admirable." Xiao Chen took 2 steps back and calmly turned around. Then, he left under the unfriendly gazes of the group of superior-grade martial monarchs. After moving a kilometer away, Xiao Chen revealed an expression of luck on his calm face. That had been very dangerous earlier. 1 half-sage, 10-odd superior-grade martial monarchs, and more than 100 medial-grade and inferior-grade martial monarchs. If Xiao Chen had really attacked, he would not have been able to leave without paying a heavy price. Chapter 734. However, it was still fine. Situ Lei feared Xiao Chen's strength and did not dare to take risks, fearing that he would suffer too many losses. The people of the Situ clan are all bad people. You saved that person, yet they still treat you like this, Ao Jiao said angrily from the immortal spirit ring. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then he said, "Logically speaking, they do not know that I have a treasure on me and that I am just passing by. Not only do I not have any grudges with them, but they also owe me a favor. They should not have reacted like that." Ao Jiao's eyes wandered, and she revealed an expression of understanding on her delicate face. She said, "You mean to say that there is something fishy about this?" Xiao Chen leaped onto a tree branch beside him and silently extended his spiritual sense back. He nodded and said, "There is definitely something strange about this. I want to see what exactly is going on." At the gates of the stronghold, Situ Feng felt surprised. He asked, "Clan head, why are we just letting him go? This person is very strong and cannot be of use to us. He will be a source of trouble and disrupt our plans." At this moment, Situ Lei's expression had already turned completely sullen, looking extremely terrifying. He looked coldly at the surrounding people and said, "So what if we do not let him go? The encirclement is already broken. It will be too difficult to keep him here. We might as well let him go, lest we gain another enemy. I do not want anything unexpected to happen while we are fighting for the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit." When Situ Feng heard this, he was greatly startled. Is that white-robed bladesman really that horrifying? Even the clan head said that it would be difficult to keep him here. However, it is not safe to just let him go. This person's origins are unknown. It is hard to say that he is not here for the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit, an old man beside Situ Feng said worriedly. An old man said worriedly. This old man had a profound cultivation, and he was only a step away from the half-saint realm. He was the great elder of the Situ clan. Situ-Lei looked into the distance and said coldly, "Naturally we have to be on guard. Find 2 people who are good at tracking and have them follow him from afar. See if he is really just passing by. If he is not, we have to spend a lot of effort to kill him. The Lu clan's people are already having a headache. I will not allow anyone to fish in troubled waters." The voice was bone-chilling and emotionless, devoid of any warmth. Xiao Qin, who was on the tree branch, withdrew his spiritual sense and suddenly understood. He muttered, "So that is how it is." The white nascent fruit had similar effects to the earth essence fruit. It could increase a cultivator's cultivation without any side effects. However, normally the peak white nascent fruit could only live for 500 years. The 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit was extremely rare. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a mutated fruit. Its effects could even tempt martial sages. If the clan obtained it and gave it to the Situ clan to break through to half-sage, the martial sage Xiao would not be. 1 half-sage was equivalent to 50 superior-grade martial monarchs. In that case, the balance between the Situ clan and the Lu clan of Azure Peak City would be broken. No matter who, the Tian the other clan would. The clan would be, NN would be, and would. Qin Lei would be Qin. Tutu. Hey Trash Master, you can't be thinking of something, right? You have to think clearly. With the strength of the 2 families added together, it's impossible for us to win. Qin Yu Qin to say. Qin, Qin, eh. Qin Qin Qin. When Ao Jiao saw that Xiao Qin was tempted, she reminded him. Xiao Qin said softly, "I do have such intentions. To break through to superior grade martial monarch, I would need at least 200 medial grade spirit gathering pearls. That is an astronomical sum. This 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit is practically made for me." Ao Jiao continued to advise, "However, it is too difficult to snatch food from the tiger's mouth from 2 half-sages. Furthermore, they have a group of martial monarch experts behind them." Xiao Qin leaped down from the tree branch and said calmly, "I know my limits. There are strong and weak half-sages. Clearly, these 2 are much weaker than Bai Wuxia and the others. The most important thing is that these 2 are not united. Given that, I have a good chance." Shwa, shwa. Soft footsteps resounded. Xiao Qin scanned the area with his spiritual sense and saw 2 black-clad men sneaking around. They stuck to a tree 500 meters away, watching him carefully. The 2 black-clad men withdrew their auras. They were like a rock, showing no signs of life force as they stuck to the tree. Their concealment skills were very impressive. Unfortunately, Xiao Qin's spiritual sense was much stronger than the mental energy that regular cultivators use to sense. At such a close distance, Xiao Qin could not keep any secrets from them. After withdrawing his spiritual sense, Xiao Qin continued walking forward as if nothing had happened. There did not seem to be anything wrong with him. However, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The stronghold of Azure Peak City's Lu clan in the Savage Beast Forest was also a heavily guarded mountain stronghold with many experts. There were many wooden houses in the mountain stronghold. The guards were stationed every 5 steps and 10 steps. Everyone had a tense expression on their faces. The Lu clan's upper echelon gathered in one of the wooden houses, anxiously discussing countermeasures. The rectangular mahogany table was filled with the elders of the Lu clan. Behind the tables and chairs stood a crowd of cultivators. For the sake of the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit, the Lu clan sent out all its elites. Even the weakest Lu clan disciple here was a medial-grade martial monarch. Seated at the top of the mahogany table was an old man dressed in a black brocade robe. He had a dignified expression on his face. He was the Lu clan's patriarch, Lu Qin. Beside him stood a young man. This was Lu En's eldest son, Lu En's. He was already a peak superior-grade martial monarch. If Lu En's obtained the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit, he would use it to break through to half-sage. Patriarch, this subordinate is incompetent and allowed Situ Feng to escape in the end. The black-clothed swordsman, who only had his right arm left, knelt on the ground, not daring to get up. Lu Qin said expressionlessly, "Get up. It does not matter whether you catch him or not." After he discovered our goal, he immediately used a hummingbird to send the news to that old man, Situ-Lei. An old man on his right said helplessly, "Our scouts have reported. Situ-Lei has already led all the experts of the clan to the gathering point in the Savage Beast Forest. It looks like it will be even more difficult to pick the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit this time." It was impossible for there to be no spirit beasts guarding the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit. When it fully ripened, it might even attract spirit beasts from far away. Trying to obtain the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit from among these spirit beasts was already difficult enough. Now, with the addition of the Situ clan, the number of variables had increased significantly. Lu Chen could not help but worry. A ferocious light appeared in Lu Chen's eyes. No one dared to look at him directly. He said coldly, "There can only be one clan in Azure Peak City. This old man has had enough of that old man, Situ Lei. Since he dares to come, this is a good opportunity to destroy him." A strange light appeared in Lu En's eyes. He said, "Father, a mysterious white-robed bladesman saved Situ Feng. That white-robed bladesman easily injured 5 martial monarchs. We have to guard against him." Hatred flashed in the eyes of the one-armed black-clothed swordsman. He said, "Indeed, clan head, that person has a strange background and is very strong. If the Situ clan supports the Situ clan when the white nascent fruit ripens, it will be very disadvantageous for us." The Situ clan and the Lu clan were evenly matched. If one side received help, the balance would be broken. This person was not lying. "Ens, bring some people to investigate. If it is just a passing cultivator, then forget about it. This is a critical period. Do not complicate matters," Lu Chen said after thinking for a while. The one-armed black-clothed swordsman said anxiously, "Clan head, he injured a cultivator of my Lu clan and chopped off one of my arms. How can we just let this go?" Lu Chen's gaze turned cold as he looked at the one-armed black-clothed swordsman. He said in a frosty voice, "You piece of trash. Not only did you let someone leak the news, but you even dare to question my decision?" The one-armed black-clothed swordsman's heart skipped a beat. When he felt Lu Chen's killing chi, his body trembled and he did not dare to say anything more. As dusk approached, Xiao Chen found an empty space and started a fire. Then he started to roast some spirit beast meat that he had hunted. The 2 scouts of the Situ clan silently hid in a tree 500 meters away. They withdrew their auras and only used their peripheral vision to observe Xiao Chen. They were very careful and cautious, afraid of attracting Xiao Chen's attention. Speaking of which, Ao Jiao, what is the relationship between that eternal heavenly sword school and the Thunder King? Why does he have the Thunder Light Fleeing Shadow sword? If Situ Feng had not used this sword technique, Xiao Chen would have left long ago. It would be a lie to say that he was not curious. Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, felt very suspicious as well. Her delicate face filled with confusion. She said softly, "I don't know. I don't recall the Thunder King establishing his own sect." Crunch, crunch. The golden beef of the golden savage ox, which had been picked up by a tree branch, gave off crunching sounds as the flames roasted it. The surface of the beef cracked open and golden oil flowed out. The aroma of the beef whetted one's appetite. Xiao Chen twirled the tree branch in a practiced manner. As he looked at the golden beef, he asked, "Since he did not establish a sect, did the Thunder King leave behind any secret manuals?" Ao Jiao replied without hesitation, "He did leave behind secret manuals. However, I am sure that no one else obtained them. There is no possibility of them leaking out." "Then did he have any disciples?" "If he did, it would not be surprising if they leaked out," Xiao Chen continued asking. Ao Jiao shook her head and said, "Sang Mu has always been a loner. He did not even have many friends. How could he have a disciple?" There were no secret manuals or inheritors. However, 2,000 years later, when Ao Jiao came to the Kunlun realm again, she saw the Thunder King's Thunder Light Fleeing Shadow sword. This was indeed strange. The golden beef was already cooked. Xiao Chen tore off a piece of beef and enjoyed the delicacy. Then he took out a flask of wine from the universe ring and drank it. Xiao Chen sat by the bonfire and ate large chunks of meat, feeling very carefree. After the meat and wine were done, Xiao Chen stood up and stretched his body. Then he held the lunar shadow saber in his hand and said softly, "Actually, we will know the truth after we make a trip to the Eternal Heavenly Sword School. Of course, that is on the premise that I can survive and obtain the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit." Right after Xiao Chen spoke, he quickly turned around and instantly drew the lunar shadow saber. The resplendent saber light instantly lit up the dark forest. 500 meters away, the tree hiding the 2 Situ clan cultivators exploded. The 2 Situ clan cultivators were completely exposed to Xiao Chen. "Let's go. This person discovered us long ago." The 2 Situ clan cultivators were greatly startled. Without saying anything else, they split up and ran. Xiao Chen looked at the Situ clan cultivator on the left and smiled faintly. He pushed off the ground and an azure dragon image appeared under his feet, carrying him into the air. The 2 scouts were good at hiding and tracking. Their cultivations were not high, they were only early-stage inferior-grade martial monarchs. How could they be a match for Xiao Chen? Chapter 735. Even if Xiao Qin used only half his strength, he could easily kill two people. The dragon image moved up and down, and Xiao Qin instantly caught up to that person. Xiao Qin did not waste any words. He infused his vast lightning-attributed quintessence into his saber and killed that person in one strike. The blood on the saber exploded into a red mist by the electric light. When it spread out, a red light spread out. Xiao Qin narrowed his eyes and peered through the red light. Then he started to chase after the remaining person. When that person heard his companion's miserable scream, he paled in fright. He died in one exchange. Who exactly was the person the clan head told them to follow? Blue Dragon Tail Whip. A strong wind blew, and Xiao Qian's body moved in an arc. He passed by many towering trees, bringing with him a strong gust of wind. With a "so" sound, he suddenly appeared in front of that person. That person quickly ran away. Xiao Qian's casual kick carried 500 tons of force. Everywhere it passed, space trembled. Bang! Xiao Qian's foot landed on that person's chest at lightning speed, breaking his sternum. The force surged through his body, rupturing his internal organs. That person vomited a mouthful of blood and flew back with a pained expression. His back crashed into a tree and he could not help but vomit another mouthful of blood. Xiao Qin sheathed his saber and walked over calmly. As his footsteps got closer, that person's eyes filled with boundless despair and pain. "Let me ask you a question. If you want to live, tell me the truth," Xiao Qin said indifferently as he looked at the other party, not showing any emotion at all. Xiao Qian's overwhelming strength and unparalleled sharpness caused this person's mind to be in chaos. He did not dare to disobey. "What question?" that person asked in a quivering voice as he leaned against the tree. Xiao Qin looked coldly at the other party and said, "Tell me everything you know about the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit. Tell me everything in detail." That person's heart skipped a beat. He instinctively wanted to quibble, so he said, "I don't." Bang! Before Xiao Qin could say that he knew, he kicked this person's chest again. The powerful force caused the tree behind this person to break apart with a loud boom. His body was sent flying backwards. After landing on the ground, the man rolled on the ground. His internal organs were all damaged and his sternum was broken. His face was pale, without any trace of blood. Xiao Qin stepped forward and said calmly, "Even if you don't tell me, I can find out from others. Now I will ask you again. Are you going to tell me or not?" Seeing Xiao Qian's decisiveness, that person had a pained expression as he looked at Xiao Qin in fear. Not daring to hesitate any longer, he said, I'll talk, I'll tell you everything, just don't kill me." After listening to the other party's story, Xiao Qin had a thorough understanding of the matter. The 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit needed another 7 days to ripen. This was the reason why the two clans did not rush to make a move. There was also a rank 9 spirit beast guarding the white nascent fruit. When it ripened, it would attract even more strong spirit beasts. "Give me a message to Sitole. Tell him that he went back on his word. I am very angry." After saying that, Xiao Qin gently pushed off the ground and quickly left this place. "Are you really not afraid of him snitching? Are you really going to let him go?" Ao Jiao asked, feeling it was strange. If Sitole found out that Xiao Qin wanted the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit, he would be seeking trouble for himself. Xiao Qin had a calm expression. He smiled and said, "Since I made a promise, there is no need to kill him. Furthermore, if he returns alive, he might even be able to help me." Sitole is a shrewd person with age. He is suspicious and cautious. This is a matter of life and death for his clan. He will be even more careful. From the Situ clan cultivators, Xiao Qin already knew where the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit was. It was on a small slope near the savage beast forest. Without needing to think too much, Xiao Qin could guess that the Situ clan and Lu clan cultivators were near the slope. It would be irrational for him to go there now. After all, there were still 7 more days before the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit ripened. There was no rush. After muttering to himself for a while, Xiao Qin took out the painting of the Qing Emperor drawing the saber from the universe ring and slowly unfurled it. When the painting was completely unfurled, it gently drifted over and hovered in front of Xiao Qin. The might of the Qing Emperor's drawing the saber in actual combat was extraordinary. Xiao Qin had experienced it firsthand. This was just a superficial understanding of it, and it already had such combat prowess. If it improved further, it would be even more incredible. Xiao Qin's interest in this mysterious painting deepened. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Qin looked at the person in the painting. The person in the painting wore blue dragon battle robes. His long hair fluttered wildly, and his appearance was delicate and handsome. If others looked carefully, they would discover that Xiaoqun looked very similar to this person. However, his eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of life as if they were ancient. It was unknown how many years this person had experienced for such a deep gaze. Xiao. A saber light flashed and the person in the painting suddenly moved. However, it was not clear whether the saber moved first or the person moved first. Xiaoqun had seen the trajectory of this saber before. Although he could not clearly see the other party's figure, based on his vague perception, Xiaoqun quickly drew his saber and blocked this saber. To others, Xiaoqun did not move at all as if he was meditating. However, at this moment Xiaoqun's mental state fluctuated intensely. This battle was even more intense than the one with Bai Wuxia, exhausting his mental state by several times. After 10 seconds Xiaoqun's complexion paled and he took 10 steps back. After a while, the horror in his eyes slowly disappeared. 10 seconds. I finally managed to block 32 saber strikes. I also discovered 2 different trajectories of the saber strikes. Xiaoqun put away the painting and closed his eyes. Then he started to comprehend the intense mental state battle. Time passed slowly. At some point in time Xiaoqun's hand had already grasped the saber hilt at his waist, forming a strange stance. Many illusionary figures leaped out of Xiaoqun's body, hacking at the towering trees in front. All sorts of scenes appeared in Xiaoqun's mind. Saber lights danced around and electric light shot out. Each figure had a different trajectory of the saber strike. The saber lights chopped the trees in half in Xiaoqun's mind. Leaves flew everywhere and strong winds blew. When the 34 figures leaped out, Xiaoqun opened his eyes at an appropriate time. His aura blended in with the surroundings. Xiaoqun clearly only had a pair of eyes, but he locked onto all 34 trees in front, unable to distinguish which were real or fake. Xiao. Following the feeling in his heart, Xiaoqun naturally drew the saber in his hand. The saber light was resplendent and dazzling. In the dark night, it was like a blazing sun shining brightly. Kaxie. Kaxie. The 34 trees in front were instantly chopped in half at the waist. Rows of trees fell with a loud rumble. The remaining tree trunks were all of different heights and gaps. When Xiaoqun saw this scene he could not help but rejoice. It turned out that the saber could really be drawn like this. If it was just the instant the saber was drawn, one could split the saber chi into 34 parts. Although such a technique was difficult, it was still possible for an expert bladesman of the younger generation to do it. However, to achieve a different trajectory, position, and strength for each strand of saber chi, aside from a true Grandmaster level senior, no one else in the younger generation could do it. First, young master, there is some movement over there. Let's go over and take a look. Suddenly Xiaoqun's sharp ears picked up footsteps and the voices of cultivators. He could not help but frown slightly. Xiaoqun scanned with his spiritual sense and discovered 8 superior-grade martial monarchs of the Lu clan 3 kilometers away. Under the leadership of a young man, they were rushing over here at high speed. Saber lights danced around, chopping the trees in front into pieces. Then Xiaoqun wiped away the traces of his training. Xiaoqun leaped into the air and withdrew his aura, hiding in a nearby tree. Dong, dong, dong. The footsteps drew closer. The people led by Lu Enz appeared at the place where Xiaoqun had practiced his saber. Lu Enz casually looked around. The trees in front had been chopped into pieces by the saber chi. Then, he closed his eyes and sensed the remnant lightning-attributed quintessence in the air. After a while he opened his eyes and said, "Look around. They look similar to the target. They are lightning-attributed bladesmen. After discovering them, sound the alarm immediately." The one-armed black-clad swordsman followed beside Lu Enz and did not leave with the others. The black-clad swordsman was not strong in the first place. Now that he had lost an arm, his combat prowess decreased even more. Lu Enz brought the black-clad swordsman mainly because he wanted the black-clad swordsman to help him identify the target. Lu Enz held his sword and asked interestedly, "Lu Hua, how strong is that white-robed bladesman? Tell me objectively." Hatred flashed in Lu Hua's eyes. When he recalled Xiaoqun's attack, he could not help but reveal an expression of horror. Very strong. His cultivation is not high, but his saber techniques are very strange. I clearly judged the trajectory of his saber. However, I still missed when I was about to attack. Lu Enz's lips curled up in a smile. He said, "Changing moves at the last minute? It looks like he is a bladesman with sharp eyes and extremely fast attacks." When Lu Hua heard this, he hesitated for a while. Then he said, "First, young master, he was indeed very fast." However, this subordinate felt that he did not change his move at the last minute. Lu Enz's expression turned grave. He could not understand. He said, Since you already judged the trajectory of his saber, and he did not change his move at the last minute, logically speaking, you should have been able to receive that saber strike. Lu Hua could tell that Lu En suspected that his judgment was wrong, that he had been fooled by a feint. He quickly denied it. First young master, I dare say that this subordinate's judgment was correct. Lu En's glanced at Lu Hua's mutilated arm and smiled in disdain. However, he did not say anything. So. After the 8 superior grade martial monarchs who went out to search failed to find anything, they shot back like arrows and landed before Lu En's. Reporting to first young master, we did not find that person, the black-clad men reported in unison. They looked at Lu En's, showing their absolute loyalty. They should be death-sworn soldiers trained by the Lu clan. Xiao Qin, who had already hidden himself in the tree, heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. He was not afraid of these 8 people. Instead, he was afraid of being discovered and exposing his strength. Before the white nascent fruit ripened, the Lu clan would target him. Lu En's asked doubtfully, not even a single trace? Not a single trace. We did not discover anything. When Lu En's heard this, he laughed loudly. He said, how could there be no trace at all? Even if he heard our footsteps and left in advance, he would have left some traces in his haste. Chapter 736. Lu Enyan withdrew her smile and showed a sullen expression. She shouted, this person is definitely nearby. Destroy all the trees within 500 meters. Do not leave a single one alive. Blast them all to pieces. Yes. The 8 black-clad martial monarchs leaped into the air and quickly carried out Lu En's orders. Surging sword lights swept out in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. The sword chi rampaged in all directions, and the towering trees were instantly turned into sawdust in the face of this heavy sword chi. The tree Xiao Qin was hiding in was the first to be attacked. He sighed and had no choice but to reveal himself. Tree shards filled the air like snowflakes. Xiao Qin flew backward and landed on a tree branch. So. Lu En's led the 8 superior grade martial monarchs and leaped into the air. They landed on a few trees that were not attacked and surrounded Xiao Qin. Lu En's looked at Xiao Qin and asked the one-armed black-clad swordsman on the ground, Lu Hua, is that him? Lu Hua was very excited. His body trembled as he shouted, first young master, it is him. He is the one who saved Situ Feng and injured our brothers. Lu En's raised his head and looked at Xiao Qin. His expression turned sullen as he said, you are rather bold. You injured my Lu clan's people, yet you did not mix with the Situ clan's people and did not leave quickly. You are doing this for the white nascent fruit, right? Xiao Qin's expression did not change. Even though he was surrounded by 8 people, he did not panic. He said calmly, I do not know what you are talking about. A murderous intent flashed in Lu En's eyes. When he thought of his father's instructions, he said coldly, you better not know. I'll give you a chance now. Scram out of the savage beast forest immediately, and the matter of you saving Situ Feng will be written off. Trying to threaten Xiao Qin to leave? Too naive. Xiao Qin smiled coldly to himself. He said indifferently, it is not up to you to decide who I save. It is even less up to you to decide whether I leave or not. Lu En's expression turned cold as killing intent surged in his eyes. He placed his right hand on the hilt of his saber and said, I dare you to say that again. It was a very common line, but Xiao Qin had no intention of paying attention to him at all. There were some words that he had always disdained to say a second time. Since you say that I don't have the guts, then I'll use my actions to prove it. Whether I have the guts or not, there's no need to talk so much. Xiao Qin placed his right hand on the saber hilt and quickly condensed the aura of the Qing emperors drawing the saber, merging it with the surrounding environment. Xiao Qin instantly drew the lunar shadow saber. The resplendent purple saber light was as bright as the sun, shining brightly. Xiao. 9 strands of purple saber chi instantly flew out from different trajectories. The saber lights were dazzling, and the saber chi looked like rainbows flickering with electricity. All 9 of them, including Lu En's, were astonished. Xiao Qin's saber aura had enveloped all of them. It seemed that everyone could become his target. However, logically speaking, he only had 1 saber and 1 pair of eyes. It was impossible for him to attack 9 people at once. All of this was just an illusion. However, the reality defied common sense. Xiao Qin's saber really struck 9 people. Furthermore, the trajectory and strength of each saber strike were all different. At this moment, common sense was completely overturned. Clang clang clang. The sword light and the saber chi collided, and quintessential essence exploded, emitting a powerful shockwave that directly chopped down a large tree. With one slash, he easily disrupted the formation of the 9 people, throwing them into chaos. Soaring Dragon, Xiaoqin rode the dragon and flew up. The Cyan Dragon image carried him and directly flew in front of Lu Luen's, quickly using Ghost Image Chop. Thunder roared without end. The saber lights were like ghostly shadows, hard to distinguish between the real and the fake. Luen's flicked his wrist and a blue sword flower appeared, blocking the saber light. However, the veritable essence energy and immortal state of thunder contained in the saber far surpassed his expectations. With each saber strike, Luen's retreated 100 meters in the air. After 72 attacks, he had already retreated more than 7 kilometers. A strong wind formed by veritable essence energy swept out. Everywhere the two passed, towering trees were uprooted, and long gullies appeared in the ground. After the 72 attacks were completed, the saber chi containing the immortal state of thunder immediately formed a vast sea of lightning that exploded. Luen's reaction speed was very impressive. Before the sea of lightning formed, he quickly executed his heaven-ranked martial technique. 9 dazzling blue balls of sword light surrounded Xiaoqian's body and quickly spun around. Xiaoqian glared, his hair scattered, and his clothes fluttered wildly. Boom! The sea of lightning clashed with the 9 balls of veritable essence energy. A surging energy surged out and the ground actually sank. After that, countless specks of dust shot out like cannonballs, forming a huge pit around the two. Luen's held the advantage in terms of veritable essence energy. However, Xiaoqian's state was immortal, and his physical body was much stronger. In such a head-on clash, while the two looked equal in reality, Xiaoqian's injuries were much smaller than Xiaoqian's. Pusi. In the end, Luen's could no longer hold on. The 9 balls of blue veritable essence energy shattered, and he vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying back. Xiaoqin, who was hidden in the sea of lightning, revealed a cold gaze. Then an untraceable saber light flashed. Dang! The saber light originally wanted to pierce through Luen's heart. However, Luen's hid a tough heart-protecting mirror on his chest. It was unknown what rank this secret treasure was, but it completely blocked Xiaoqian's saber light. Xiaoqin managed to survive. However, the veritable essence energy contained in the saber could not be blocked by the heart-protecting mirror. The huge impact caused Luen's to vomit another mouthful of blood. Luen's body flew high into the air and tumbled on the ground before he climbed back up in a sorry state. Luen's looked at Xiaoqin with some horror in his eyes. Now it was clear whether Xiaoqin dared to say that or not. Luen's scanned the area with his spiritual sense. The 8 black-clad martial monarchs who he had shaken off would arrive soon. This Luen's did not look like a good-for-nothing young master. It was not worth dragging things out for the sake of killing this group of people until the other side's main force arrived. Xiaoqin sheathed his saber, and the blue dragon under his feet circled around. Then he soared into the sky carrying Xiaoqin. First young master, are you all right? The 8 black-clad martial monarchs did not chase after Xiaoqin. Instead, they quickly surrounded Luen's, protecting him tightly. Luen's coughed and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. He said with some lingering fear, Lu Hua was right. This person's saber techniques defied common sense. His state contained mysteries, and his physical body was terrifyingly strong. Aside from my father, no one in the Lu clan can suppress him. We have to send news back quickly. We have to eliminate this person. Savage Beast Forest, Situ clan's stronghold. When Situ Lei heard the news from the scout, he was astonished. He said, "Are you saying that not only did the white-robed bladesman discover you, but the other person also died at his hands?" The scout lowered his head and said, "He is too strong. We are not a match for him at all." Situ Lei looked suspiciously at this person. He asked sullenly, "Since that is the case, why did he let you return?" The scout's heart trembled. When he thought of Situ Lei's horrifying means, he quickly explained, "He told me to bring back a message." He said that the clan head went back on his word and that he was very angry. As for Xiaoqian's interrogation about the white nascent fruit, he had leaked the secret in the end. Naturally, he would not say anything. Otherwise, he would not be able to escape death. Situ Lei thought quickly, what does he mean by saying that I went back on my word? Is he blaming me for sending people to follow him? He is very angry. Is he threatening me? Never mind, it is not wise to offend a ruthless person at such a crucial moment. As long as he is not here to snatch the white nascent fruit, it is fine. So what if a scout dies? However, just as Situ Lei was about to speak, he noticed that the scout's hand, hidden in his sleeve, was trembling violently. Kneel. Situ Lei's expression changed as he suddenly shouted. His voice was like thunder and as majestic as a mountain. The majesty that Situ Lei had accumulated over the years suddenly erupted, causing the guilty scout to panic. He immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed, begging for mercy. "Clan head, please spare me. That person forced me to say the matter of the white nascent fruit. I definitely did not take the initiative to say it." Situ Lei's face sank. He said in a cold voice, "What a deep scheme. I nearly fell for it. Letting him return alive is better than killing him. This is clearly a better way to eliminate my suspicions. Strong strength, calm and decisive mind. This person must be eliminated." Situ Lei casually kicked the scout in front away. Then he instructed his subordinates, "Pass down my orders. Search for that white-robed bladesman with all your might. I will personally lead a team to kill this person." On the other side, a similar scene played out in the Lu clan's stronghold. When Lu Qin heard Lu En's report, he was greatly startled. After a while, Lu Qin instructed, "Search for this person with all your might. I will personally lead a team. How can we let someone take advantage of the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit?" It was easy to understand why the two of them made the same decision. They were not afraid of an enemy in the open, they were afraid of a strong opponent hiding in the dark. Anyone would fear such an enemy. There were still 7 more days before the white nascent fruit matured. By eliminating a variable they would feel more at ease. When the sky brightened, Xiaoqin clearly felt that the atmosphere in the forest was different. The Situ clan and the Lu clan, these two clans that had feuded with each other, seemed to have come to a tacit understanding and worked together. With the hillside with the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit as the center, the Situ clan spread out in a fan shape and started a thorough search. With such a dense search, no matter how well Xiaoqin hid, he was discovered in the end. The ones who discovered him were a group of cultivators from the Situ clan. Their cultivations were not high, so Xiaoqin did not have to spend much effort to kill them all. However, the other party had also successfully sounded the alarm, exposing Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin felt 2 extremely strong auras heading for him. They did not hide their auras at all. Everywhere they passed, the spirit beasts gave way. As Xiaoqin looked in the direction of the approaching people, he frowned and said, "The 2 clan heads actually made a move personally. It looks like they are determined to get this 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit." Xiaoqin was probably in trouble now. The thing that he worried about the most had happened. With a half-sage leading the team and the trump cards in his hands, it would be easy for him to escape. However, with 2 half-sages working together, unless he used all his trump cards, it would be impossible for him to leave easily. Xiaoqin pushed off the ground and leaped onto a tree branch. Then he nimbly moved through the forest. With one gentle leap he traveled 500 meters. Xiaoqin left many trees behind him.